You, anything else you want to know?
Hello, 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 chat. How is everyone? How's everything going? I love how the stream hasn't even started, chat. The stream hasn't even started yet, and we got people bitching in chat about whether Enfield is good or not. Oh, I gotta turn on my funny streamer light. What are we feeling today, chat? There, wait. You can't even see it. It's too light out. I'll just do that. People are already having a discussion on whether Enfield is a good game or not. Chat, you're allowed to like things and also be critical of them. That is a thing you're allowed to do. You're allowed to have a good experience with something while also being critical of it. And from my own experience with things, from my own understanding of things, people who are the most critical of things are often the most passionate about them. Not always. Not always. There's always going to be, you know, people who just kind of hate on things because they enjoy hating on them because they want to, you know, be different or something. They like outrage farming. But that's not who Tobo is. Tobo isn't someone who hates things because he wants to hate them. Tobo is critical of Arknights Enfield because he is really, really, really passionate about it. And I'm going to say this, in case some of you guys are new and you don't know me. I am friends with Tobo. You can immediately fucking turn off the video right now. I don't want this to just be me glazing Tobo. This isn't going to be me, like, putting Tobo on this, like, pedestal of a prophet. No. I've played Arknights Enfield for about maybe 20 hours at this point. I'm not sure how long exactly, but I've maybe about 20, like 15 to 20 hours of Enfield is probably around how much I've played with it. And currently I have been enjoying it, but I am still hesitant on my sort of feelings on it, because I feel like I'm currently in like a honeymoon phase with Enfield. Everything is new, everything is cool. And so that's why it's really exciting to play Enfield. But at the same time, I can kind of understand a lot of where Tobo kind of comes from. I have yet to see this video, but I obviously know, like, Tobo's general feelings on Enfield. And so I'm curious what he has to say, obviously. But the thing is, I mean, I already kind of know what he's going to say. I was talking to him yesterday about it. My stance on Enfield is that, I guess to give like a general stance on it, I don't like the writing. I think the story is really, really bad. The combat is Genshin's combat with like 50% more depth, which is a good thing, but like you eventually just kind of get used to it, you know, like it just turns into holding down the attack button and then learning the ability combos, and it becomes pretty monotone. That's not the right word. It becomes quite monotonous after a while. But the base I've had a lot of fun with. I really, really like the base. And I've had a lot of fun with just managing it and doing that kind of stuff. But I do understand the general, like, sentiment. Okay, if you're also new to this stream, my camera doesn't work, so if I become blurry for no reason, that's why. This isn't going to be a dunking or praising Tobo stream. This is me watching his video and seeing if seeing my kind of thoughts on it. Oh yeah, the tutorials are awful. Like, tutorial field, like, I've joked and I'm like, oh yeah, like, Arknights tutorial field. It's so bad. Again, like 20 hours into the game, like 15 to 20 hours into the game, still having tutorials. It's so bad, especially with like how repetitive the tutorials will be. The fact that they have all of these like optional tutorials for like the base and like the operators, and yet you still have to go through like tutorial missions about all of the stuff too. It's so ridiculous. It's crazy. So yeah, let's get into this. Where's my face cam? Where'd I go? Oh wait, where is my face cam? Why is it gone? Where did I go? There we go. One of the things up in the survey is wishing that the enemies would be relatable. Yeah, the land breakers are just such a nothing burger enemy. Or okay, land breakers aren't the enemy. Land breakers are just like people who aren't us, but it's like specifically the Bone Crusher land breakers. Like, they don't explain what a land breaker is. They don't really explain like the evil guy's cause, other than like, oh, they've been oppressing you. They oppress you. You're gonna rise up against them. We're gonna be the elites now. It's like they don't explain fucking anything. Like, they will also they use so much language. Okay, I can't get into this. I have to actually start fucking watching the video. Here's here the fucking thing. The combat is whatever. The industry is very dumbed down when compared to the beta. The story refused to adjust the nuance. What's the point? I mean, I obviously don't. I haven't played the betas, so I can't speak on the betas. Tobo's played all of them, so I will definitely trust like his take on that kind of stuff. Not feeling good for a cosplay. There, am I the TF2 scout now? Am I the TF2 scout now, Carcass? Are you happy? I picked whatever sweater was good because it's still snowing right now. I'm in the Midwest, so it's just like we're dying of snow. It's crazy. Also, I would like to say the turnout today is quite impressive. Thank you all for showing up. This means I need to do more React slop content apparently. All right, chat. Let's get into this.
For now, I can only hope that
if the video is like too loud or too quiet, please tell me.
Will be made by those who are just as enchanted with that vision as I am.
Wait, I should probably. I don't think Tobo. Oh wow, Tobo has like full-on subtitles for this. Ooh, props.
And I won't be left wondering what could have been.
The clickbait drew us in. Do I need to? I'm so tiny. I don't know where I need to put my cam, so just tell me what you guys think is the...
Who are you?
If you can't see the subs.
The administrator.
Female Endman? Cringe? Cringe? Female Endman?
And you are. I am.
Cringe.
Arknights Enfield is the highest
Maybe decrease the
quality
subtitles.
Gacha game I will ever.
That is true. That is true. How the fuck do I do that? Subtitles. Ew! Ew! What the fuck? One day Tobo will speak like real English and it'll be nice. How the fuck do I do this? Do I just font size? Just 50%. There we go. Okay. Okay.
Play in my life. It is also the most disappointing game I have ever experienced in my life.
Damn.
It is an expected yet still mighty testament to Hypergriff's technical expertise and talented artists. But despite Enfield's technical prowess, the developers have made many questionable decisions that have prevented and will continue to prevent this game from reaching the heights it pretends to be capable of. If you are looking for a focused, meaningful experience...
That is something that I have kind of experienced so far. Is that I keep telling myself that I'm like excited for Enfield. I'm very excited to get into like the meat and potatoes of what Enfield is. Yet it feels like the more I played, the more it just feels like it's getting further and further away from me. Like I continue to play the game and I can't get into the depth of it. Because there's so many good concepts to Enfield, but it just ends up kind of being lackluster a lot of the time. But obviously, you know,
to sink your teeth into,
I'll let Tobo finish.
Look elsewhere, because Enfield cannot offer it. But if you are looking for yet another cynical cash grab, chasing an unobtainable dream of replicating the success and influence of Genshin Impact, then Enfield may have something.
Okay, the thing is with Genshin is that I don't like Genshin. I played it back when it came out, and I maybe played it for like 6 months and I eventually got bored of it. And the reason why I don't like Genshin is because the moment you're done with the story, there is nothing to do. There is literally nothing to do. The moment you're done being like railroaded down like a series of missions, all you can do is just log in purely to grind shit. And that's just kind of a thing with a lot of these open world gacha games. Is that that's all you can really do. There are things that I do like about, you know, Genshin, and it was very innovative for the time. But I do think that a lot of these kinds of games kind of put into their, like, are all kind of put into this very similar issue of you can't have an open world game that is constantly evolving also be live service. Because it requires that you constantly maintain it with these massive patches that keep players coming along. But you can't always do that because the scope is so goddamn big. And people are going to very quickly clear that content. Because people are rewarded with like resources to do that. This intro seems exceptionally harsh. We haven't heard his points yet. Tobo is very... I'm already fucking defending Tobo. All right, no, I can't do that. I mean, I don't think it's harsh. It's, to me, it just sounds like him being poetic. I don't know, but I also don't feel like if I defend Tobo, I'm glazing him, so I don't know what to do. To be fair, Arknights, I have literally nothing to do. All I can do is IS infinitely. The thing is that I've been playing Arknights for fucking like... I've been playing Arknights for a long time, and I still haven't beaten like all the content. But I do feel that because of the scope of Arknights, it's a lot easier to make levels. It's a lot easier to make content for people to be into for a long time, rather than something like Arknights is easier to make new levels of. It's easier to do that. It's easier to make a bunch of new content for a smaller, simpler game versus something like an open world game where you have to make an entirely new region, like that kind of stuff. This intro is pretty mild. He could be ripping into it harder. Yeah, you guys can't even fucking agree on anything. But basically, it's like an open world game requires infinitely more time and resources to actually have a substantial update, where something like Arknights, we can get like an update every like 2 to 4 weeks. Just because it's easier to make content for a game like Arknights versus a game like Enfield. And to me, that's just kind of a thing with all of these kinds of open world gacha games, which could just be a fundamental thing with Enfield. Because that's why that's why I stopped playing like Genshin. Because you eventually just reach a point where there's no reason to level up. There's no reason to do any of this crap. It's not like Arknights where I want to upgrade a new operator because new operators are fun and I get to use a new operator and I can explore that operator a bit more. It's just like, oh, well, I beat everything. Now what? All there's left to do is grind stuff. I guess it's the same thing where there's nothing to do except grind for stuff. The thing is that Arknights is fun and the Genshin's combat system is very boring. Which I guess that's the thing. You can't incentivize me to play more Genshin because you get used to the combat so quickly. Where you can incentivize me with Arknights gameplay because the Arknights' gameplay is so goddamn good. Which is something I can't rant. I need to watch the video.
For you. In this video, by making clear to you as many of Enfield's issues
I'm
as
just
I can,
going off.
and analyzing the changes made between all 3 test versions of the game in detail, we will uncover the underlying pattern throughout nearly all of Enfield's problems. In order to do that, we need to cover a lot of ground, which is why this video is so long. It took a lot of time and effort to make, which is why it's only now being uploaded this close to its release. This is a very critical video. When the game releases on the 22nd of January, you may try it for yourself and find that you disagree with some of my critiques. That's good. It means you're thinking for yourself, and that's all I can reasonably ask of you.
How dare he? How fucking dare Tobo say that? No. If I find a disagreement with you, that means you're objectively wrong. Crazy. What the fuck? That's not how that works, Tobo. If I disagree with you, that means that you're wrong, and I'm going to, like, harass you on Twitter for it. What the fuck? Crazy.
It is up to you to decide if they are deal breakers for
Don't compliment me for disagreeing with you.
or not. But if you find yourself offended by them simply because they are critical or you don't like the presentation, let me be clear. I make absolutely no apology.
How?
But before we get...
I make no apology. You don't know anyone's apology. Again, people don't know people don't understand the idea that people can be critical about things they're passionate about. Nerds are going to be very passionate about things, and they will be very critical over the things that they're passionate about. That doesn't make Tobo a fucking bad person. God. This video convinced me not to try Enfield. I wasn't interested from the start. Okay, Samosha, you know what's interesting about me? Is that I wasn't interested in Enfield until I watched Toboro's Death Knell video. I didn't want to play Enfield until I watched Tobo's video, like, destroying it. And that's what made me interested to try Enfield. Because Tobo had that kind of passion, that eagerness to defend something, that made me believe that there was something in Enfield that was worth, like, going and trying to find. And, like, this kind of hope that maybe they'll come back to like, unearthing that weird thing that Tobo was, like, very passionate about. I started Enfield. The only reason why I'm playing Enfield is because Tobo was critical as fuck about Enfield. It's also the reason why we even know each other.
To the bad, it is only fair that I praise the good. There are some parts of Enfield which are absolutely world-class and deserving of the highest praise. The most obvious of which is visuals. This game is gorgeous. Every landscape is stunning, every shader is perfected, every character model delectable, every build and progression is meticulously crafted.
Every character model delectable. What the fuck? Tobo, what?
Every UI element exceptional. The look and feel of every part of the menu. The curated color palette saturating the carefully chosen shades of white, black, and gray. The mountain contour motif they've put absolutely everywhere. The chromatic sort of oil spill texture accentuating the highest tier of rewards. The pulsating orange glow of the sprawling factory belts. The surprisingly excellent camera mode and the unique character animations if you look at them from behind for too long. Every detail feels premium. It just looks incredible. Valley 4's industrial identity and its ruins landscapes
He speaks English premium.
create an aesthetic that I absolutely love. Even seemingly benign details that you wouldn't ordinarily pay any mind to just add so much to it. Like the clouds, for instance. The hub's comfy blue skies, Origin Load Spring's huge imposing...
Okay, this is a weird thing, because it's like, when I was playing Enfield, I don't think I've ever had a moment where I was just like, damn, this looks amazing. I don't know if that's just, like, me, but there was yet a moment, like, it's weirdly enough for me. Okay. I will say, it's weird, I'm immediately, like, disagreeing with Tobo. No, but I think the extent of how I've experienced Enfield is purely just Valley 4. I've yet to get out of it. I've only been in Valley 4. And so I've kind of gotten a little tired of just, like, the gray skies. Everything's all, like, dirty and unkempt and everything. You have a bunch of, like, that kind of... You have just a bunch of, like, everything's all... What's the word I'm looking for? Rogue. You just have a bunch of crap everywhere. Like, it's all strung together. It's all people just, like, building stuff with, like, random scrap metal. Like, that's what the visuals have just kind of been for me so far. And I will say there are parts like when you're on the ship. I forgot what the ship's called. But like when I was on the ship, it looked really nice. It was very clean. There was a lot to it. But like I think so far all I've experienced is Valley 4, and Valley 4 is just gray. And that's kind of it. So I think it could just be a matter of, like... I haven't been playing on max settings, so that also might be why. Because when I stream it fucking lags my game because I have OBS open. Djong, that's what it is. Yeah, Djong is very sleek, yes. YouTube chat being, like, 7 years behind. Insane. But it's weird, because it's, like, immediately I'm, like... Because what Tobo is showing looks really fucking good. Like, the, If I can find it. This other region that I've yet to get to. Go Angelina. This looks so goddamn good. This looks absolutely fucking breathtaking. Like, in the intro to this video where Tobo's just, like, showing the environments, it looks incredible. And, like, I've talked to Tobo, and I'm like, yeah, I can't, like, I don't know anything outside of the second region. And he literally just told me, he's like, yeah, the second region is, like, an incredible, like, upgrade. Like, it's so good. And, like, I'm excited to reach the second region. Issue is, there's too many fucking tutorials that I can't reach the second region. But, like, yeah, Valley 4 I find to just be underwhelming. It doesn't feel that interesting. Am I playing on a brick? Shut up. No, it's because of fucking OBS, because I just am terrible. I can't wait for the Casimir's areas, to be honest. Oh, okay, I think you mean, like... I don't know if you mean, like, specifically Casimir's, or, like, a big neon-lit city. Because if so, I agree. That would be, like, amazing. Because the lighting is, kind of insane in this game.
The clouds, for instance. The hub's comfy blue skies, Origin Load Spring's huge, imposing grey shelf, the flowing wisps in the hills of Wuling. Speaking of which, the new region Wuling is spectacular.
Don't know what that is.
City, low light's background in landscape architecture is...
The fuck? Okay, hot take. Hot fucking take. I think the beans are lame. I think the sui beans, like the sui beans are lame. I I think they are lame. I think people hype them up too much. I don't think they're that cute. It's literally just a circle. It's a circle with a name, with like a face on it. It doesn't even resemble the actual character outside of color. I think the beans are lame. So true. Is that an energy drink? Is Mountain Dew Zero? It's the poo. Yeah, I've never been a fan of the beans. I think they're kind of... I think they've always just been kind of lame. Like, they don't really represent a character. They feel like they only exist to sell plushies of them. You know what I mean? You also have, like there's, like, this chibi version of Amiya that's, like, just her as a bunny. And I find that to just be weird, because it doesn't look like Amiya. It's just a bunny. It's so weird. It's so weird. It's also, it is weird to see the bee, like, again, I've yet to reach Wuing. I didn't even know what it was called until Tobo literally just said it. This looks fucking amazing. This looks really, really good. It reminds me a lot of the shoe event. The shoe event with the architecture there. It reminds me a lot of that, which is probably fucking intentional. But to see the beans being used, like, just in the world is kind of weird. Rather than just being like a little side element of it. Like, it just see, like, they're canon. That's so weird.
Clear as day. The different hues of green of the bamboo forest,
I love how I'm not
the
even
city
fucking
groves
talking
and
about the
human-like
video.
roots, the great wall-like structure dominating the hills, the central theme of water existing not
The
just with streams.
great wall-like structure. Great wall-like structure. I love, okay, the great wall-like structure. I was going to make a joke how it's like, oh, it's like the Great Wall, like in China, when that's literally what he was saying. I'm so stupid.
And waterfalls, but deeply integrated into the city infrastructure.
I was gonna make a
All of it
China
is just
joke.
Absolutely exceptional. And if that's still not enough, then perhaps the fact this game is made in Unity will impress you. A ground-up custom rewrite of the engine's core means this game is one of the most well-optimized games I've ever played. Everything you're seeing in this video is captured on a GTX 1070 Ti, an 8-year-old card.
Tobo,
and
what the
high graphics
fuck are you
settings,
doing?
All in buttery smooth 60 FPS. This game is the gold standard of optimization.
This is what
Equally
Tobo
as
does for
incredible
fun.
as the visuals, but which doesn't get as much attention, is sound. I probably don't need to persuade you that the game's sound design is incredible because you can just hear it for yourself.
I remember there was one moment. There was one moment in Enfield where I was, like, genuinely, like, impressed by the visuals. And that was in the very early tutorial. YouTube man stream is 50 FPS. How can you attain such numbers? What do you... I don't fuck... Probably could... I don't fucking know, man. I don't know. I don't... For a CS major, I suck with computers. But I do find, like, in the beginning of the tutorial, you're, like, walking through snow, and I was just super impressed at the snow physics. And I'm like, holy shit, that looks so good. And that was the only moment where I was, like, really taken aback by the quality of everything. Because, like, I don't know, it's hard to, like, compliment, like, sound design. It's like, if it works, then that should be what it's doing. It's hard to impress you with sound design.
God, it's all so good. Now, Enfield's soundtrack is somewhat ambient for the most part, not including boss themes and stuff like that, but a number of people seem to think that makes it bad. Presumably because it doesn't stimulate the TikTok brain enough with constant noise. Yes, it's not a grand orchestral magnum opus or whatever, but that's sort of the beauty of it. It takes a few modest tones, just some bits and pieces punctuating the soundscape, then combines all those sounds into one melody. It's gentle, it's perfectly balanced.
I hate,
and it's
okay,
just very pleasant to listen to.
I hate how good of a fucking writer Tobo is. He's so good at writing. Because it pisses me off, because I can't write for shit. Like, I can't even put my own thoughts onto paper, and Tobo's capable of, like, making it sound good. Fucking, ugh. Not a Tobo Glaze stream. I don't know, man. If I can't buy the LP, if I can't literally jam out to the soundtrack, it just ain't good. I like your videos a lot. Cut yourself some slack. The envy is palpable. I am envious. Tobo makes good videos.
For what it is. That said, of course, I think pretty much everyone can get behind the boss themes.
You got that vid down after 7 weeks. Yeah, I know. Yet I take 7 weeks to upload slop. That's the issue. Okay, like, so far in this video, he's yet to really, like... He's just calling a spade a spade. He's not really, like, giving takes. You know what I mean?
Absolute cinema. I'm thoroughly looking forward to hearing the future boss themes too, just as much as all the other pieces we've yet to hear. As for the combat itself, it's...
Alright, you want to hear my takes on the combat? It's just to see if I can potentially predict what the fuck Tobo's gonna say. The combat is a little too straightforward and will get monotonous after a while. The thing is that at first it's kind of, it's interesting, it's fun. I remember doing all the tutorials and I'm just like, yeah, I get to, you know, you set up the proper, okay. I assume you've all played a bit of Enfield. Who here hasn't actually played Enfield? Do you need me to kind of explain it a little bit? But basically, like, for what there's like, if you're familiar with Genshin, you have the like the elemental combo system, where if you apply one element and then you apply a different element, it'll do like a combo effect, and it will do some extra damage or apply a status or something like that. Also, my fucking camera. Thank you. See, it refuses to focus on my face. Only fucking thing on screen. But with Enfield, you kind of have like two different versions of that. You have like the physical side of things and you have the elemental side of things. Where if you apply like a bunch of physical status effects, you get to apply vulnerability, and then you're paid off with vulnerability through using other status effects or by crushing them, which is a physical status effect that uses up all of the vulnerability stacks. Same thing, and then with like the arts thing, it's the same thing, but it's very similar to Genshin, except they can stack on top of each other. And so on the surface, it seems like there's some interesting depth. And so I was excited with it at first, and it was exciting to learn the combos. But the moment you get used to a team, you are just doing the same like combo chains over and over again. And a lot of the times it feels arbitrary which buttons you pick. Like, should I activate Chen's skill or should I activate Depan's skill? Both of them get my vulnerability stack. It really doesn't matter which one I do, because the only reason why I'm activating it is to do the vulnerability stack. And so eventually it just turns into you holding down the attack button. You don't need to click the attack button to attack again. You just need to hold it down. You're literally holding down, like, left click, or you're holding down square, like on my controller. And the combo just goes off, and that's it. A lot of the depth comes from not overriding your character's animations and your active DOTs. Like, because there is, like... I've yet to really feel challenged in the game's combat, which could be a matter of, like, my own complaints. But again, I've been playing the game for, like, 15 to 20 hours. So I assume that it would be getting difficult at least at some point. Like, I remember the first boss was terrible. His design was awesome, but the first boss took you fucking forever. Like, just would not do damage to you. And it would be really hard for me to actually die unless I'm just going up against something that I just can't stat stick enough. Like, things that just one-shot me. And so it just becomes way too monotonous. And I do think that it's like, after a while, you can at least, like, switch up your lineup and get to do a different combo, but that's it. You're just going to get used to that one, too. There's not enough, it's not like Arknights, where you choose operators to exploit the enemy's weaknesses. You only choose operators to, like, find the most optimal pairing possible for your current, like, combo strategy. You know what I mean? And so you don't have as much, like, open-ended, like, choices on whether on what to bring. You just kind of bring what is like the strongest that you currently have. And so it's also just kind of an issue with the really crap like enemy design. There really aren't that many enemies. There's like the main basic enemy, and there's sometimes a ranged enemy. Like the enemies mainly just change like their stats or whether or not they take forever to attack or not. Like there's really not much interesting. Like there's not that much. There's no reason to swap like operators. You just choose which operator team you like the most, which is just kind of it's a Genshin thing. The game doesn't want to challenge you in learning your operators and understanding their strengths and weaknesses and using that to match up against the enemies like they do in Arknights. Instead, it's just choose the best lineup that you have, and that's where it kind of gets really monotonous.
I'm sorry, I really have to be honest here. It's not that good. It's okay sometimes, I guess, but it's certainly nothing I would write home about. Combat preparation, meaning team building and theory crafting and so on, is enjoyable, and I like their approach to character builds overall.
True,
but
I like
it
that.
also really isn't anything special. And
okay, I don't know if okay, this is weird. I'm being more negative than Tobo is. He's only been positive so far, and I've disagreed with him sometimes. Crazy. But the team building, I feel it is kind of fun, but at the same time, it's like a lot of operators are just like, here is the physical operator. There. Put it in a physical, does it fit in your physical lineup? Maybe. The learning the combos is fun, and I do kind of, again, I do appreciate the concept of what they're trying to do with like the skills and the statuses and that kind of stuff. That I like. That I do like. But again, it has really good potential, but so far it hasn't done much. That's kind of my issue.
more importantly, it really doesn't constitute that much of its gameplay. And as of the official release special program just recently, they'll also be adding in-game guides to make it easier, so it'll constitute even less of it with the release version. The overwhelming majority of the overall combat experience is in execution, which in the game's current state makes me want to jump cliff.
True,
The way they've
agree.
designed it means in order for the execution to be interesting and engaging,
I was literally
happy.
I was like half fucking paying attention.
Is in execution, which in the game's current state
I wasn't even paying attention to what he was saying. I just jump cliff happy. I have this exact same sign in one world. Like someone's just telling me to. I think this sign showed up twice. Like just telling me to fucking kill myself.
8 makes me want to jump cliff happy.
True.
The way they've designed it means in order for the execution to be interesting and engaging long term, it relies entirely on the existence of interesting enemies or interesting operator playstyles, of which there are currently.
Yes! Literally what I was just saying. The enemies are boring. And so there's no reason for you to like change up your playstyle. And the operators are so funneled into being one thing. Either this is a physical operator, this is an elemental operator. I think there's one operator. I think there is one operator that is both elemental while also doing things with physical. I think it's like the little corgi, not corgi. It's the little Shiba Inu girl. What the hell's her name? The little fire Shiba Inu girl. I think she has, again, I've only been playing with like 5 operators. It's Endman, Depan, Zaji, Chiji. I don't know. I forgot his name. It's the only 6-star. And Chen. They're like the only operators I use. But I think there's like one operator that tries to combine like the physical and elemental. This camera. This fucking camera. Akikuri, yeah. I fucking wish this fucking camera would work. Cliff Jump Happy is an incredible meme. I agree. I think it's fucking hilarious. I think the little like signpost things are so stupid. They don't convey any information other than enemy ahead. Loot nearby. Kill yourself. That's all they convey. They convey nothing else. The Sleepy Spear Girl does it too. Okay, yeah. I'm not super. Again, 15 to 20 hours. I'm not memorized like everyone's kit yet. I haven't experimented that much because I'm mainly addicted to the base and not the gameplay. And not the. I'm mainly addicted to the base and not the. And not the combat. But I know there are like a few operators that do try and meld both playstyles together. And I think that there is a lot of potential for operator design to try and like create lineups around them. You know, like you could have operators that act as like building blocks, and you have operators that act as payoffs. Like Japan, for example, he's kind of my payoff. Like, because his combo skill is like, if I reach 4 stacks of vulnerability, I get to activate it and he crushes, which is awesome because I love crushing. And so I build my entire lineup around inflicting vulnerability stacks so Japan can pay them off. And so, like, I guess if it works like that, if it is a matter of, like, you design operators to be payoffs, and a lot of other operators, like lower rarity operators, more exist to be, like, the building blocks and the setups for your squad, then maybe. But again, like, currently, everything feels a little too tunnel visioned. Everything feels like they exist for one purpose, and that's it. It's really difficult to be creative with how you apply these operators. And so, yeah, Tobo's correct when he says this. And when you have very basic enemies that don't really encourage you to play in a specific way, like, I think the extent might be like there's Catcher, right? Catcher's skill makes him put up a shield, and if he gets attacked, he does a counter attack. And Catcher's skill works a lot better against ranged enemies because it's not often that Catcher is going to be targeted by melee enemies, and often you're just stunning the hell out of them anyway, so it doesn't matter. But ranged enemies, it's easier to proc his skill with. It's a pity we don't have crushers. The fuck you mean it? What the fuck you mean we don't have any crushers? The Administrator is a crusher. Administrator inflicts crush. Japan inflicts crush. We have crushers. Most of, like, half of the fucking operators inflict crush. No, I agree. Like, I don't think that's the only thing we need to do. We do need interesting enemies. The enemies so far have just been like, here is an enemy that, like, attacks you. Here's the basic enemy. Here's the enemy that attacks slow but does more damage. Here's a ranged enemy. There's just been no real depth to it. And that's kind of the issue with it. There's not much to build around. There's not much to work with when it comes to the combat. I find it funny how so far I've been more negative than Tobo. I've been more negative than Tobo so far.
Very few. To understand why, we need to look at how the foundation of combat works, but as you may have noticed, this video is very long, and over-explaining every interaction and technicality and minutiae of combat would not only make it even longer, but also wouldn't meaningfully aid your understanding of it if you haven't...
Okay, but Tobo, do you mention Crush? If he doesn't mention Crush, everyone dislike this video. Don't do that, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. If Tobo mentions Crush, instant like. If Tobo mentions Crush, instant like. If he doesn't mention it, I'm going to leave a very sad comment.
Own hands. And since the game will be released in a few days for you to try for yourself anyway, here I will only give a brief overview of combat, because dumping that much information...
I don't know any RPG team-based games where combat doesn't turn to building the team that outputs best DPS, just turn to repeating the combat. So that means only way... No, I agree. But I do think that you still need good operator design for that to work. I 100% agree. You do need good enemies. If you don't have good enemies, then you can't do it. But I don't think Enfield's operator design is at the point that it should be. I already liked his video. How dare you? But... No, I agree. I do think the enemy design needs to be better, but I don't think the operator design is where it should be. I think the operator design could be a bit more creative. I think it's... Again, a lot of what Arknights Enfield is, it's like, it's a good idea so far. Right now, it's kind of pretty good. And... It could be like 20% better.
But a gameplay system on someone who is new to it will usually just overwhelm them and end up being counterproductive.
So what you're saying is, people who are learning a skill for the first time need to be able to figure things out, but...
The fuck? What the fuck is this stuff? What the fuck is this shit? Why do we have Paimon here? Is this like an AI voice, or did he actually sucker some poor voice actor into doing this?
Themselves and explaining every detail to them while they can't really put it into practice with their own hands will make them feel overwhelmed.
Wait, I was distracted by the fact that I don't even know what the fuck we're doing. Why is she here? I mean, she's foreshadowing. She's foreshadowing something. So what you're saying is people who are learning a skill for the first time must be able to figure it out by themselves?
Figure things out by themselves, and explaining every detail to them while they can't really put it into practice with their own hands will make them feel.
Oh my god! Oh! Holy. Okay, this is correct. This is objectively correct. What Paimon is saying is correct, and we have it. I've already talked about it a little bit. I've talked about it. I wonder what she's referring to. I can imagine Tobo making the voice himself. He might. If Tobo shows up in chat, I would love for him to tell me. But if this is actually Tobo, then props. This is actually pretty convincing. Yeah, I wonder what Paimon's referring to. Do you guys have any idea what she could possibly be referring to? Yeah.
Overwhelmed?
That's right, Paimon.
Ah, fascinating.
So here is a brief overview.
You need to design a game in a way that allows for a player to learn the mechanics themselves. Because that's the thing with game design. As a game designer, you're not just designing pieces to, like, exist within an environment together that interact in a cool way. You're also designing game pieces that allow for people to understand them. I guess we will see. When we get to the section about tutorials, we can have this conversation. Has he been playing the game, by the way? He has. He has. I think he's at like level 23 or something. Cause when I was talking to him yesterday, he gave me his friend code. He hasn't accepted it yet. he gave me his friend code, but he hasn't accepted it yet, so he probably isn't playing the game. But yeah.
And ultimate.
He even added the
No
fuck ass
cooldowns on battle
Genshin.
skills, but using them costs skill points or SP, which is shared among the whole team and will slowly regenerate over time. Combo skills are themselves basically a quick time event in that you just press E when the prompt shows up, but they're triggered by achieving certain conditions while in combat, which are unique to each operator.
Okay. I actually really like the combo skill system. I think that's such a cool idea. Because remember how I was talking about earlier how you should have operators that both set up and pay off certain things. Combo skills are genius. I love combo skills as a concept. They are actually like super smart. Because the whole idea is that the combo skill is the payoff. The combo skill is the thing that you're supposed to be like kind of building around. And so what servers are y'all in? I assume we're both in the, I don't know why he would be in the Asian servers. If he's in the Asian servers, then yeah. Then I don't know. I feel like that's his fault. But I really love the combo skill system. I think it's a really cool way of allowing people to build their lineups in a certain way to work towards a certain payoff. It's why Japan, I think, is a really cool operator, because you kind of build around his combo skill, which is getting 4 vulnerability stacks on something, which is a hard thing to do. And he pays you off by crushing and doing a bajillion damage. And so I love the combo skills. I wish that was the main focus. I wish there were more combo skills. Like, building around the combo skills is really fun. Genius. Ugh.
All enemies have a stagger meter, and staggered enemies will be unable to act and will take more damage.
Okay, do any of you guys, like, actually, like, pay attention to stagger? Do you guys have any, because I'm playing a physical lineup, and I barely pay attention to stagger. Like, if it happens, it happens. Like, I've never once, like, gave a shit about stagger. It feels like such a nothing burger mechanic. It's like, oh, if you attack the enemy enough with, like, physical, with stuff, they're stunned for a bit. Like, I'm more focused on on everything else.
Damage combos with itself by repeatedly applying physical statuses, while arts is split into 4 different elements, which you can stack inflictions of, and then consume those stacks with a different element to cause an art.
I love this concept. I really love this concept. I really like how it's just Genshin, but more. It's Genshin, but there's more stuff to it. I like the concept.
Reaction, again with different effects. Operators have 4 main attributes when it comes to character builds, each providing a different survival bonus. And each operator has a main and secondary attribute providing attack increases proportionally. Weapon essences are the sole piece of gear with random substats that you need to farm, and leveling an essence, or etching, is done by consuming other essences of the same tier to increase the bonuses it gives.
I'm not far enough into the game to where I have needed to grind my operators, like, at all. I do pay attention to stagger. Helps bring it on tinky enemies a bit faster, 30 more. Okay. Alright. I'm the weirdo. I'm the weirdo for not paying attention to stagger. Okay, this all means nothing to me. I don't know what he's talking about. I've yet to be... Again, Tobo's been playing this game for like a year. I've been playing it for 2 days. So this is stuff I can't talk
about. Crafted using factory materials, more on that later, which will increase some of those stats, plus defense, which is the main stat on every piece. Plus, there's also the tactical slot for healing items, which are made with the factory.
Defense? Cringe?
Gear stats also have no RNG, everything is predetermined, and you can increase gear attributes with a process called artificing up to 3 times each, but again with a chance
What
to
the
fail.
fuck is artificing?
That is pretty
Don't know
much
what
the
that
extent
is.
of what you need to know to comprehend the rest of the video with regards to combat. There is more to it, but like I said, further detail is really not necessary.
Absolutely no idea what any of that is. Have yet to get that far into
side of it is decent. Because stats are predetermined, it gives them space to distribute stats among the available gear pieces in a way that lets you make interesting choices instead of just farming the same stage for weeks on end praying to RNG.
True.
But again,
True.
while this is an interesting system, and I'll certainly enjoy the theory crafting side of it, they've also streamlined the process so you don't have to think about it if you don't want to. But I digress. Etching essences feels kinda bad. Yes, it's better than the hell of farming a stage for weeks
Don't fucking know what this is.
months at the mercy of RNG substats, but you can only etch gold essences using other gold essences, and farming doesn't drop that many of them. Meanwhile, you can't etch purple essences to increase their stats, but you also can't use them to etch gold essences, so they just keep piling up.
I don't know
you
what
can
he's
only
talking
trade
about.
them for stock bills. More on those later. Why not just let us use multiple purple essences as equivalent to a gold one? Like, instead of using 1 gold essence, we should also be able to use 3 purple ones as a substitute. You know, like how it worked in the last beta? Why was this removed? Anyway, like I said, while all the combat preparation
I assume he's talking about, like... Again, I'm not really sure what the fucking essence is. These are... I think what they are is that they are, like, RNG items that give you random, like, bonuses, and you combine them together to increase those effects. And I think he's talking about if you have a lower rarity essence. You used to be able to combine them into a higher rarity essence to streamline farming a little bit, so it's not, you know, ball-crushingly terrible. But they got rid of that for some reason, which does sound kind of stupid, but I, you know... I don't fucking know.
In 1 gold essence, we should also be able to use 3 purple ones as a substitute.
Oh, wait a minute. Is this an RNG crafting thing? They're upgrades for your weapon. Okay.
Like how it works.
Wait, this is...
last beta?
Oh, this is a horrible gacha trope. I hate these. This is a terrible, terrible gacha trope. Where you can upgrade something at a chance. And the grinding doesn't come from actually getting what you want. It comes from just brute forcing it until you eventually get it. Because they make the chances so low. These systems are always terrible. I hate these. I feel like Tobo said, it feels bad. Agree. This sounds annoying and terrible and a waste of time. This sounds actually just abysmal. Because I've played gacha games that have these kinds of mechanics where it's like, oh, invest all of these resources for a chance to upgrade. These are terrible. These are always objectively terrible, and they should not be tolerated in any game. No, this is just terrible. I'm not... I don't care what the system is. The fact that it's an RNG upgrade system is stupid. Like, I don't even know what this is. This is an ether concept that I've never understood, like, that has yet to exist in my brain, and it is now being, like, shoved into my head. Ugh.
Why was this removed? Anyway, like I said, while all the combat preparation is quite good, the overwhelming majority of the combat experience is in its execution, and for
what I said.
most players, that will largely consist of just going through the motions of a skill rotation without much decision-making or strategic gameplay at all. It may seem like combo skill triggers and deciding who gets to use your limited skill points are the objectives you're working.
I think it's more so the stats and drops are RNG and the upgrades might be 100%. No, because it said upgrade failed. That's what it said. It literally said upgrade failed. So it looks
Towards
like you just have to brute
execution,
force
but
it.
more
I
often
could be
than
wrong,
not,
though.
Those combo conditions will just be met as an emergent property of your rotation, and the decision for who gets to use SP is obvious ahead of time, again because of the rotation.
Correct.
Meaning
100%
the
correct.
only thing you are working
Yes.
to achieve is doing things in the right order.
Correct.
For the vast
Yes.
majority of characters, you will quickly find that your combat experience consists of holding left click until you get a final strike and pressing E a bunch of times, or using a battle skill and pressing E a bunch of times and then continuing to hold left click for basic attacks.
Yeah.
Or something along those lines. And that's without even mentioning
Yes.
that if you end up using a team that you looked up with a guide, the satisfaction...
True. Actually, just true. Okay, yeah, literally everything he's saying is true. There is nothing that he said that is wrong. And I didn't even think about it. If you just looked up a guide, the only thing that's fun about combat no longer exists. Because you okay. You know what's funny? Is that literally, like, in the, literally, the recommended videos are, hey, here's what you should be building. Here's what you should be building. Here's what your lineup should be. Avoid these traps, follow these tips. And so the only interesting side of Enfield, or Enfield's combat, which is the team building and trying to come up with the combos, is completely taken away from you because you can just have someone else tell you what to line up to build and what, like, rotation to use. Like, which makes me wonder if that's intentional, but I hope not. But this is just kind of a Genshin issue, because that's something that's that's something that that's an issue Genshin had. Hey, have you seen Honkai Star? Yeah, it is the most abysmally boring thing I've ever played. I really did not like Honkai Star Rail. It is such a boring game. You literally press a button, do an attack. And then if you have the skill active, you click the other button and do a stronger attack. It is the most boring game I have ever played. I don't understand the appeal. It is so unbelievably boring. And if it's like, oh, but once you get the builds going, it's really fun. It's like, a game should be fun at every level. It shouldn't be after 70 hours it's fun. No, it should always be fun. But that is true for so many games, including Magic the Gathering. That's why I don't neck deck. I don't neck deck. All of the decks I make are my own. And it is true with Magic the Gathering. I 100% enjoy competitive Magic. I don't net deck. I don't neck deck. No, that's not how you play Honkai Star Rail. You click the button at the top right to enable auto. True. Yeah, it's turn-based. I played Final Fantasy IX. That is also turn-based. Final Fantasy IX is amazing, and I love Final Fantasy IX. The fact that Honkai Star Rail can be that abysmally boring is incredible. Ugh. MTG is fun even if you do net deck. The thing is with Magic is that it's not just about having the thing, it's how you play the cards and how you interact with the board state. Versus something like Enfield, where it's just like, you net deck the lineup, here's exactly how to play it the same way every single time. You click this button, you click this button, you click this button. You just activate skills in the same order. But with Magic, you have the variability of what hand you get, the variability of what deck your opponent's playing, how you choose to build that way. Even if you net deck in Magic, there's still infinitely many variables that change how that game is going to play. Every game is always different. But when something like Enfield, where the enemies are very, very, very similar, where everything just comes down to, I click a button, then I click the next button, then I click the next button, because that's the most optimal way to play this lineup, it's going to get boring after the 50th fucking time.
Of carrying out your own planned rotation is lost. Combat can very easily become stale very quickly. You just do the exact same thing with no variation over and over and over and over again. Now, when I say that, you may be inclined to think, but that's like every gacha game ever, what's the problem?
No, it's not. I wasn't inclined to think. Actually, someone in my chat literally said, but that's like Magic the Gathering, and then I immediately said, no, it's not. And also in Arknights, that's not how that works. Again, Arknights has the same thing with Magic the Gathering, where there is natural variability because of the stages, because of how the enemies work. That's why Arknights is such a good fucking game, because you can't just bring... Well, you shouldn't be able to just bring the same lineup to every stage and instantly murder everything. I'm gonna actually just fucking, like, cry. No, it's not, because fucking normal Arknights is good and Hoyo Slop games are boring.
Enfield has all 4 characters on the field at the same time, taking aggro from some enemies away from you, but you have no control over your teammates' AI, giving you almost no control over grouping enemies without explicitly using a skill to do so, and there's only like 2 6-stars who can even do that. You also don't have that much control over the direction some skills go in. Arklight's ultimate, for example, goes in a straight line, and technically you can control it to an extent by swapping her into your control character and using the lock-on mechanism, but it's still very finicky to control because, again, the other
Okay, I haven't used Arklight. This isn't my... Storn, hey, Bloop, first time seeing your stream. Hey, what's up, Storn? That's actual Storn. Insane. Crazy. We got big guy in chat. What's up, man? Thanks for stopping by. Guy I didn't even knew that I existed is in my chat. Insane moment. But this is... I haven't used Arklight, but I have used Catcher, and Catcher is the same thing. His skill will do a pair. Again, I think people were saying that it's the same deal with Snowshine too. I've used Snowshine like a teeny tiny bit, and yeah, I do know how her skill works. But the thing is with like Catcher and Snowshine, it's the exact same thing. You activate the skill to like parry an attack, but that's like impossible to do if they're not your main if they're not your main operator. I actually watch a lot of your videos. What? No way. That's cool, Storn. Thank you so much. That's that's insane. What do you think of Enfield? Well, if you've seen Tobo's video, so far I've basically agreed 100% with everything he said. And weirdly enough, I've been slightly more negative than him. And I've been enjoying Enfield, but I am convinced I'm in the honeymoon phase of it. But basically everything Tobo has said so far, I 100% agree with. No, I 95% agree with. I've been slightly more negative than him. I still enjoy Enfield. I am still having a lot of fun with Enfield. I am going to, like, literally just stream Enfield after this, because I enjoy Enfield. It's so much. I'm literally going to do a crush cast with Loey later today about Enfield. I enjoy Enfield. I'm really excited to play Enfield. I agree with Tobo. 100% so far. But, okay, as I was saying, what he's explaining with Arklight is kind of the same thing with Snowshine and Catcher, where because they have these parry abilities, it's really, really, really difficult to actually activate the abilities unless they're your main character. Which is why when I was using Catcher, I would run Catcher as my controlled character. Because I have to keep track of where Catcher is and whether or not he's getting attacked by an enemy to activate his skill perfectly. And so it's very, very weird to actually activate it. I've used Snowshine like a teeny tiny bit, and so I can't say exactly, but it's the same thing for what I have experienced. And so there are, just some abilities that don't really work unless they're your main operator, which is, it's very weird.
In your team are there taking aggro and running around, and you can't control their behavior. And when you want to line up a straight line skill like that, you have to scroll through. It is
also very weird. Again, there might be like a 6-star defender that does gain like aggro, but the defenders don't aggro the enemies. So it's like the role of being that kind of operator is very bizarre. Snowshine TP teleports in front of you when she uses her parry. Does she? Because that's not my experience for Catcher. If that is how that works for Snowshine, that's really cool. But for Catcher, that has not been the case.
Getting to the one you want, which is incredibly annoying.
Unless I am just wrong.
Can then be made
and if
more
so, then
by
that's
the enemy
hilarious.
Being just out of range of the skill, so even if I know it's going to hit enemies in the line of sight, it thinks I only want to hit this one enemy, so I have to reposition again before I can use it. Without the innate ability to group enemies with your own aggro, something to replace that positioning step needs to be baked into the combat system. And without control over teammate aggro or teammate AI, then for that positioning step to be effective, you need to be able to aim it much more precisely. Interesting. Where have I seen all of this before?
Snowshine can actually stop that huge ass rhino's charge. It's really cool, and I found out. Okay, apparently I should be using Snowshine. But she doesn't work with my funny physical light up. Didn't actually think they'd have different parry mechanics. Yeah, for Catcher it hasn't been... I could be wrong. Maybe Catcher does teleport, but I haven't been able to replicate that.
And the first basic attack...
I was literally like just thinking to myself. I was going to say something. Like, just like, oh, why can't you just like hold down the button and have like a range show up so you can aim it? And then it's just like, oh no, apparently that's how it worked in the first beta. Also, is this really what the first beta looked like? Holy fog.
Interesting. Where have I seen all of this before? And the
Are you telling me they streamlined the gameplay to appease a more general audience? Huh? Crazy?
Basic attack on a staggered enemy will
They
always be
made
what's
the
called a
combat
finish.
more similar to Genshin. I wonder why.
So if any nearby enemy becomes staggered, your controlled character will always prioritize the finisher over basic attacks, even if they're not in your field of view. So even if you do manage to be effective in grouping enemies to deal damage to them all together, if a lot of smaller enemies become staggered at the same time, good luck trying to do anything useful with basic attacks after that, because you'll just be doing a shit.
That was the alpha, not beta? Okay. That probably explains the
visuals. As cool as
visuals.
it is to have all the characters on the field, the only way the game actually takes advantage of it is teammates using healing items from time to time and being able to let rip a bunch of combo skills at once, which is fun for a while but quickly loses its novelty.
True.
Besides that, combat feels like it's built as if there's only one character on the field at a time while asking you to play as if there isn't.
That is also true. That is also true. A lot of how the game does this kind of feel is that it's 4 operators just attacking the same enemy, and then a bunch of enemies like on the other side. It really, your other operators do just feel like added damage, like while they're not using skills. They don't really like provide any other benefit. And so it is very interesting. Finishers are really fun to chain. I haven't fucking done that. I've just been like, I hold down square, then it does the finisher, and I get SP.
Being present and attacking with you is little more than a gimmick, and is arguably even detrimental most of the time. There are very few challenges presented to you in execution of combat, by which I do not mean challenge as in difficulty, but as in obstacles or objectives during combat.
True.
Enemies have charge-up skills that you can interrupt with battle or combo skills, but you can also just dodge out
Dodge?
most of the time. So
Dodge? Wait, dodge? You can't... That is something that I have noticed, is that you have this whole mechanic based around, like, you can cancel charged attacks by using skills. I never have done that, like, ever. Unless it was on accident. Because it's a lot easier to just dodge. Because for some reason, you maintain your attack combo even after a dodge, which I don't understand. That makes no sense to me. It would have... If it canceled your attack combo, requiring you to, like, retain that whole... Man, after playing the game, I realized Tobo was right. Tobo was fucking right. If we didn't have the dodge, then you would be forced to maintain the combo. You would be forced to use skills to interrupt those charged attacks so you don't die. But instead, yeah, you can just dodge, because you're not always... It would have been a lot more interesting if you had to hold up a skill so that you could retaliate against the enemy. But I've never had to do that, ever. Instead, you just dodge, because the dodge will retain your skill combo for whatever reason. Tobo's right. I hate that.
Interrupting it becomes more of a nice bonus.
Remember the
than a real
dodge controversy.
objective.
Tobo was right. He was. I don't realize how right he was until now. The entire mechanic of, like, wanting to cancel, like, it, because he's correct. If you didn't have to do that, if you instead had to, if it instead was the enemy attacks you and you had to retaliate with an attack, with a skill, it would add extra diversity into how you approach team building and how you approach the cycle. so you don't always want to use all your SP right away. Maybe you want to save an SP so when the enemy attacks you, you have something to retaliate with. Like, you could have had something like that. I think maintaining the combo is better in the long run, or I'm 100% sure they just start doing ZZZ and give every future 6-star is invulnerable while doing this, so older ops won't suffer as much. I don't know what you're talking about because I never played ZZZ, so so I can't comment on that. But no, he's like, I feel like he's correct, because it would be very interesting if instead you had to use your skills defensively rather than
do you want to look out for? So the
rather than just having the dodge maintain your combo for you. Because the combo is important, because the finisher is going to be your strongest attack and it gives you extra SP. So, like, if you dodge, you should be punished for dodging. And instead you oh, he was right. He was right.
Yes, it's time. You knew it was coming. Dodging. Perfect dodges are another way to gain skill points.
Fuck, he's right. I'm so bad. I'm so bad.
So I've quite often found myself deliberately entering.
Is there actually an NPC called Little Dodge
for that purpose, which is kind of neat, I guess.
But that's an actual NPC.
Because the window and hitbox for perfect dodges are extremely generous, which to the surprise of no one, I'm not a fan of. But that being said, the new dodge does mean you can now sprint a couple of times to delay your final strike to hit after a combo skill cooldown is over, which I think does outweigh the other things. However, it is still worth pointing out that just maybe
I remember someone was telling me.
15 consecutive.
Someone was telling me in chat while I was doing this boss fight, you can just infinitely dodge its attack. I guess this is what they were referring to. I love iframes. I love iframes. Oh my god. The new character in ZZ has 1 billion attacks that they are uninterruptible. So it just feels like she's cheating the older ops who actually need to dodge stuff in her. That makes sense. That makes sense. Tobo made it to Enfield. That's so mean. That's so mean. You put Tobo in the game while also just being like, nah.
Perfect dodges with very generous
SP
timing,
farming.
I don't even
Actual
have a
just
maxed
SP
out stamina
farming.
bar, completely nullifying long sustained hazards like this one, gaining so much SP from it that it's objectively suboptimal not to do this. While I'm not even timing these inputs, I'm literally just spamming the right mouse button. Is perhaps, maybe, possibly a bit much? And that's
No, you're wrong, Tobo. How dare you say that? How dare you say that? It's objectively better that I am capable of dodging something, and then I get the cool blue window, and I feel so good about it because it goes all slow-mo, and my waifu compliments me, because for some reason, whenever I do a perfect dodge, Chen feels the need to compliment me on it. For some goddamn reason. No, you're wrong, Tobo. You're wrong, Tobo. Just let me do whatever the hell I want to do. Just let me keep dodging. I don't want to take damage.
The fact that the maxed out stamina bar doesn't even matter because I can do this without any stamina at all. Can we perhaps agree this is a little bit silly? Can we maybe put a limit?
I didn't even know you could do this. I didn't even know you could do that. I didn't know the dodge problem ran this deep.
On the number of consecutive
if Chen is your waifu, I have no waifu. I have no waifu. Chen just so happens to be the only person who talks to me. I have no waifu. I chose male administrator. Japan is my goat. That is it. Japan in Enfield is like my Hoderer in Arknights. Like Japan, people need to be like shitposting more about Japan. He's too good. I love Japan. He's amazing. You can't understand anything he says. He's awesome. They should have made an achievement for consecutive dodges, so everyone can farm it.
Like, I don't know, 7 or 8 or something? Or is that going to rock the boat too much and turn the Enfield community into rabid dogs foaming at the mouth again? Because
Tobo received harassment because of being correct. How do you even, like... I'm not gonna get into it. I'm not gonna get into it. Holy.
Anyway, there is exactly one exception to the lack of interest in combat execution, and to be completely honest, she is the only reason I've actually been enjoying combat in this beta. Aviwenna, a 5-star damage dealer.
She is
Her
the
combo
only
skill and her
5-star
ultimate
I don't have. I have every 5-star except Aviwenna, so I don't so I don't even know what the hell she does.
will place thunderbolts in the ground, and her battle skill will retrieve those thunderbolts from wherever she's standing, dealing damage to everything in their path. There
What?
is an extra positioning step baked into
Gameplay depth. Gameplay depth. Make operator unique with unique
her
gameplay
kit.
that isn't pressing
Placing them
buttons.
somewhere such that retrieving them will hit as many enemies as possible is a genuinely fun objective to play around. And if desired, you can also try placing as many
Okay,
as
okay,
possible
okay. Can
before retrieving them.
someone... Okay, I would like for someone to explain to me what the arguments for keeping the dodge were. Is it legit? Because I refuse to just reduce it down to like, oh, we just want... It's satisfying. It's fun. I like it. Like, what was the actual arguments for the dodge? Other than just like, oh, it's satisfying. It's fun. It's like woo-wah. It's like Genshin. Like, I would really appreciate it if someone could tell me why the fuck people wanted to keep why this dodge needed to be in the game. I'm genuinely curious, because I like legitimately the only arguments I can think of feel like straw man arguments, and it feels bad to like use that. Like, I would really like to hear like a good dodge argument. Please, someone tell me, because I don't want to sound like condescending. I'm legitimately curious. What were the actual like arguments for it? It's hypergriff, bro. They know what they're doing. That was all the arguments. I refuse. The dodge can create more space for encounters. I guess, but I feel like sure, but it also hinders operator design, because this is all operators. Yeah, but the encounters suck. The current system is just really boring. Because of the dodge removes a good chunk of depth out of the game. If part of the gameplay felt too restrictive, I don't feel like that's an argument, because you can make the same argument about like allowing players to fly. They might build on the dodge later. So the argument is, let's remove depth, because maybe this new mechanic might add extra depth later on. Okay, I find it hilarious how the one 5-star I don't have is apparently the fun one. It's incorrect. Tobo's wrong. It's Japan. God damn it.
To make the best use of your limited skill points, and it's incredibly satisfying to pull off. It's not hard to do any of this. It's a very simple extra step. Literally just place the bolts before retrieving them. But because it's baked into the kit, the result is that she's just so much more fun to use as your control character than any other character in the game. It's not even close. Without Aviwenna in the team, everyone else I used as the control character grew stale very quickly, and
I legitimately
into feeling
I feel like what like control character you choose is just arbitrary. I've never like felt like, oh, I must play this character. Like, I just choose Endman. That's literally it. I've never once like felt the need to like choose a controlled character. Turns out the fun one's the one I don't have. The alpha managed to do well with the restriction of having to make bosses around the fact that you can't dodge. I remember the boss they deleted, 9 Cliff. I don't know what that means. Use the environment to block his attacks. Yeah. Even deal damage to him if you baited into attacking some towers. Like, because that's the same thing with the... That was even the same thing with like the first boss in the game outside of the tutorial, where you can use dodge just to get quickly behind like cover. Where if you did have to walk, it would at least be a bit more interesting. That's the extent of my experience with it. But that does make sense. Like, again, if you didn't have the dodge, that allows for more gameplay depth than having the dodge. I don't agree with that. That doesn't make any sense to me. Ugh.
more like a chore than a fun game. I would ultimately like to see more interesting combat with regards to positioning.
Agree.
Perhaps with stage or arena devices for area.
I think this plays into this like general feeling I have with Enfield, where it's like the concepts are cool, but I really wish they did like something else with, like, it's just, you're so close. You're 95% of the way there. I just really wish that it could, And I think like, yeah, this is an element of it. It's like, if you added that extra little like 10%, it would be amazing. It would be incredible. Like there's so much potential. Oh,
control or environmental things to watch out for, or even just more operators like Avi with fun extra objectives that add a layer of directionality.
Yes.
Anything that makes the actual execution of combat more
rather than
interesting
just
than it currently is.
rather than just standing next to the enemy, holding down the attack button, and then maybe dodging when they do an attack animation.
However, even if that were to happen,
because that's the thing. That's the thing. That's what makes Arknights such a good game. It's positioning. It's the fact that you have to really adapt with positioning. But you can't, in Enfield, positioning doesn't exist. There is no positioning. It's, if you could really play into that, you give operators different, oh my god, if you gave operators different unique ranges for how their skills could attack, that would add an extra layer of, like, of positioning. But they got rid of that in the alpha. Oh my gosh. I just hope a basic enemy start. They should no, they do need to add more enemies. There is no enemy diversity. Oh my gosh.
Are compounded by the fact you are asked to engage in it so often while it takes so long to do. When a game doesn't have much exploration and focuses on other gameplay elements, like combat, those lengthier combat instances are totally fine. Enfield's design was open zone with loading screens, and the developers still say it's not an open world.
Do you guys just actively avoid combat sometimes? Because sometimes I feel like I'm just walking around, I'm like, I need to get from point A to point B, and you just have like 3, like, not like super high level, but decent, like high level enough where they're not difficult, but they're just tanky, and it's going to take like a minute to deal with the combat. And just fucking ignore it. Sometimes, legitimately, they've given me no actual reason, like, in the story to, like, actually attack the landbreakers. You'll just have, like, some bone crushers just chilling, just doing their own thing. And legitimately, I feel bad attacking them because they're just minding their own business. They're not, like, being evil. They're just, like, hanging out. And it's like, I don't want to attack them. I just want to mind my own business. That's what the zip lines are for. Yeah. The thing is, I'm sure Tobo's going to get into the zip lines, which I do have some things I want to say about the zip lines, but I'll just say the zip lines are really fun, but what's the point of zip lines if you can just teleport anywhere? And you don't even need to be at a TP station to teleport. Why do zip lines exist if I can just teleport?
World, but with the removal of loading screens and
you want a dehumanization to do with the landbreakers. Yeah, it makes no sense. When Tobo gets into the story, we can all mull over it.
Somewhat more accurate than open zone, and its combat encounters have always just been there, able to be stumbled upon. So its combat frequency can be more accurately compared to Genshin Impact, and we'll also compare it to Wuthering Waves as well for good measure. Genshin was very obviously inspired by Breath of the Wild, and a very important design goal it copied.
Yeah, that's the thing with Genshin, is that Genshin was, as much as Genshin, like, we now can look at and be like, Lamau, cringe. Genshin was innovative at the time. And the fact that it was very inspired off of Breath of the Wild did make exploration feel a lot better. Where with Enfield...
from Breath of the Wild is that it affords the player freedom and creativity
delivery
in both
quest,
its combat and terrain traversal.
I've yet to unlock the delivery quest. That's the thing. I've yet to unlock it. So you're probably correct with that. But I've yet to even unlock it, so shut up. I'll get there eventually.
Its combat mechanics and elemental system. You can use some Anemo abilities to help you traverse, or you can climb on geostructures to the same effect. You can walk over water with certain ice abilities. You can make a barrel explode to send enemies flying. You can use the rain to your advantage to freeze them. You can push enemies off the side of a cliff, or hold enemies in midair and send them flying up and away. Having this much freedom in both combat and exploration means combat encounters don't grow stale unless you're not taking advantage of that freedom.
Damn, I can't believe Tobo played Genshin.
Combat mechanics to interact with the open world, so it compensates for this by letting you move around the world a lot more freely, with wall running, grappling hooks, flight, and more recently with the motorbike, stuff like that. So, in between combat encounters, you still have a lot of freedom in how you interact with your surroundings, which naturally paces your exploration.
I remember, in the delivery quest, you literally can't TP. Fair. Didn't unlock it yet, still haven't unlocked it yet. If that's why we have zip lines, based and cool. Haven't unlocked it yet. So oh, I hate the random zip lines. I actually hate them. I find them so annoying. I literally will zipline to them just to delete them. Stop asking what the point of it when the game has some sort of solution for it. No, you're right. You guys are right. I'm wrong. No, you guys are right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Please forgive me.
And all of that is in addition to the much higher degree of movement it implies.
You guys proved me wrong. You guys proved me wrong. You guys, I love you guys. Wow. Thank you.
In much of
but I do remember, pause Andy over here, but I do remember in one of, I think it was it his second video? He was talking about how there was a lot of people wishing for the exploration in Enfield to be a lot more open-ended, for there to be more movement stuff. I don't know if I'm misremembering, but I think that was something he talked about in the second video. But I currently think that the much more slower exploration thing, I prefer that. I think the random I'm not saying that the random zip lines are a bad thing. I'm saying I find them annoying because I don't like having other people's zip lines. No. I'm not complaining about them. I think they're fine because they're like okay, I am not saying that the random zip lines are a bad mechanic. I just wish I could turn them off because I feel like I'm cheating by connecting those to like my main zipline route. And it feels weird that I have I have one zipline that isn't connected to power. Well, I have to connect all my other ziplines to power. It feels like cheating. Like, I wish I could turn them off, is what I'm saying. And I agree that, like, it's good for early game travel. It's nice to show people how they work. I agree. I just wish I could turn them off. That's it. That's what I'm saying. I personally find them annoying, and I wish I could just turn off all of, like, the, people being nice to me mechanics. I want to do everything myself.
Which is particularly
but I like that. I do like the zipline system. I like that you have to explore the area and then you have to really work to have that sense of freedom. I like that. I like that it isn't just like you get to go wherever the hell you want. But I like the whole idea of like you get to go, you have to explore the area first, and then you have to really put the time in to unlock this sense of freedom. I really like that, which is partially why I do complain a little bit about the teleportation things with the hubs, because I think the game would be a little, to me, I think it would have been a lot more satisfying and fun is if, again, this is going to sound crazy, that if instead of having the ability to teleport to other, like, legitimately, I am not complaining about the zipline thing. I'm complaining about the fact that I can just teleport wherever the hell I want. Because I wish the whole idea was I put all of this work into making these ziplines, and the fact that I now have this source of quick travel is my reward for really putting in the effort. Legitimately, I want less freedom so that when I unlock the freedom, it's significantly more satisfying. That's probably a stupid take, but I legitimately wish fast travel wasn't in Enfield. I wish there was no fast travel so that my ziplines feel awesome and I use them to go wherever the hell I want rather than just teleporting.
AMF. So
that's like half art, like barely a critique. That's not a critique, that's a personal
thing. While people
thing.
who prefer to get creative in using elemental reactions and the surrounding environment to their advantage will naturally prefer Genshin.
Based Genshin gameplay.
While Enfield is starting to feel more and more like an open world, it doesn't have either of these advantages. Your movement is restricted to running and jumping and some pre-placed ropes. All the while, its combat encounters generally take somewhat longer to complete.
I am fine with, I don't know what Tobo's take on this is, but I'm fine with Enfield's exploration being restricted. I like that. Again, as I was saying, I like that. I like that you can gain a sense of freedom by really exploring the area and building into it, rather than just you have wings or you have a grapple hook. Like, by playing the industrialization element of, having the industrialization element kind of built into the base and stuff, you can have that play into exploration. Your ability to farm in the base plays into your ability to explore and your ability to be mobile with it. I like that. I legitimately, I like that things, I love the zipline so much. I wish we had less mobility. I wish we were slower.
Complete. This combination of its combat and its movement works well in smaller, more focused zones that feel more akin to levels than regions of an open world, but as its world continues to get bigger and bigger, the lack of any real freedom of movement or creative interactions with your surroundings between combat encounters only makes the problem of combat growing stale even worse. When the game takes very clear steps towards a more open-world design philosophy than before, during exploration, players are naturally going to want to go and try and reach somewhere they can see, because the open-world games they're used to provide them the tools to do that. But exploration in Enfield is mostly just running around aimlessly, picking up random bullshit you see on the ground. It may be natural to think, well, why not just make exploration better by adding, like...
I'm a little confused with this take. I'm a little confused. Can someone explain this to me? I wish Tobo was in the chat. But I'm a little confused what he means by this.
Smaller, more focused zones that feel more akin to levels than regions of an open world, but as its world continues to get bigger and bigger, the lack of any real freedom of movement or creative interactions with your surroundings between combat
because I know he
only
was
makes
talking
the
about
problem of
like
combat growing stale
having the environment interact with the combat, but that's just more of a matter of operator kits rather than anything else. What if battle skills required targeting and combo skills were instant? Yeah, I think that's correct. I honestly still don't get it either. Okay. I wish Tobo was here. I wonder if, I don't know if Tobo, I could just DM him right now or something. I don't know if he's like up right now. I don't know if he's like dead or something, but I would like for him to explain this, because I'm not 100% sure what he's talking about. But again, I think having like interacting with other enemies with the environment, that would be cool, but I think that's a matter of operator kits.
Worse. When the game takes very clear steps towards a more open world
Tobo's
design
referring to the
philosophy
tech
than before,
test.
during exploration, players are naturally going to want to go and try and reach somewhere they can see, because the open world games they're used to provide them the tools to do that. But exploration in Enfield is mostly just running around aimlessly, picking up random bullshit you see on the ground. It may be natural to think, well, why not just make exploration better?
I mean, yeah. I don't understand what the alternative would be. I'm a little confused. It's like a lot of these games are just collectathons where the reward for exploration is just getting stuff. I enjoy the environmental puzzle-like exploration. He said that's good. He said that the world opens up more. I don't know. I still don't really understand what he's talking about. I'm just a little confused.
Better by adding like climbing and swimming and whatever else. But the one solitary unique advantage Enfield has over its contemporaries is the placing of...
This is what I was talking about. Okay. Where I enjoy the restricted exploration because the fact that you can build
AIC
everywhere. It's
structures.
Minecraft.
Relaying power across the region to power mining rigs and unlock certain areas, placing ziplines to make it more convenient to get to specific locations you frequently visit, and stuff like that. So if you aren't placing your own structures as you explore, the one unique advantage Enfield has...
The frictionlessness of the open world doesn't mash with the set of tools that you're given, as they're made for gradually making traversal easier. It doesn't click when there's no obstacle at all. Okay, that kind of makes sense. That kind of makes the bigger the world versus the ease of travel. So is he saying that he wishes that it was harder to explore? That there were more obstacles in your path, and so you have to use these AIC structures to your advantage? Is that what he's kind of saying? I'll finish his take, because I could just be putting words in his mouth, and I don't want to do that.
So what you're saying is, if Enfield streamlined its exploration gameplay to the point where you don't even need to place any structures at all, then it would just be a case of moving from one place to the next and picking up random bullshit you see on the ground?
Again, that was kind of a little bit with what I was saying with why I weirdly don't like I don't like teleporting. But, is he? Yeah, I'm just confused. I'm still just kind of confused. Like, because yeah, is he saying that the world is too simple to where there's no point into... it's too easy to travel to places. Therefore, it lacks that kind of explorative depth. Is that what he's kind of saying? And that if you could really engage with the exploration with your AIC stuff, you can build in order to kind of work with that. The Paimon bit is getting annoying. It's the second time it's happened. What do you mean? This is the second time he's done the Paimon bit. And I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be a callback to like his Death Knell video where he did like similar Paimon bits. I think he's doing this just as like a meme. I don't get how this is annoying. But I that's my take. I don't know if that's what he's saying. I'm still in the valley, but legitimately the game would be better if they removed like all but 2 of the TP points. I think the only... Yeah, I don't know. Or at least make it so I have to be at the TP point to TP to other places.
That's right.
And that would make combat the only thing left, which would make combat feel even more stale than it already is.
I disagree with the picking up random stuff because a lot of it involves puzzle gameplay. That is true. There is some. It's not a lot, but there's some. But the puzzles have actually been kind of good. I have been liking it. The parkour has been kind of shit, but that's a matter of there being no movement in the game. Like the parkour in Enfield has been terrible. I don't know if that's a hot take, but the jumping doesn't feel very good. You don't really get to control your aerial movement that well. And it's a lot of the parkour is just kind of there to make it so you're no longer like walking to one place to another. There's something to do. It's a bit of... It's better than not having it, but it's not exactly something I would be like super over the like head over heels about. I think he's responding to people who wish it was more convenient, but I'm in for making it more inconvenient. The Paimon bit is probably because people kept misrepresenting what he said, so he just added there to make fun of them. I mean, that is true, because I think he did the same thing in he did the same joke in the Death Knell video where the Paimon represented like Genshin fans or something like that. He hasn't talked about the factory yet. We're only 20 minutes in. We are... I've been yapping. We've been streaming for 2 hours. Yeah. No, we haven't been... I don't know why it says 2 hours. Oh, probably because of the pre-stream. I've been streaming for over an hour and we've only gotten 20 minutes in.
As for existing endgame content, we received confirmation in the
says 2
official
hours
release
'cause of the
special
pre-stream,
program
that's
of
why.
what Enfield's permanent combat endgame mode will look like with the Umbral Monument event from the beta, in
I
which
don't know
there
what
are a
that
certain
is.
number of challenge stages with normal and agony difficulties.
I don't know what that is.
Unfortunately, if you were hoping for something more interesting than just kill all the enemies before the timer runs out, you may want to join me as I jump cliff happy, because that's exactly what Umbral Monument is. Normal mode is easy. I breezed through it with my level 75-star team. Agony mode was more difficult because my defensive stats actually mattered, which was very welcome news, but
Ew,
after upgrading
defense.
Abiwana from
Cringe.
70 to 80, along with her weapon, and finally getting a matching essence for it, the same team was able to clear the agony stages just fine, albeit with some deaths, and with a few more tries I beat it with no deaths. No 6-star required. You can make the argument that talking about Endgame isn't really important at the moment because it's just a beta and Endgame will be fleshed out later, but I think the real issue here is not so
Is
much
this still the case? Is this still the case? Because this was made back in the beta. Bro turned 20 minutes of content 2 hours. No, it's only 1 hour because I said it like, oh, for some reason it's counting when I put on the stream. Okay, I think this is just proof I need to fucking do more React shit. Is this still the case? Because have any of you no-lifed like full release Enfield where you've reached the end game? Is any of this still true?
the specific format of endgame content, but much more so that enemy designs are just not even remotely interesting at the moment. There's a couple of enemies with some very basic mechanics attached to them, but the only non-boss enemy for which you actually have to change your approach is this mob with a shield who loses it upon being staggered, and that's it. In the last beta, there was this enemy who
don't know yet, not
yet.
yet. I'm sure most people don't know
sprint
yet.
And dodge, but that enemy was completely absent from the beta. It did show up in
Oh, wait,
the
what the
official
fuck did he
release
say? I
special
got
program, but
distracted. Fuck. In the last beta, there was this enemy who would throw a glass kite, which disabled your ability to sprint and dodge. Based?
But that enemy was completely absent from the beta. It did show up in the official release special program, but we don't yet know if the gas cloud still does that. And there is a strong possibility
They added
of it
Tobo
being
as an
nerfed,
enemy?
because
What?
For this guy with the
What?
flamethrower,
Tobo is an enemy
the last
in
beta,
Enfield?
You could use cryo abilities to nullify it, extinguishing the fire, so to speak, but until then, he would deflect melee attacks off him until he either finished throwing fire at you or you used cryo to extinguish it. You can still use cryo abilities to stop fire, but...
Wait. Is he saying that there is an enemy. There is an enemy that requires that you use a certain element to go against it, which requires that you, like, build your lineup around the enemies. Oh my god! It's almost like what we were talking about.
Fire at you, or you used cryo to extinguish it. You can still use cryo abilities to stop the fire, but that deflection of melee attacks is also now absent. Did that many people complain about the only two enemies that forced you to change your approach? Enfield is a 3D game, so making new enemies is going to be a lot of work. How long will it be before we get some...
No, he's saying there
interesting
was an
non-boss
enemy.
enemies?
Yeah, that's...
Because any endgame format is probably going to be pretty uninteresting until
There
then.
was.
Now, there is more to the overall combat experience in some other side modes. For example, the Outpost Tower Defense
Oh
mode.
yeah, the tower defense game mode. I played it in the tutorial. I actually have like a ping to go and do it like currently. And I should probably like work on it a bit more. What? I find the fact that there is a tower defense game mode in Arknights Enfield to be the funniest shit ever. It's
which is a very
so funny.
simple case of placing
So
turrets
funny
to
to me.
stop enemies reaching an objective, with each challenge having a mode where you can
also, I love how I love this icon.
attack alongside
like,
the turrets, and one where you can't and turrets need to do everything. This probably sounds like a cool side mode if you're an Arknights fan, but it's kinda bad. There's absolutely nothing interesting to say about it.
Is it just a
It
generic?
also really suffers from being a 3D third-person mode as opposed to a top-down overview of the whole arena, because running back and forth
is
between
true.
enemy paths is
That is
more
true.
annoying than fun. This mode was also present in the last beta, but it is also not all that different from the last beta. The whole mode just feels kind of like an afterthought more than anything else, and it will forever
It's
suffer
because
from
it's
the obvious and
Arknights.
inevitable comparison to Arknights. There is also what
It's in the game, not because it needs to be. It's in the game because this is Arknights Enfield. And get it? Get it? Like, I don't think there is any actual reason for this to be in the game. It adds, like, it gives you something to do with, like, your resources, I guess. But, like, it's purely here because it's Arknights. That's it. That's nothing. There's nothing to it.
First appears to be an extraction mode called Etch Space Salvage, in which instead of a timer, you have a derangement meter, which slowly fills up over time and fills faster every time you loot something or fight an enemy, and you'll be forcibly extracted when it's full. The commissions you need to complete aren't anything special, but even then, once they're done, the mode very quickly loses its appeal and becomes...
Enfield trying its best to just be popular. So what if we made Genshin, but also made it in extraction mode and also added tower defense? What if we just do all of this crap? Because again, I have yet to experience any of this. I'm too early game brained. I'm too much of a fucking noob. But do we need an extraction game mode?
Boring as fuck, because there's no variance between runs. You have a commission, you go in knowing exactly where the loot is and the route you're going to take.
Wait, it's
you
not
grab,
randomly
extract,
generated?
rinse, and repeat.
It's not randomly generated. Oh.
It's an extraction mode in name only. It really begs the question, what is the point of the so-called extract mechanic?
Because
in the
it's a
first place?
popular
Do they
thing.
want it to be more akin to an extraction shooter? Or is the extract just a gimmick to encourage a more speedrun adjacent approach? Both of these can work.
Oh, I hate that. I hate that. Just the implication that this entire mechanic exists just so people can make YouTube videos about it, trying to, like, hyper optimize it. The extraction mode is just DPS check. If they actually made it so your ops had different abilities, you could deploy them. Like, that would be awesome. Yeah, that would be, like, really cool. I would love that. The thing is, though, is that Arknights has, what, 300 operators? Enfield has, like, 12? Ugh. You know what? Again, yeah, it just feels like they're doing this because this is what is currently popular. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they added, like, Enfield Battle Royale in a few months. Like, what?
But the catch is, this is not an endgame mode. This is a periodic farm with rewards behind it. Hypergriff really needs to consider what the audience they've deliberately cultivated will want out of a mode they have to farm every so often.
Oh my god. Okay. I was... Oh my gosh. Okay, I was talking to Tobo yesterday I was literally just, I wanted to talk to him about, like, Enfield and stuff. And we were talking, and he made this really, really fucking good point that I want to say. Players are not incentivized by gameplay. People are not incentivized to play the game for gameplay or achievement. They are doing it because of resources. Players are incentivized to play their game because they are rewarded with resources that possess real-world monetary value, rather than being incentivized to play the game because the game itself is innately rewarding. And so, when you have game modes like this, that don't exist to be satisfying or rewarding, but only exist to be a grind, it naturally is going to appeal towards the kind of players who only play these games for the satisfaction of claiming monetary rewards. That's the only reason why this kind of mode exists, and that's what I think Tobo is probably going to get at, because this is something that he fucking said himself. You have all of these different gameplay elements, you have all of these different, like, aspects that can turn into something interesting, but the only reward for it isn't good, complex gameplay that feels innately satisfying to achieve, but instead, the reward is rewards. And so, when you can have a very bare bones and repeatable, like, game mode that you just force players to undergo over and over and over and over again, that's going to appeal towards the kinds of players who just want stuff. And that's why we glaze Arknights for not locking polls behind Endgame. Fucking so true. So true. Arknights is amazing because, like, I made a video on Wuing. You know, that was my most recent video. The reason why I made that video is because Wuing is such a fun operator to me. The reason why Wuing is a fun operator isn't because she clears stages the best, and that gives me the closest to getting my rewards. No. The reason why I like Wuing is because her gameplay is innately rewarding. When you learn how to use Wuing, when you use her in the right situations, she herself is fun and rewarding to use correctly. That's why I like Wuing. The reward isn't monetary, the reward is built innately within the operator. That's why I love operators where you have to synergize and build around, operators that force themselves around specific gimmicks, because those operators are more innately rewarding in their gameplay than other operators, like someone like Tragodia or like Wishadel or like Exousia the New Covenant, like that kind of stuff. Those operators aren't really that rewarding because they make the game much easier, because it's just DPS stuff. And so those operators mainly appeal towards the kinds of players who play the game because of resources, who play the game because of monetary rewards, play the game because of stuff, rather than playing the game because of the innate reward that the gameplay itself is going to propose to you.
Often. We can examine both ideas, the extraction shooter and the speedrun approach. If they're more interested in the extraction shooter approach, then there needs to be unpredictability between runs, both in terms of...
Yeah, how is it not, like, randomly... Oh, Asa. Shout out to... Oh, you guys can't even see. Shout out to Asa. Oh, Lurky and Asa. Fucking shout out. But, again, like, it's incredible to me that it's not randomly generated. I don't understand. Like, I feel like that's the most obvious thing to do. Make the layouts random, and make the enemy encounters random. How? Why is IS infinitely replayable? Because it's random. IS is the most fun thing in Arknights because it's completely fucking random. How is that not the one thing you put in your repeatable extraction game mode?
Enemies and loot, and there needs to be mechanisms that actually create tension to be resolved, because there's currently none of it in the mode at all. One major way in which all extraction shooters achieve this is that you can't just leave the match from wherever you happen to be and still keep all your loot. You have to get back to one of a few extraction points. Another is the fact that loot is mostly random, and the high tier loot areas will have more enemies there, presenting a greater threat. To use a more specific example from Arc Raiders, just because I've been rather enjoying it lately and this gives me a reason to talk about it, Arc robots are designed in such a way that will frequently make your location, or at least your presence, known to nearby players. A snitch, for example, will not attack you and is easy to kill, but if you don't kill it fast enough, it summons 3 more dangerous robots to your location. When a Rocketeer is aggroed, it knows the location of every player in a certain radius, so you can use that to your advantage and try to force a PvP encounter. A leaper will jump so high and far that it will pinpoint your location to pretty much everyone above ground.
I'm gonna pretend I know what he's
When
talking
any
about.
Arc robot reveals an enemy's location, you can decide whether or not to push and loot those players based on those cues. That unpredictability of enemies and on-the-fly decision-making and getting back to the extract safely all coming together, creating and resolving tension is what makes Arc Raiders fun.
All right, I'll understand the
Salvage
general
has zero tension
idea.
whatsoever. First of all, you don't need to get back to a specific
I'll
extraction point, you
assume
just
that
leave from
the
pause
example
menu.
he gave was really good and totally makes sense, because I barely understood what the hell he was talking about. But you need tension in order to make the monotonous game less monotonous. Like, yeah.
And even if it forcibly extracts you, it's literally impossible to lose any of your items, which you could argue is fine in
That
this
very
context
point
of the
highlights the issue with Enfield. Nothing at all feels like it's attractive for gameplay itself, but every mode tells you about the rewards for even explaining how it works. Yes, that I think is a larger point that Tobo believes. I don't. Also, my face cam is hiding the subtitles.
periodic farm, but there's also the fact that all enemies spawn in exactly the same place every time, and the fact that you can just run past enemies right next to them and they'll just say, huh, what was that? So they don't pose any threat whatsoever, and because it's
It is
purely
funny how
PvE,
stupid the
it
NPCs
means
are.
There's no
It's
tension in
hilarious.
looting a given area because it's always safe to do so. And all loot is deterministic, so you know exactly where to go to complete commissions, meaning there's no decisions to be made about where to go to look for loot, no decisions to be made about whether to fight some
Oh,
enemies you
YouTube
come
chat
across, or
refresh.
anything
Still don't know why that
remotely
happens.
interesting whatsoever. If they want to go with the other
I will say I hate
approach,
the enemy
more
design of
speed
Enfield.
realization,
Yeah, I don't
then there
think
needs to be
anyone
a
likes
far
it.
greater
I think
reward for
everyone just
challenging
hates it.
platforming and challenging combat. There is merit in looking to Metroidvanias for inspiration, given they often have a community of players who, upon completion of the game, will go back for a second run, but with the knowledge of certain helpful items in a particular spot, or secret passages, or platform skips, and stuff like that. So thinking of it more like a Metroidvania could be helpful. X-Ray Salvage isn't really structured in a way that would allow for that kind of replayability because Enfield's platforming doesn't have nearly enough depth to allow for that kind of optimization, and you can't bring your own zip lines into the mode. There are only the pre-placed ones you unlock as you go. If we could bring our own zip lines for further optimization, or perhaps if there were mode-exclusive AIC constructs like jump pads and movement speed.
I don't even know, like, if you do take this idea of, like, you have this game mode, and the incentive of the game mode is to optimize movement throughout this zone, that feels like something that just doesn't even work within Enfield as, like, at all. And if it was just, like, just build zip lines, then you enter the stage, you get on a zip line, and then you just walk through your predetermined path. Like, I don't even know if, like, trying to think of it like a speedrun game where the incentive is to try and optimize the run so much that you know exactly how to, like, do it perfectly every single time as quick as possible. Like, I don't even know if that's something that would be... Like, yeah, you don't have that much kind of gameplay depth, but I feel like that's also something that just kind of clashes with what Enfield is as a game. That doesn't interact with anything. And if you do make it so, like, oh, you can just put down, like, zip lines wherever you want, well, then now the whole game mode is just riding a zip line.
Boosters, that alone would make it somewhat more interesting because...
I don't know if I like the direction he's taking. He's comparing a single game mode that we don't know Hypergriff wants to invest the line into. But that's the thing. The fact that it exists anyway... rather than on top of the other issues that Enfield has regarding its lack of depth, and you have this other game mode that also lacks depth but exists to kind of appeal towards this to a general player base that likes the kind of extraction gameplay, but it doesn't provide proper extraction gameplay. I think that's a completely valid criticism. Is he talking too much about it? Probably. You could probably say that. Yeah. But this is also an hour and a half long video. So, yeah. But this is... The fact that, again, it's so much half-baked content rather than... if you have a bunch of half-baked content that is just a grind and lame, then that's a valid criticism because this is the full release of the game. Why are they investing all of this time into half-baked game modes that shouldn't be in the game on release and instead focusing on making the combat and the exploration a lot better? Like, because again, like, I agree with Tobo when it comes to the combat 100%. I don't understand his complaints on the exploration 100%. I would like to hear him talk about that a bit more. But I have my issues with it. And so a lot of it is just like surface level. It's very...
Zip lines in normal exploration, doing the automation and optimization yourself, is what makes automation gameplay fun and engaging.
So, what you're saying is, when the automation is done for you, it's no longer a fun activity, and it instead just becomes a convenience feature?
That's right, Paimon.
Okay, that's what I was saying, yeah.
And if the convenience
Story
feature
is kinda ass too.
changes
Oh, it's so
the
ass.
enemies,
Holy.
then the satisfaction of gaining that convenience is lost, because it's already the default
I wonder
gameplay.
what Tobo could be possibly referring to with all these Paimon things.
Right again.
So, if the automation gameplay were to do the automation for you before you even had the chance to do it,
Is there
no longer just for convenience.
is there an additional meta joke with these Paimon bits where the whole idea is like people can't play a game unless it is explicitly told to them how to do it, and so he adds these Paimon sections to explicitly explain to the viewer his opinion. Is that what he's doing? Is this like an extra meta layer of joke? It's like you kind of players can't play the game without everything being streamlined for you, so I'm streamlining this video into Paimon. Ugh.
But actively diminishing the gameplay experience.
That's
You're
hilarious.
very good at this, Paimon.
Wow, yippee!
Yes,
The
yes,
more
yes.
fundamental issue, though, is that while I trust Hypergriff to experiment with their gameplay,
Tobo's such a good writer.
Space salvage, and the last beta
Is
with
that why we have the
algorithmic
10-hour
entries has
tutorial?
led to very unfulfilling gameplay experiences.
It's not 10 hours. It's not even close to 10 hours. I'm like 20 hours in and I'm still getting tutorials. Tutorial field is just too much.
It sort of feels like we're searching for depth by splashing in puddles. It makes me somewhat concerned for future game modes if the two that we've already seen are
Based Tobo lineup. Holy chat. Depeng. Based Tobo lineup. Tobo's running peak. Tobo's crushing. Tobo's playing crushers. Tobo's crushing right now.
shallow
Insane.
and unfulfilling. I'm not going to talk too much about the gacha system because it's been done to death and there's not much I can add, but just briefly, all the stuff about the guarantee not carrying over and the dossier at 60 pulls and 50-50 at 80 pulls, 10 pulls being wasted and just doing single pulls instead so you don't waste any. I don't give a shit about any of that. It's not important.
True.
What I do give a shit about is the decision to make...
I'm always under the impression that if people focus too much on criticizing the gacha, rather, like, the more you criticize the gacha, it's like the less of a shit I give. Because it's like, the gacha shouldn't be the reason why you play the game. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, but like, I don't have my guarantees. I need a pity system. It's like, why? Dude, like, play the game. Like, it shows the motivation of the game is to just own characters rather than... Like, obviously, I'm not saying you can't criticize gacha systems. Obviously, you can. But when you have, like, so many people just, like, so focused on the gacha system, it's just like, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care if there's no pity. I don't care about if there's... Like, I don't care about any of that. I don't care. If you want to complain that the 6-star rate's low, sure. Maybe I can agree with that. But I don't care. To me, I'm more concerned about the fact that I already have every single 4-star at pot 5. I'm more concerned about the fact that there is no 1 to 3 stars. That's what I'm more concerned about. Why are we starting at 4 stars? That doesn't make any sense. The 4 stars should be 1 stars and the 6 stars should be 3 stars. I hate it when games just skip star ratings for the sake of having like, oh, it's the more star rating. Like at that point, you might as well just start at 7 billion star and then go up to 8 billion star. Like it's arbitrary. It's stupid. It's just annoying. Ugh. I don't know. It just, to me, when people are like, oh, I need a good pity system. I need things to like carry over. It's like, you're a gambling addict. You care so much about just owning shit. Like, who cares? That's not why you play a game. It's like going into a casino and being like, actually, I just spent $17,000 at your slot machine, and you didn't give me my $18,000 that I deserved. It's like, who cares? Like, like, it's so obvious what the motivation is behind those kinds of complaints. I just find it to be so annoying.
All
'cause it doesn't
6-star
matter.
characters limited. If you're coming from the mainstream gacha games, you may not care because you're used to this, but that's exactly why it pisses me off so much. Every banner being limited feels fucking...
Is that true? Chat, is this true? I don't even know if this is true in the current game, because I have barely paid attention to the gacha. I have a barely. Is this still the case? Because again, this is referring to the beta. I would like. Are all of the 6 stars currently limited? Like, I would like for someone to tell me that. And because YouTube chat is like 7 years behind, I'm never gonna get my response. Not all of them. Okay, so they've kind of fixed it. I mean, I think limited operators just in general are lame. It's just like, oh, like it's just kind of that classic gacha game thing, but it's also something that it's just like, eh. It's like it's an evil that exists, but I don't care. Surtur, Angelina, and Yvonne are limited. Oh, thank God, Yvonne's limited? Holy, no, actually, that's good. That's good. Yvonne's limited, decreases my chances of accidentally pulling her. That's a good thing. Okay, I am 100%, I disagree with Tobo. Thank you. Thank you.
Miserable. I'm coming to Arknights Enfield from Arknights, in which guarantees also do not carry over, but most banners will add the rate up 6 stars to the standard pool afterwards.
Which
and
is a good
system.
system.
Limited banners it does have every few months all have known rerun dates because there are 4 prescribed windows every year for limited banners. You're not just
Surtur's got ice cream in her hand. Oh my fucking God. It's like the meme, guys. It's like the fucking meme.
around for them to announce a rerun of a limited character you like because you know exactly when that next rerun will be, that being in 1 year. Not the case in Enfield. They saw what the other mainstream gachas were getting away with and decided to cash in on the blatant greed. If they just kept the same system as the last beta, I would be sat here defending it, but having limited characters
I don't really know what to say
precisely
about
what
this.
legitimizes all the other complaints the community at large has. I wish I could say to people don't reward such greedy behavior by spending money on this game, but then again, gacha gamers are the kinds of people who will complain about predatory gacha systems that extract as much money as
That
possible
is something
from their
that is
players,
true.
and then immediately go
That is something that is true about gacha gamers, is that they will complain about like gacha. They will be aware that gacha games are. They are aware that gacha games are predatory and still give into it. It's so funny to me. Yvonne's section is literally the part that pushed me over the edge and quit the game. That section was terrible. That was actually terrible. Oh my gosh. Legitimately, Yvonne is... Okay, I've been playing a lot of Borderlands lately. I played Borderlands 2. I played some of the DLC. I played through Borderlands 3. Gameplay is good. Everyone knows the writing is fucking abysmal in every Borderlands game. Yvonne legitimately talks like a Borderlands character. Legitimately, she feels like she was written by like some... She is this trope of being so cute. She's so cutesy and she's so smart. Oh my gosh. She exists pure... The writers try so hard to make you like her that she just becomes obnoxious. I find Yvonne to be such an annoying character. Her design is obnoxious. Her accent's kind of cute, but outside of that, it's like it's so hard to get me to like her because she is this trope of being so quirky and cute. Ugh. I do not like Yvonne or Yvonne, however you're supposed to say it. You know what? It's funny is that you will have characters like pronounce things differently. It's so funny.
to war over the mobile.
Oh yeah, they have done that. Like they've had Nikke cutscenes with Yvonne, and it's so cringe. It's so cringe.
Beggars belief. Now,
Like
there will be people who
I
defend
compliment
limited
normal Arknights because they don't do that shit with their characters. They respect their characters in that regard. But God. Is that the case? Is that because you use the ENVX? I don't get that impression from JP lol. I do use the EN, yeah. So that might be why. But again, it's also a matter of just how she's written. I just really don't like the whole like cutesy, quirky like aspect of her. It feels like they're trying so goddamn hard. Ugh.
characters and say it's because it needs to make fuck tons of money, or it can't be allowed to fail because they spend so much money on it, or other such things uttered only by people who like watching other men fuck their wife. But even if those are stupid things to say, at the very least I understand why they say it.
Holy, okay, Tobo, tell us how you really feel.
Because free-to-play games need to be monetized somehow, and they've been led to believe that anything less than insatiable greed will mean end of service. Even
Why
though
is
that's
there, like,
demonstrably
cow
not the
shitting?
case. But as we begin to discuss story, and
Oh,
don't
it's
worry, there will be
farmable.
clear warnings for spoilers,
Holy.
we must make one thing very clear, similarly regarding something people have largely come to expect.
Do I even
of
give a
media.
shit about story spoilers?
The
No,
early
probably don't.
story of Gacha games does not have to be bad. It is bizarre that so many people in this space are routinely willing to sit through 20 or 30 hours, maybe more, of absolutely awful, soulless, patronizing storytelling just because they've come to expect it from Gacha
This
games.
is this
It
is
gets
another
good after
thing that a lot of like gacha play, like a lot of gacha gamers will do. Every gacha game does it, therefore it's fine. When it's like it's stupid and bad and you shouldn't like be tolerant of it. There's so much crap. Like people will be like, oh, every gacha game like will naturally power creep operators. When it's like that doesn't make it a good thing. Like that's just an example, but it's a common like argument that people will make. It's like, well, everyone does it, therefore it should be fine that that this game does it. When it's like it's still obviously a shitty and dumb thing.
30 hours is not a compliment, it is a damning indictment. Are we clear on that? Yes? Excellent.
Does it get good after 30 hours? Do I still have 15 more hours of story to sit? 15 more hours of shit story to sit through? Oh my god. Because the thing, like, okay, we'll get into when he gets into the story, we can talk
Now,
about it more.
Enfield's story presentation is very good. Remember, presentation and writing are separate disciplines. One can be good without the other, and the other being good does not.
I don't even agree with that. I feel like the story really poorly presents itself because it tries to be, like, especially this opening sequence, it's so esoteric and abstract that it's just confusing. Another YouTube chat refresh. I still don't know why the fuck it does that.
Play the other is good, just so we're clear on that. I have no complaints about the presentation. The prologue is also rather good. There's a healthy
Disagree.
dose of mystery and aura
I
and action to
think
get you hooked
it's-
on the concept. The whole first half
I
hour or so
disagree.
is
I think
really
it's
the
way
prologue.
too weird. I think it's too weird and abstract, and it made me like not care about
It's
anything.
all fine. Good dynamic animations, good camera shots, and some excellent cutscenes. I particularly really liked the one where Emin and Perlica go from the Dijang to the surface. It's only about a minute long, and it's not a spoiler, so just see for yourself.
Just moments ago.
Oh, okay. If he's talking about this, I do really like this. I really do like these these cool cutscenes. They look really cool. I really do like them, because it reminds me a lot of the in the stage backgrounds in like Arknights, how you can like scroll through different stages and you have like these. I don't know how to describe it, but it's basically the exact same thing. I think like the same guy made it, where it's just like you have these like pale white environments that look really, really cool. And it feels like that you're being a guy who's managing a bunch of operators. You're making a game plan. It looks really cool. I think these look really cool. The issue is the dialogue was so fucking boring that it doesn't matter.
Quadrants. The communication
The
block
auto
on
background is
the
really good. I really, really do like it.
And the status of facilities along the route is now unverifiable. At the same time, we are picking
Yeah, they
up
are just
extremely
flexing.
intense
Just
Angloid energy
completely
signals
flexing.
in the affected area. We are hailing the hub base on every channel. So far, they haven't responded.
Like, I think it's also cool because this is a cool way to aesthetically tie it to Arknights. Also, I don't know why I need to turn off my preview so this doesn't lag as
The plan
much.
was to bring the end
No, it's
to
still
the base
lagging.
into
I don't know why
the
it's
base.
lagging. I can't pause it without it lagging.
We can't
Weird.
wait that long. Fiona, prep for my drop at once.
Wait, now? Okay, I'll run the checks. There's surface interference. Current situation is too risky. Unguided emergency drops might deviate. We'll drop you to the area near the base. Out of concern.
Yeah, again, it's like the presentation is so good, but the dialogue is just a nothing burger after a nothing burger. That's the thing.
According to the contingency plan, they will take control of the scene as critical events happen. Fiona, keep hailing the hub base, regardless of whether we've received any response from them. Inform them that I'm coming soon.
Good music, good voice acting, incredible visual style, sets the scene very well, builds good tension. It's just really well made. Very good presentation throughout the game. As for the writing, holy mother of God, where do I even start? Once you set foot in Valley 4 and meet Andre the Owl, it immediately starts to deteriorate.
I think Andre is like the only character I kind of like. Like, Depan is like haha funny meme character. Andre is like the only character that isn't incredibly boring or incredibly obnoxious. Okay, that's not true. Chen has grown on me. She was a little annoying in the beginning, but she's slowly grown on me. I can tolerate her. But I kind of like Andre. He's, I think, the only character that is interesting. He has traits to him. He's not just a pile of bricks like Perlica.
Chen and quickly learn that she is Paimon. Her entire role in this region is to state the obvious, restate what someone else has just said so babies can understand, comment on what little is happening like it's a fucking reaction video, and make sure you know exactly how you're supposed to feel at any given
That is
moment.
so true.
Our clan is called the Pack.
That is so true. Why am I? It's so laggy. Why the fuck? I think it's just because it's Opera, and Opera's terrible. I need to use Chrome. But yeah, no, he's right. I think this is kind of why I just find Chen like a little obnoxious. Cause like she'll make like cute little like not cute, I don't want to say cute, but like she'll be charming from now and then, but never in the story. She does just like restate shit. That is correct. They fucking assassinated Chen. She's not even Chen. She's Chen because you recognize that character, right? It's I don't like Andre's EN voice. I can get that. He does sound like a bit of a fucking like little pussy, but he's the only character that is kind of good.
So that means Bone Crushers are bandit raiders, while the Pack are the heroic Wildland Rangers?
I laughed when Chen said that, because it was so stupid.
I don't think we have enough ore.
What? That means we won't be getting any combat facilities. Mia's drawing turned the graffiti into a home.
Yeah, this is just like part of the writing. It's like you just have so much nothing burger dialogue that doesn't say shit. You know? My dogs are fucking barking. Someone rang the doorbell. But it's like part of the dialogue, like the issue with the dialogue is that this whole shtick is just there's stuff going on downstairs. But this whole shtick is that oh my gosh, I lost my train of thought. Dogs, holy. What the hell was I talking about? Yeah, Chen just restates a bunch of shit, and it makes the dialogue feel boring because they don't say anything. So much of the dialogue is just restated fluff that doesn't mean anything. They will just say stuff that doesn't add to anything, doesn't give you any new information, which is sucks because so much of the stuff that they do state isn't explained. It's meant to be vague. It's meant to be something that you explore later on, but they cram so much of stuff that doesn't need to be said. Oh, and also, okay, I don't know if Tobo is going to talk about it, but I find it really annoying when they take control for the character for like these in-engine cutscenes that don't need to be in-engine cutscenes, and you could have just let me walk around while people are talking.
Really wants to live in a proper house with a family. Quick, get to the sapling. Blasting out shockwaves. Good thing we have the saplings here.
Hello, do you copy? What the...
Was that
Sucker.
a video message? Someone's trying to hail us.
Holy dialogue.
Power stored in the reservoir. This will generate an energy pulse capable of flattening the entire power plateau.
Wait. I'm not hearing things right. An energy pulse to flatten the entire place? So,
Paimon, please, now is not your time.
Okay, yeah, okay, the Paimon bits are literally this. Okay, he's doing that exact thing. Oh my gosh. Okay, the Paimon bit is literally making fun of this idea of needing to tell the player what is happening because people are too stupid to think for themselves. Okay, Tobo is so fucking good at writing. Holy. Oh my gosh. Oh.
Fucking goddamn it.
Also not just Chen. NPCs are also routinely given lines that make absolutely sure you are under no illusion and that you are the good guys. Characters are never allowed to just be characters because everything revolves around you as the endman.
Yeah.
You've been absent for 10 years, you have no memories, but you're seeming...
Okay, I don't know if he's gonna talk about it, but the fact that they're doing the amnesia thing again, it's just the same. The Endman is just the doctor. It's you've done cool things in the past, but you don't remember it, and you need to explore it. But there are some people who are telling you that there are some things in the past that might have been, a little crazy that maybe you want to forget. It's just the same shit, literally the same shit. Oh, Big emphasis on the foreshadowing, Paimon. Yeah, true. I thought the foreshadowing was a payoff to when he eventually just talks about the tutorials being way too handholdy, which he's probably going to do in a second. But it's like this entire thing is just like, yeah, we are the good guys, and the Landbreakers are the bad guys, even though the Landbreakers have done nothing, literally nothing, and then we're the ones adding Originium to this planet, causing this little child to conjure Oripathy. The Doctor is actually a character, don't slander my guilt like that. It's just insane to me that it's like they have no confidence in their own ability to like tell a new story, that they're just doing Arknights again. Except horribly. And they're leaning more into the Endman just being this like self-insert slop character where all the characters just love you for no reason. Not a single character is willing to criticize you. Every character, literally every character just loves you so much. Ugh.
Unfazed by everyone's obsession with pogging at.
Oh yeah, the end. Yeah, for some reason, Lavos, you brought up something that's completely unrelated to what I'm saying. Why does the End Administrator have voice acted dialogue like half, not even half the time, like 20% of the time? How come there is a voice actor for the End Administrator, but they don't use it? Why? I remember there was literally a cutscene. There was literally a fucking cutscene where the Administrator had no he had dialogue, but he wasn't voice acted, even though everyone else was voice acted until the end of the cutscene where he gives 2 voice acted lines for some reason. Why? Literally why? Dude, why? It's so weird that they just won't voice act, because you know why they do it. It's because it's easier to self-insert when you have a silent protagonist, even though they talk. Again, it's why they give you dialogue options that don't have any effect, because it makes it more like a self-insert. That's why they're doing this. That's why it's not voice acted most of the time. That's why you have these false like options. I mean, they did the same thing with the Doctor, so I can't really say that much, but I don't really know much of the actual Arknight story. But it's like the End Administrator is such just a nothing character. It's not a character. Literally just not.
You and saying nothing interesting.
They're just trying to do the Doctor again, but failing.
Feels earned. Having even one non-villain character not immediately treating you like the Messiah himself would make our players far too uncomfortable.
Stop right there!
You don't look like Landbreakers.
We're the Enfield Crisis.
Enfield? I love Enfield.
There you are!
Calm down, Eliza.
Landbreakers, the main villains, are still just generic bad guys who want you dead with no nuance whatsoever. It simultaneously wants us to
who here gets annoyed by the who here gets annoyed by the fact that they call them LBs for some fucking reason? Imagine dehumanizing your enemies so much you have to abbreviate their name because for some reason you just can't say it. It's so annoying when they're like, yeah, the LBs came around here yesterday. Yeah, the LBs. We got attacked by the LBs. It just adds to like this layer of like dehumanizing the supposed antagonists. Again, why are they bad? I figured it's supposed to be slang. Why? If they're a threat, why are we giving them slang? I don't get it. It's so dumb. Ugh.
Good and just collect random electronics without understanding their value, while also capable of doing underground scientific experiments? Who is writing this? But all of Enfield's writing flaws are perhaps best illustrated by the events of the Power Plateau. Like I said, just as a courtesy, this is a very minor spoiler.
Oh, fuck.
In my opinion...
Oh, fuck. I haven't gotten to this part yet, chat. It's completely over. It's completely over. I totally care.
It won't harm your experience with it to know what happens, but I'm letting you know just in case. It's a very minor spoiler. You meet Crow, an NPC from the faction that inhabits Valley 4, the UWST. He's angry at the damage the Landbreakers have done, so he's planning on calling in artillery to kill them all and himself with it for some reason. You go on a fetch quest to find a signal emitter, in which various NPCs tell you people died to defend the signal emitter. You go back to Crow, he rallies all the remaining staff to give a rousing speech with driving music. We're supposed to feel motivated and invested in their fate. Instead, the person in charge of the artillery tells Crow to keep his workers safe and that the artillery will instead provide covering fire. Then the Enfield is charged at the Landbreaker forces and the story continues. This part of the story could create real tension and interesting storytelling by criticizing
I still don't
his
know what
overly
roosters
militaristic
mean.
approach
They
with the
say
idea that
roosters, and I
maybe
don't
it's
know
a
what
little
that
bit
means.
unwise to nuke
I
yourself
don't-
just to
I
kill
don't
all the
know what
nearby
a
land
rooster
breakers with
is.
wanton disregard for your own life and arguably the lives of all your other staff. But instead, it's just presented as this heroic act of bravery. It's only criticized, if you can even call it that, because it endangers the lives of the UWST staff. The Landbreakers? What was their crime again?
Yeah.
Vandalism. Oh yeah, they can all just die then, that's fine. No notes. Really? We're not going to get any kind of internal conflict or moral dilemma? Nothing to treat the Landbreakers as people with their own life experiences in spite of their destructive or criminal...
We can't have that. We can't have moral complexity in a gacha game. You're going to alienate your audience. You think that they have the mental complexity to understand basic moral... To understand a basic moral conflict, you think they can do that? Of course fucking not. Of course not. The best part is that the option you're given to respond with as the Endman is you're more valuable than any Landbreaker. It's because the UWST, they supply food and resources to people who need it. Not the Landbreakers, though. Why would you want to supply food and resources to the Landbreakers? They're evil. They have hammers, and they have pipes coming out of their faces.
behavior. Again, there is absolutely
Oh yeah, I like
zero
when Chen
interesting
called them a
writing or
pipe
nuance with
face.
the
It sounded like a
Landbreakers. They
slur. It
exist
was funny.
solely because it's convenient for the narrative to have bad guys in it. And we're not even given any reason to care about Crow. Has he been accompanying us for a while and aiding us in our trek up to the power plant?
There's so many like characters that have like very generic designs and like no real model putting into them. You know what I mean? It's like you just have this bland character NPC that's supposed to be a main character that you're supposed to care about. They do that a lot. And so you have... It's so weird that you have all of these characters that aren't designed. They just feel like any other NPC, but they're supposed to be named characters you're supposed to care about. So I don't...
An internal monologue giving a window into his worldview, or some core memory that shaped his militarism, or some kind of personal moment that gives me a reason to care? No. We met him 15 minutes ago, maybe, and we know very little about him. We got here, we completed a fetch quest for a signal emitter because it was required of us to proceed, and then hear his speech.
Okay, because the thing is, is that not every Landbreaker is supposed to be evil, because Wolfguard is a Landbreaker, but he's just a part of a different Landbreaker clan. But Landbreaker isn't really defined well. 3D models are harder than 2D. This is also a multi-billion-dollar game that Hypergriff could totally just model a named character for. I think they could probably do that. I don't think it's going to kill that. Actually, I would dare say that 3D models are probably easier than 2D. Because you could just take a template and just modify it in a way that at least makes them stick out, rather than being very, very generic. But you have... maybe you don't want to confuse people into thinking they're going to be playable. It's like, oh, we don't want to make this character look cool, because then people might get excited and think they might be playable in the future. I don't know. What the fuck was I saying? Oh yeah, that... Like, not every Landbreaker is evil. Like, Bone Crushers are the bad ones. For some... Because they're like a cult. They're like a cult for, like, the evil Aether Blight lady. Like that, like she's the evil one, and she's like telling all of the Bone Crushers that they need to fight back against them, which is like kind of, but like Wolfguard is from the Pack, which is a Landbreaker like group that is good. So a Landbreaker isn't an intrinsically bad thing. They're like, a Landbreaker is just a rebel. She's just yeah, Penny is cool. Penny is kind of a cool character. There's some stuff to it. Sorry to tell you, that's not how video game development works. That you can't make a unique model for a named character. That's too hard. That you can't make them look slightly more interesting than they currently can. You could totally fucking do that. They totally can. If you want to make your story a little more engaging, make me care about your characters, you have to put at least a tiny bit more effort in their fucking designs, rather than making them look like every other NPC. You don't need to make every NPC special, but at least make the named ones that play a role in the story are interesting. It's... But yeah, it's like, I don't understand what a Landbreaker is. They're just rogues. They're just out on their own. But like, Wolfguard's from the good Landbreakers, but everyone else is a bad Landbreaker. So it's like,
emotional investment to justify the payoff, no tension to be resolved to make the player feel some kind of emotional catharsis. It just tells you how to feel and expects you to clap. Nothing is earned. It is entirely surface level. Everything in Valley 4 is completely and utterly vapid and pedestrian. However, you may have noticed that I've been referring to Valley 4 specifically. What then of the next region, Wuling? Thankfully, most of Wuling is a night and day difference, but there is one critical issue that remains consistent that I will point out in a moment.
They're literally... Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Wuling is just as bustling as ever, and now there's even... Oh my, there's a ginormous chubby lung.
Day difference, but there is one critical issue that remains...
Seriously, it's kind of cute. I want to poke it so bad. Chen remains the character that just tells you how you're supposed to feel. She's telling you to buy merchandise. She's telling you that this stupid blob is supposed to be cute. Chen continues to tell you how you're supposed to feel by making you buy plushies.
Remains consistent.
That's so
that I will
funny.
point out in a moment. To start off, it introduces you to
Okay, now the
Ardashir,
subtitles
who
are
is
too tall. Why are the subtitles so high up?
significantly more interesting than any other NPC up to that point, and so it's just enough seeds of mystery and curiosity to keep you interested in the overarching narrative. You meet Tang Tang, who is comfortably the best character in the entire story so far. She's charming, she's fun, she's full of personality, and she improves every scene she's in. Chen is released from her Paimonian shackles and is finally allowed to just be a character and just be the goofball she is. Perlica is allowed to express the exasperation of a beleaguered chaperone. The expressive animations and cinematography are exceptional. The start of Wuling is a genuinely fun and enjoyable experience.
Chat,
the
is this
writers for
true?
this part clearly have their shit together, and
Chat,
it
is
made
this
me
true?
way more hopeful for the rest of the story. Except, it eventually became clear the reason this part of the story is so much better is because it's one of the only parts of the entire beta story that just lets characters be characters. We then meet Zhuang Fangyi in Wuling City. Again, like I said, just as a courtesy, very minor spoiler here, but again, I don't think it will harm your experience to know it. She makes it very clear that
true.
she and the
People
Enmin
like
have history
Wuling,
and we
okay.
left an impression on them. Enmin was present in Wuling 10 years prior and clearly said or did things that she holds dear even 10 years later. There comes a point where Perlica and Chen are encouraged to go elsewhere to do something unrelated, and you spend some time walking around with her as she tells you what she's been up to. You are interrupted by someone who informs her of a problem elsewhere in the city, so she grabs your hand and drags you all the way there without letting go. After fixing it, you both see Wuling City together as she talks about the way things were and the way things are now before watching a celebratory drone show before walking back to her office. This very obviously reads like a date scene. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, that the Enmin is male and was romantically involved with Zhuang Fangyi, but the amnesia means we've forgotten all that. In spite of the amnesia, we know we have history with her, and we know she holds our past words and actions.
You can't
Since
do
the
that.
writing for Wuling
What do you
has been
mean? You
significantly
can't.
better up to this point.
I don't know why it takes so long to pause. But if you make the administrator romantically involved, then how are the players supposed to self-ship themselves with their waifus? How can they do that? That's impossible. That you can't do. Like, how are you supposed to do that? You can't have the administrator have a romantic interest in somebody. Because that means that you're taking away some agency from the player to self-insert themselves onto it.
This premise could make for a genuinely compelling romantic subplot. So, how do we feel about this as the Enmin? Do we ever question her assertion that we played a significant role in her life before? Do we feel some unease at how familiar she feels? Some unsettled sense that something like this may have happened before? Do we feel some level of sadness that we won't be able to meet her expectations? No. You are completely unfazed because you're the Enmin and you're special, so it's only natural that you would be on a date with an ultra-powerful hot woman who protects the entire city. Wow, Enmin, you're so hot and sexy and funny and cool, and I want to jump cliff happy again. Hey, look, see? The hot lady with big boobs is holding your hand. Look, we'll even move the camera down a little bit to remind you that she has big boobs. Please give us money to pull for the big boob lady who's taking you on a date. Are you convinced that she likes you yet? Or do we need to make it even more obnoxious because your perception of what good art is has been so irreversibly warped by all the dog shit isekai animes you wasted your teen years binge watching, so now you merely exist ethered to the bank accounts of gacha game developers. Grift GPT, generate a character with no redeeming qualities whatsoever besides giving me an erection so I can come for the 17th time. But what riles me up the most is that in the process of babying...
I don't know if he's going to go more in... I don't know if that's going to be a section of the video where he talks more about how the designs of Enfield are at least a little worse than normal Arknights. That maybe some of the designs of some of the characters are a little absolute dog shit. Maybe. The problem is not even the date is bad or harem route would be bad or anything like that. It's just the Endman is not a character. If you go the fan service route, at least do that. Because that's the thing, is that just takes away from actually creating interesting characters, is making it so it's... That's the criticism. It's just like, you're not meant to tell a story with characters and having interesting interactions. You can't have that. You can't have characters that act as humans. You need to actively dehumanize these characters for the sake of selling them as characters. They're not meant to be interesting, humanized people that you're supposed to relate to. No, they're supposed to be objects that you're supposed to gawk after. Which will innately make the story less good. Obviously. That's just kind of how it is.
The player like this, it blatantly spits in the face of the years of world building with Arknights and Eripathy. Listen to these two conversations, one from the tech test and one from the final beta. Don't worry about things like character models or voice acting or anything like that. Just try to gauge what they're trying to be. The difference will become immediately obvious.
We really can't thank you enough for saving Jenny. I'm heading back to the camp. Hope things work out for you.
What is it? Jenny's eripathy is extremely severe. This may sound cruel, but she's dying. Many of her vital organs have succumbed to late-stage crystallization. I've seen too many cases, and a cursory examination was enough for me to reach this conclusion.
But I thought the suppressants that you gave her worked.
The suppressants worked, but only just. At her current stage of eripathy, it would only relieve her pain and symptoms, but it can't reverse organ failures that have already begun. Continue our work. That's exactly it. We're not the only ones who have to face this. Those who came before us struggled as well, but we slowly learned that treating the sick is an endless task. The key lies in finding the cause of this issue, and making sure we have the power to fix it. This is the only way to ensure that our future actions will benefit more people.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I was worried sick about my sis. You Enfielders have been a blessing to us. We both owe you our lives.
It's all right, Karja. There is no permanent cure for eripathy, but regular use of the suppressants will keep most symptoms under control. Unfortunately, yes. When mining and using originium, eripathy is one of the hazards we must face. Active originium can infect and harm an improperly protected victim.
Yeah,
the circulatory.
Yeah, the first dialogue was a way of very comfortably kind of talking about what eripathy is, while very easily integrating that into what they're talking about. This is eripathy. Here's what eripathy is. It just feels a lot wordier for no reason.
My history teacher told me that
at least that's what it currently is, and that's what this is similar to.
Many social issues were also caused by eripathy.
Indeed. Although originium infection no longer leads to stigmatization or social problems today, eripathy remains a common disease in Talos 2. Oh
yeah, I remember this part. The The administrator literally says, but we're the ones causing it. And then Perlica is just like, yeah, but it's good, though. Yeah, but it's worth it. Ugh.
Don't stress over it, Endman.
Oh, but it's fine,
Even
though.
if you can't remember the past, know that people in the Elitest have always been fighting for our survival on Talos too. You can trust me on that.
All they had to do was end the conversation here. Instead, everything is fine
Yes,
and dandy, and
yes,
you need not
yes.
ever question your actions as the protagonist. This is not merely.
I hated that response from Perlica. I hated it. Because, like, literally the entire time, it's just like, oh, but we're the ones cultivating the Originium. We're the ones who brought it here, and we're the ones getting these people sick. And then it's just like, no, but it's worth it, though. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Oh, my God. No, I hated that. I hated that so much. Oh. Because it just completely ruins the tonal complex, like, the idea of what Originium is. Because it is such a cool concept. Like, yeah, that's a really cool, like, plot thing. It's a really cool plot point to be able to be like, yeah, we are doing this thing and it's providing good, but it's also providing bad. Crazy emotional complexity. Thing is good and bad, huh? Thing morally gray, crazy. No. Just ignore the bad side of it. No, we're the good guys. We're causing it, but we're also fixing it. Therefore, we're the good guys. It's
story. Throughout the game, it routinely spits in the face of Arknights players, occasionally throwing you a bone with a cursory reference that is adequately pacified, so that you'll continue diligently paying for the monthly card. If you have anything more than cursory knowledge of the lore and world building of Arknights, I don't think I need to tell you how to feel.
Yeah, no, fair.
As if the writing didn't already make the experience infuriating enough. Enfield also has by far the most annoying, patronizing quest markers I have ever seen.
Okay, we're in the fucking bullshit chapter. I think we're now getting into the handholdy shit. No, God, yeah, no, these just at this like the markers are so bad. You might as well just like have an auto walk function, legitimately.
Any game ever. Just look at this example. After meeting Rossi, you have to go and talk to her up here with this NPC. Doing so means climbing on some boxes and going up some stairs. Sounds fairly simple, right? Just put the quest marker on Rossi and I'll get up there myself by jumping on the box. Psych! The quest marker will lead to every individual box you have to jump on and every individual corner you have to turn, making absolutely sure there is zero possibility that you fail to get up there somehow. It doesn't even give you a chance to do it yourself. Do you really have that little faith?
Okay, it was never this bad. Holy. Players are apparently too stupid, too brain dead. Oh. You can't require that the player have to go through a teeny tiny amount of puzzle platforming to figure out how to get from point A to B. You can't do that. The marker is yellow. True. The marker is yellow. Like, legitimately, it's just like at this point there is literally no gameplay. It's just telling you what buttons to press and where to press them. If it was instead, it's just like, here's the starting point, here's the end point. You have to figure out how to get from here to here. There's where the puzzle platforming comes in. Instead, just walk here, then walk here, and jump here. That's, oh my God. We'll never escape the yellow. We'll never escape the yellow.
In the player, were that many testers so catastrophically stupid that they cannot figure out how to jump on a box and turn left? No, that's not the right way. Come along now, we're going this way. Come on. Does your target audience consist of babies? This game is going to turn me into a fucking terrorist. I'm losing my mind.
I don't remember it being that bad, but maybe my brain just like turned it off.
Patronizing all this really is. I'm going to compare it to a very different game to demonstrate why it angers me so much.
Is it Elden Ring?
Now, bear in mind, this comparison is not being made for.
Is it going to be Elden Ring?
I think this is necessary to add a.
Is it going to be Elden Ring? No, it's not Elden Ring. Crap. What's the game Tobo has been? Oh, fuck. Death Stranding. Is he going to compare it to Death Stranding? Is he going to compare it to Death Stranding?
Quickly explain to you why you should not put up with this level of patronizing bullshit anywhere in the game. Bear with me here. When I was about 4
Okay. 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 The exact opposite route that I thought is just going to be Tobo, comparing something to Death Stranding again. Maybe this is Death Stranding.
5 years old, I really liked playing Putt Putt Enters the Race, a point-and-click...
Tobo... Okay. Tobo... Okay, the next video Tobo makes better be a 7-hour-long video about the lack of nuance and the death of the potential of Putt Putt Enters the Race. He needs to.
Adventure game from the late 90s made for young children aged 3 to 8. I had only just started going to school. I was learning things like the alphabet and numbers up to 10. Let's take a look at how Putt Putt treats its young player base. I need to find 4 items to enter the race at the local speedway. While looking around, I find the toy store. Wow, free batteries. I don't need these to enter the race, but they're free, so hey, we may as well take them. I keep driving and find Chuck the tow truck with a flat tire. He needs a tire patch in the shape of a square, so he can be on his way. As we keep looking around,
I'm sorry, it's so hard to keep a straight face.
We ask Pete Crane to move them, but he's lost his hook, so we can't move them until we find...
This is Tobo, the cooker of absolute peak. The opinion man. And I'm sitting here having him guide me through Putt Putt.
Find it. As I go looking, I try to go into this tunnel, but another car is coming the other way, so we can't go through.
Move it. It's a one-lane tunnel.
What does this sign mean?
It's a picture of a horn.
Let's just try again. Uh-oh, that didn't work.
It's a one-lane tunnel.
Great section, because emphasizes the emphasis on things you can't solve basic... Yeah, exactly. That's the point. I just think it's funny how much detail he's going into to describe Putt Putt.
Something, but we can't see it because it's too dark, so let's carry on. But hey, look, a flashlight. 12 volts the tractor says we can have it, but that it doesn't work because there's no batteries. But that's okay, because we picked up the free batteries from the toy store earlier. Let's go back and look at what we ran over. That didn't work. Oh, I have to put the batteries in the flashlight first. Let's try again.
Holy, let him cook!
Hey, it's Pete Crane's hook. Now we can bring it to him and finally get past the pipes in the way. And hey, look at that, it's the racing tires. That's one of the 4 items we need. The store is closed, but the tire repair kit Chuck needs is here, so let's grab it.
Now, all I have to do is go find some scissors so I can cut it out.
Okay, where might we find scissors?
Because that's the thing. These kinds of kids games are designed to let kids understand critical thinking skills. These kinds of games exist to grow someone's critical thinking skills, which would imply that modern games don't want to, well, dare I say, modern games don't want to better someone's critical thinking skills, because again, the reason why you're playing the game isn't the experience of the gameplay and improving at it. It's the shiny thing that you get when you beat the thing that you can flex to all your friends with a cool screenshot that you're going to send in the Discord chat.
Well, we drove past the library on our way here, so let's try there. Cool, we found some. Clicking it doesn't work.
You play Putt Putt to grow as a person. You play Enfield to send screenshots to your friends. That is the reality of the situation.
To drag the repair kit onto the scissors like we did with the batteries. Nice. Okay, let's cut out a square, bring it to Chuck, and get him on his way.
This is so in-depth, holy.
Great, Chuck's all better now, and he says he'll give us a deal on the tires. So we go back there, he says we need 4 coins, at which point we need to go and figure out how to get coins and stuff. Right. So, notice how the game for young children, the game I played when I was learning the alphabet, doesn't have any UI hints explicitly telling me to pick up the batteries ahead of time, or telling me I need to honk my horn to go into the tunnel, or to pick up the flashlight, or to drag the batteries onto the flashlight, or to look around in the dark with the flashlight, or to drag the hook onto Pete Crane, or to pick up the tire repair kit, or to drag the repair kit onto the scissors, or to click each of the 4 corners to cut a square, or to drag the repair kit onto Chuck. It didn't just tell me the solution to every problem. Instead, it presents the young child with a problem to solve, and lets the young child figure out how to solve that problem on their own.
The thing is, I was about, for a second, to say that the base kind of does this. The base kind of presents you with natural problems, and you naturally have to kind of solve them yourself. If it wasn't for, like, the 50 tutorials that explicitly tell you how things work and how you're supposed to craft certain things. With the exception of the 50 base tutorials that tell you how things work and how specifically you're supposed to craft things, the base does at least provide some potential room for critical thinking and critical growth. But as long as you've done the 50 tutorials, you... All right.
And lets the young child use their prior knowledge to solve
Wait,
subsequent...
holy... Tobo got back to me. That was like literally an hour ago. I didn't even notice.
Because it respects the young child's ability to use their fucking brain. It's not that hard, Hypergraph, goddammit! This obscene level of patronizing handholding is also carried over into factory tutorials, but for some reason, some people seem to dismiss complaints about these tutorials for reasons like, yeah, but what about casuals? And yeah, but gacha players need handholding. I find it deeply alarming, not only that so many people in the space find these tutorials
oh, hey, look, here's
acceptable,
a tutorial that I was
really
just talking
almost
about.
exclusively about the number of tutorials and not the content of the tutorials themselves. You know how people keep saying that factory gameplay is overwhelming for casuals and shit like that? It takes a little bit of learning, so yes, some tutorials are necessary, but I guarantee you, even if you start panicking just by looking at some belt layouts, even if you think you need your handheld at every moment, you are more than capable of enjoying this kind of gameplay. I guarantee it. Hypergriff, on the other hand, clearly does not seem to agree. Here's a question for you. Which of these tutorials do you find more overwhelming? This tutorial from Enfield. Follow the indication marker and approach pack output port 4, then open the output port panel. Select output port 4, then press F to open the output port panel. Interruption. Each output port of the
Protocol automation core, or pack, or subpack can choose to unload one item. Click on the now empty item slot. Interruption. The panel displays the items stored in the depot. Click on the originator more in the depot. Interruption. This sets the originator more and the items to be moved out of this output port. Tutorial pop-up. The protocol automation core and subpack are connected to the depot. Once an item is in the output port, it will start to unload the set item from the depot into the core AIC area. The subpack and pack share similar functions. Both can be used as CP points and automatically supply power to electric files within their core AIC areas. Interruption. Close the panel. Time to learn how to use the transport.
Gacha players are stupid because they're treated as stupid, not the other way around. Yeah. Okay, there's no room to do a thing, because... Okay. I don't know why my computer's lagging so horribly. But the thing is, with the tutorial, is that a tutorial isn't supposed to tell you how to do something. It's supposed to explain to you information that the player is incapable of figuring out for themselves. That's the thing. With something like Arknights, their tutorials work because you already understand the base gameplay. They're just telling you how a mechanic works. They're just saying, oh, if you put an operator next to this thing, it'll charge up. That's it. That's like all that those tutorials are really going to do. Sometimes it's a bit much, yeah. But typically, it just tells you something that you really can't figure out for yourself. Now, sometimes you could just click on the stage element and it'll probably tell you. But there are some interactions that perhaps aren't as very clear to begin with. The thing is, though, you probably could just skip the tutorials and you'll probably understand it, but yeah. But I do think that the goal of a tutorial should be to tell a player information that there is no other way for them to know. Not this. Not to tell them how things work. Or not to tell them explicitly how to do things. This isn't like you're training someone to skate for the first time. This is worse than training someone how to skate for the first time, because you let them go off and fail on their own. Because that's the thing. You learn better when you fail. That's just how things are. You will naturally learn better. If this were to say, okay, connect the belt from here to the refining unit, and it doesn't tell you where to click, it doesn't tell you how to do anything, you screw that up, you're going to know that you screwed it up. And so you'll try something different. That's how you will learn. And Toro, if people are complaining, then that's why you look at them and you laugh at them and you say skill issue. Because we're like, I do think legitimately we're at like kind of a point where people aren't allowed to have skill issues anymore. Everyone is equally like good at games and everyone is equally amazing. Where you can't tell someone, hey dude, you physically can't play this game without all of this crap being explicitly told what to do. Yeah, skill issue. Get better at the game. People should be encouraged to get better. And sometimes, yeah, maybe a little mockery is going to help them in that regard. I'm not saying you should be like bullying people, but I'm saying that maybe people should want to get good at games rather than just existing and just getting resources, because there's no point in rewards if you don't actually do anything to reward it. Ugh.
refining unit input ports have been replaced with white inward arrows indicating that the transport belt can be connected to them. Follow the guiding line on the ground to place the transport belt. This moves items from the subpack output port to the input of the refining unit. Now move and adjust the view of the mouse to move the indicator cone to the specified refining unit input port. Interruption. The indicator cone
Quality bad cat. I think you guys know what I mean. I probably did not word it in a very good way, but I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about. Cause okay, haha. Cause something that I have done with like the base tutorials is that I would just downright skip everything that they tell. Something that I will do. Something that I will do when I'm doing like the 50 billion like base tutorials is that I will skip I will not read a single thing that they say, and I will treat it like a puzzle. I literally just treat it like a puzzle. Here's the tools that they give me. How do I make the thing that they want me to make? I literally just treat it like a puzzle because it's more fun when I do that. I just ignore the tutorial and treat it like it's not a tutorial and that it's instead a puzzle. Because at least in those tutorials, they don't handhold you this bad. Ugh. Because sometimes people will complain that like something isn't exactly clear to them, or that their own inoptimization is a criticism of the game and not a criticism of their own skill. That's like sometimes what some people will do. And yes, skill issue.
Or this tutorial from Factorio. Check if there is something useful in the escape pod. Move close and press left click to open it. Move the iron gear wheels from the escape pod into your inventory. Close the window by pressing E. Move close to the iron ore deposit and hover the cursor over it. Interruption. When you hover over an entity, useful detailed information appears in a tooltip here. Mine the iron ore. Hold right click.
See, this is what I was talking about. I think it's just telling you stuff you wouldn't know otherwise. It's telling you controls. That's what it's mainly for. A tutorial teaches you controls. Or to just give you some basic, like, purpose. It's to give you an objective to look towards, to help you gain.
Furnace.
Okay.
And check your craft.
The goal of a tutorial is to teach you controls and to give you a set of really easy goals to help you naturally better your skills as a player. That's the goal of a tutorial. A tutorial isn't supposed to tell you exactly how things are done, how to play the game. The goal of a tutorial is to just be, here is a guided path that is curated in a way that allows for a player to naturally gain skills. That's what a tutorial is supposed to be. A tutorial is a crafted thing. It is an art form. It is not just telling people exactly how to play the game and exactly how things work. That's not how things...
Menu. Interruption. On the right-hand side is your crafting menu. Left-clicking on the recipe will craft the depicted item.
Okay, so I see why the video is 90 minutes long.
This is your crafting queue. Left-click on an item in the queue if you want to cancel it. Select the stone furnace and build it on the ground near you by pressing left-click. The indicator will appear green if building is possible.
Tobo really loves just making you feel how long things take. He loves doing that. I really find it funny that Enfield will handle you every step of the way, but when you get to the repair circuit mini-game, the game throws you the pool to tell you how it works. And guess what? That mini-game is fun. And it requires that you think critically.
Put fuel into the stone furnace. You can use coal or wood, which you can mine nearby. See? Literally no problem. It's accessible, it's very easy to understand, it introduces you to core concepts simply and elegantly, and it doesn't treat you like a baby who doesn't know how to click the fucking left mouse button. If someone who wants to try out Enfield is a little nervous about the factory gameplay but is still willing to give it a shot, this incessant, patronizing barrage of text and constant interruptions is almost guaranteed to be the thing that actually overwhelms them, and not the factory gameplay itself. It does so much more harm than good.
This is what he was talking about with the very first foreshadowing Paimon. When you overwhelm the player with information that is significantly more complex than what the actual... When you overwhelm the player with information to try and handhold them, that's going to overwhelm them more than just letting them figure it out themselves. That's just how it's going to be. That's what he was talking about like early on with the first Paimon bit. And this is what I imagined he was going to get into, which was about the fact that because you make these tutorials so overwhelmingly handholdy, it adds complexity onto things because it makes it feel like there's more to be explained. Like you need to explain this kind of stuff. And especially when you handhold players, you don't give them the ability to actually learn these things for themselves. They will just go through the tutorials because that's what they're being told to do. And so when you actually have to like let them go out and build the base themselves, they won't have any of the actual tools to work with, which is what's going to lead them to rely on looking up guides, looking up pre-builds, looking up, looking up blueprints. To actually play the base, because they have the ability to play the base, but the game is treating them as like they don't. And the moment that they're done with the tutorial, they will have no idea what to do. And they're going to have to rely on the general community to just play the game for them. That's what it's going to end up being. You're not letting the player build skills for themselves. You're just telling them that this is a thing that you do sometimes.
Also need to consider what these tutorials will actually teach the player, because in my opinion, it's not actually teaching them the factory gameplay. Because the lesson the player is going to take away from these tutorials is not how to place a belt or how to make some item, because they're not arriving at that conclusion themselves.
Literally what I just said.
They're just being told exactly what to do at all times. What they're really learning
exactly
from
what
these
I just said.
tutorials is if they click where the game tells them to click enough times, they'll get the reward at the end.
Yes,
like a lab rat pressing a
that's what I
button for a
just
piece of
said.
cheese.
What I just
Yet
said.
Hypergriff
Yes.
seems to think this is the best way of teaching you how
Oh
factory
my
works,
gosh.
instead
Yes,
of
you're not
looking at
teaching
the
players
already
skills. You're just
excellent
teaching
tutorials
them
in
that this is how
existing
you
factory games.
do things.
But somehow,
Just go through the
we're
motions,
still not
complete the
done talking about
tutorial.
the issues with Enfield's tutorials. The real biggest issue with them, in my opinion, is the fact they are forced into the main story with no real justification for it. I assume what happened here is that Hypergriff listened to feedback from the last beta saying the factory wasn't integrated well enough into the main story. If you look at changes to the factory between each of the test versions of Enfield, you can pinpoint precisely what led to this. For context, in the early story of the tech test, you placed a few relay towers to rescue Andre from the warehouse which had lost power. Then he told you that the automation core is broken and the backup parts have been stolen by landbreakers, and in your quest to go and find each of the 4 parts, you come across a bunch of NPCs with various issues, kill some enemies in the way, fight a boss called Cliff who no longer exists, retrieve the backup parts, and then go back and repair the core before finally getting
Every
to the
time I see
factory
someone
part
on
after a
Discord
few
find out
hours
they
of
need to build a new
gameplay.
material and
And
immediately
when
ask
you
for
got
someone
to that
blueprint
part,
for
there
it.
were
It's
no
sad to be honest.
patronizing
100% playing the game for
handholding
the
tutorials,
channel.
it just
Exactly,
gave you the
yeah.
information you need,
Yeah,
and let you
100%.
take it from there.
100%.
Now, you arrive in Valley 4, everyone just says, holy shit, it's the N-Min Poggers, and you summon the core from space before Perlica and Andre keep insisting the factory is very important and you need to do these tutorials right now. It doesn't actually play a role in the story anymore. In addition, the tech test consisted of self-contained zones with loading screens between them. There were previously pre-existing relay towers called sector relay towers either side of the boundary between zones to allow you to transport power across loading screens. The factory and infrastructure, being the things you use to generate power, play an important role in that context because you can't bring those towers back online without power. They served a purpose in keeping the player on track as they progressed through the game. In the first beta, the loading screens were removed in favor of seamless transitions between zones, which made the world feel much larger, and you can tell where those transitions are by the connecting terrain between them usually being an enclosed, narrow space. This is all well and good, there's nothing inherently wrong with it, but in doing this, those pre-existing towers that kept you on track disappeared. Their way of solving these problems of their own creation was not to have the factory play a naturally occurring role in the background influencing how the plot unfolds, or to re-implement natural, unobtrusive checkpoints like the sector relay towers, but to shoehorn several factory tutorials into the early story, preventing you from progressing any further until you complete them.
Oh my gosh.
But this problem doesn't occur in Wuing. The factory
So
is integrated much more naturally into the story.
Because I remember there was like a
He
mission.
tells you the city has been trying
Pause.
to make a material called
pause.
Chironite.
Why is it so laggy? I fucking hate opera. But I remember when I was playing the game, there was like one of the missions I was streaming, and I'm like, oh, I just want to roll the gacha and then leave. I want to finish this mission so I can roll the gacha and then get out because I was tired. It was like 8 p.m. And because gacha on stream is Lamau Poggers. And the tutorials that I was doing was just like, go to the factory and build this thing and give it to me. And then I would have to go through all of these tutorials for how exactly I'm supposed to make the things. It was part of the main story, and it was something that was so slow and tedious and obnoxious. I was tired by the end that I was actually like doing it. I'm like, fucking finally I get to like. And it's funny to me. It's funny to me because the reward for beating that mission is gacha pulls. Like, your incentive for putting up with all these tutorials is you get to gamble, you get to gamble, you get to get the good stuff, you get to get the little operators, you get to get your waifu. Oh, just putting up with this, because again, the story already sucks, and it's already really, really slow, just because of how wordy and tiresome it is. And the story only gets slower when you introduce these really obnoxious, just base tutorials into it. Ugh. It's like, oh, we need to power up these big machines because they're broken for some reason. So we need you, the administrator, to make the parts for it, and then we do it. Ugh. Tobo's here? I don't see him in chat. What? Is Tobo here? No, he's not. I don't see him. Ugh. Just brutal. Absolutely brutal. Hello, I was pinged to explain something. Yes, there he is. I don't know why he's not showing up in my stream chat. Okay, this was literally, I don't know why he's not showing up in my, that's so weird. He's not showing up in my chat. Okay, now he is. Okay, so, what timestamp are we at? 56:40. Okay, I was confused about your take regarding the exploration. I was really confused with it. Because you talk about how like I kind of understand the whole like trying to integrate combat or like integrate kits with, laying that into exploration. Although that's not really something that you were talking about regarding Enfield, that's just something you're talking about that they did. But you're talking about how
interactions with your surroundings between.
Yeah, I think this was the exact point.
Bigger, the lack of any focused zone, somewhat longer to complete. This combination of its combat and its movement works well in smaller, more focused zones that feel more akin to levels than regions of an open world. But as its world continues to get bigger and bigger, the lack of any real freedom of movement or creative interactions with your surroundings between combat encounters only makes the problem of combat growing stale even worse. When the game takes very clear
I'm just a little confused what you mean by this. YouTube separates top chat from live chat. No, I have like a separate chat in my OBS that I use that just combines both Twitch chat and YouTube chat. I'm just a little confused what you mean by this, Tobo. Like, I don't really know what it is. What it means. Because you're talking about how, like, because there isn't more interesting terrain, it makes the combat less interesting. Like, if they leaned into using the terrain for combat, or if skills could utilize the terrain for combat. Like, I'm a little confused. Because a lot of, like, what I was talking about is how I kind of like that the exploration is stale, that they don't give you a bunch of explorative movement options, because it leans more into using your facilities to actually get around it. And so I'm a little confused what exactly you mean by this.
It compensates for this by letting you move around the world a lot more freely.
Because to me, the movement in like Genshin and Wuwa are just not even close to the same thing as Enfield. Like, they're not meant to be the same thing at all.
Employs in much of freedom of
But
movement,
it's more about how they like apply into combat. I'm just confused.
While Enfield is starting to feel more and more like an open world, it doesn't have either of these advantages. Your movement is restricted to running and jumping and some pre-placed ropes. All the while, its combat encounters generally take somewhat longer to complete. This combination of its combat and its movement works well in smaller, more focused zones that feel more akin to levels than...
There's no natural pacing. It's just Shift W, do the same rotation over and over again, Shift W, do the same rotation over and over, repeat until the heat death of the universe. So it's more just there is no variability in the terrain. You don't have like cool parkour sections. You don't have cool obstacles you have to get around. There's nothing that because there are occasional like puzzle platforming moments, I do feel, but it's more just a complaint that there is just nothing going on. It's just there's just emptiness. Because I do think that there are, because again, it's like I don't think that Enfield should have like too much freedom of movement, which is naturally going to restrict how the environments are created, how the environments are shaped. And so, like, I don't think we should have freedom of movement. I think that having to rely on the zip lines to give you that freedom of movement, I think is really good. I think that makes the game feel a lot more satisfying to explore. And, well, not to explore, but to build upon. And so you can't have that freedom of movement. And so you lack, like, the ability. It could just be a thing that's just going to be a natural part of the game where you don't really have a lot of, you don't have, like, parkour segments. You don't really have, like, cool, like, I guess there's like portions where you have to use bombs to like blow up some walls or something. Like, is it literally just like terrain boring? I wish there was more terrain going on. Is that like, that's just kind of what it is? Because that's kind of what it seems like. So I guess it is. Yeah, I guess that makes sense when you're saying like it makes the combat feel even more stale because there's nothing interesting in between combat and it doesn't interact with combat very well. I think that's kind of what you're saying. I don't want to misrepresent that. Exactly. It shouldn't have much freedom of movement. When the worlds get bigger and bigger, the lack of freedom feels worse when the open worlds are designed entirely around player freedom. So you're criticizing the world design for being too big, which is bizarre because I feel that the world is very small, but I've only explored I haven't explored the other region yet, so perhaps it's a lot bigger in the other region. But in Valley 4, it does feel quite like it fits the actual intended movement a lot more. So I guess you're complaining that the environments feel like they're meant to be for if you had a freedom of movement. So that's kind of what you're saying, I think. They're designed as though you had that freedom of movement, like a game like Wuwa or Genshin. Think they could solve if you allowed to build other objects like ladders? Probably, yeah. Or like perhaps like things that don't require power that can help you like get around with movement and things. And that can again play into the base and like constructing that kind of stuff and play into those resources. Like I think if you want to apply freedom of movement, it should be tied to the base. I think we can all agree on that. And that's what they do with that's what they're doing with the zip lines. But yeah, I don't know if it is just it doesn't exist. The issue doesn't exist in Valley 4 because I feel Valley 4 is fine for what it is, but maybe in what's it called? Wuing? I forgot what it's called. Okay, where the hell were we? Where were we? I think we were okay. Okay. Was it like 56? I don't even remember. I hope it's. Does anyone remember where we left off? Because some of these don't look familiar, but some of them do. I don't know. I don't want to skip any of the video.
Being the things you use to generate power play an important role
I guess we're
in
gonna
that
have to rewatch some of
track as they progress. Seamless transitions between zones, which made the in the first beta, the loading screens were removed in favor of keeping the player on track as they progressed through the game. In the first beta, the loading screens were removed in favor of seamless transitions between zones, which made the world feel much larger, and you can tell where those transitions are by the connecting terrain between them usually being an enclosed, narrow space.
Okay, we did already see this, but I do want to rewatch it.
Inherently wrong with it, but in doing this, those pre-existing towers that kept you on track disappeared. Their way of solving these problems of their own creation was not to have the factory play a naturally occurring role in the background influencing how the plot unfolds, or to re-implement natural, unobtrusive checkpoints like the sector relay towers, but to shoehorn several factory tutorials into the early story, preventing you from progressing any further until you complete them. But this problem doesn't occur in Wuling. The factory is integrated much more naturally into the story. When you meet Zhuang Fangyi, she tells you the city has been trying to make a material called Shirenite to tackle the problems posed by the massive blight zone nearby. Part of the plot is you, the Enmin, helping them to make Shirenite. You make it with the factory. Making things with the factory solves the problems the characters face and moves the plot forward. Surely that's just because the writers got their act together, right? And there's nothing else to say about it because all early Gacha stories suck or whatever, right? No, those backup parts you had to go and find before played the same role as Sirenite. They were a plot device serving as the factory's role in the story. In the new story of Valley 4, the plot device is removed because the story was so radically changed in their pivot towards putting so much emphasis on exploration and making the world so much larger and making everything more convenient. And so now, the factory in Valley 4, instead of playing a natural role in the story, it now has nothing to use as a natural plot device, and instead it's just placed front and center, and you are required to learn it right now because Perlica and Andre tell you it's important. In addition, the prologue was previously much slower paced, so being introduced to the factory after that meant the pacing of the introduction and story and gameplay were all in harmony and consistent with each other. Now, the prologue is so much more bombastic, and the gameplay also so much more flashy and fast-paced, that now when you're introduced to the factory, the change of pace is so drastic that it gives you whiplash. But the real trouble with this is, factory gameplay intrinsically requires a little bit of learning, hence the tutorial. An open zone RPG with a big emphasis on exploration and fast-paced action combat that you can mostly button mash through, suddenly slamming the brakes and placing the factory in front of you without any natural role in the story at all, with all of its absolutely awful and patronizing tutorials and forcing you to sit down and pay attention and learn how it works right now or you can't progress any further, is not exactly going to go very well with Enfield's new target audience. Can you really blame those players for hating the factory in this?
That's a really good point. Just that, yeah, that. Oh no, that makes sense. I never experienced that whiplash. I never had like the whiplash where it's just like everything's so, because legitimately the story is so slow, so unbelievably slow that when you have the equally as slow tutorials for the base, it didn't feel that different. But I could understand. I could definitely understand when you do have this, the nature of the base being as slow as it is, and you have this general appeal towards a kind of audience that doesn't want to take the game slowly, it doesn't want to learn the game themselves, is going to cause issues, especially with how absolutely fucking slow the tutorials can be. Which does make me curious. It makes me wonder what are people's actual opinions on it. It does make me wonder. It's like if you do have someone who came from Genshin or Wuwa, because you know this is the new Gacha game and they want to get in on it while the striking's hot. Do they think of it as just some incredibly fast-paced game, and then the tutorials are going to frustrate them? Or maybe not. Maybe they'd like the tutorials. But the tutorials, the immense amount of like factory tutorials, is that going to frustrate them? Is that going to annoy them? Is that actually what they want? Is this just a naturally contradictory like element of trying to appease a greater audience while at the exact same time slowing the game down to such a point that it's not going to appeal to that kind of audience and instead would be better suited towards the original fans of the game as well as other fans of Arknights? Is the point the Tobo's trying to get that this is naturally contradictory with its appeal towards some kind of audience? And that this just layers onto its confusion and its identity as a game? Because I really can't blame him if that is the point that he's trying to get across, because that's what it seems like.
Context? No, of course not. I really like factory games, and this feels awful to me. Because it's such a stark difference with the rest of Enfield, and its role in the narrative and the wider game is not even slightly adequately justified for such a long time, which makes their changes to the factory over time even more short-sighted, frustrating, and ridiculous. We'll get to the AIC factory.
From what I've seen, all the non-Arknights players are getting filtered by the tutorials, factory, and story being bad. Really? Oh, wow. Because if that's the case, then... Well, good job, Hypergriff. Arknights players are being filtered out too. Yes, because it's not Arknights. It doesn't have that deep strategic depth that Arknights has. And it's not Wuwa or Genshin because it's way too slow to be either of those games. And it's way too frustrating, way too handholdy. And like half of the game is not the fast-paced, button-mashing, remembering combo skill gameplay that the combat is trying to be. It's two sides of something that are both intrinsically very interesting and fun on paper, but when you put them together, end up fucking themselves over.
Does not only consist of the factory, there are quite a few other gameplay systems within it which are all interconnected. A big one is that you must relay power across the region from the core AIC areas using relay towers. Partly because you need to power your mining rigs to collect ore to produce factory products, partly for various exploration needs.
Okay, to me, when I first started playing Enfield, I had this impression that the gameplay loop of the game would be quite simple. It ties exploration, combat, and the base all into one thing, where you explore different areas, you unlock points for your base, you research into your base to unlock new stuff, and then that new stuff you put into your base gives you more access to new things that you can produce, and those new things that you can produce are going to help you improve your characters and give you items to help you in combat. And by improving your ability to fight, you can explore more areas, which will give you more RIC points, which you can invest back into the base. To me, that is what I imagined the gameplay loop was going to be, when that is not even close to what it is. It is not that seamless integration of both exploration, combat, and the base. It is instead, here is the base, here is combat, and here's a half-baked exploration. The base is quite in-depth. Again, I haven't explored all of it. I probably might get really bored of it, and it might be just really lame later. But right now, I really, really like the base. But the combat and exploration, yeah, they're half-baked. And they don't really feel that integrated into each other, which is what Tobo was talking about earlier in regards to the combat not really working with the exploration very well. And so when you do have like these three core elements of the game that clash with each other actively because of the pacing, but also don't integrate into each other as well, I can imagine it's frustrating. It will be frustrating.
Such as devices which may open a gate or power a jump pad, and partly to power zip lines which you can place around the map in locations of your choosing.
The character combat tutorials I don't like, because it's literally... It is literally just... like, here is the operator's combo skill. Or no, here's the operator's like main attack combo. Here's the operator's main skill. Here's the operator's combo skill. Here's the operator's ultimate. And now do these very specific things to make it happen. Like, that's it.
Bots and farming certain items a lot more convenient. This is an idea imported from Death Stranding.
There it is.
It is extremely unforgiving, and traversing it is deliberately very inconvenient, so ziplines are a gigantic upgrade when you get them set up.
There it is.
The convenience of Enfield ziplines is less about making terrain traversal easier and more about making farming gatherables and daily gameplay faster and easier. You can think of it kind of like automating your farming routes instead of having to run everywhere.
Exactly.
It's very satisfying to set up your own network of zip lines and zip around the map at your leisure.
100%, yes.
Enfield also has shared structures in which structures placed by other players will randomly appear in your world without needing to be connected to power.
I don't like the fact that they don't need to be connected to power. That annoys me. I just wish I could turn them off. I find these just a little annoying. This is also an idea imported from Death Stranding, in which you will very frequently come across some particularly difficult terrain, like a steep mountainside, and spot another player's zipline within range of where you're standing, so you can just place your own hop on and away you go. These structures only appear once you have connected that region to the network, so you can't just piggyback off someone's zipline to get there right off the bat. You have to make at least one delivery to that region's bunker before other players' structures appear. This used to be the case with Enfield, where so-called sector scanners were placed towards the end of a given zone in the technical test, very clearly with the same idea of getting to a certain point of the zone. I can delete them, but I can't turn them off.
But sector scanners were scrapped with last year's beta.
And I do delete them.
But more importantly, there is a very careful balance of how frequently other players' structures will appear. In my many hours of playing Death Stranding, I think I have only ever gone from another player's zipline to a second other player's zipline maybe once. The point is for them to help you, not to do everything for you. Enfield shared structures,
yes.
shared ziplines are absolutely everywhere. To the point of it being kind of
pause. Why can't? Okay, computer's so laggy. Holy, browser laggy. But no, this is exactly what I was talking about. They're everywhere. They feel like they streamline the kind of thing for you. And I know someone was saying like it helps you kind of traverse early in the early game, which is kind of true, and I kind of get that. But I wouldn't rather basically have the entire network basically there for you. Like, it kind of defeats the point of having to place down, like, zip lines on your own in the first place. And again, you don't have to connect them to power. If you had to connect them to power, then I can see a bit more to it, because you at least have to work for it. But instead, it's just like, nah, you don't need to work for the extra movement. You can just have it for free. And they're just literally everywhere.
Obnoxious. I very rarely see another player's zipline and think, oh, wicked, that's so helpful, thank you, player, like I have done in Death Stranding many, many times. The vast majority of the time, either I think, oh, okay, it's just doing it all for me again, all right then, or I think, fuck off, not again, get out of my way.
Yes.
I have very frequently come across entire networks of other players' ziplines already just sitting there, completely negating the satisfaction of setting them up yourself. It's certainly very convenient.
100%. That's what I was talking about earlier. Yes.
Takes away what made the ziplines fun in the first place. Yes. I was indifferent to them doing away with sector scanners in the last beta.
He literally is saying everything I was saying. Oh. There's literally everything that I was just saying.
It's very clear that removing them was a mistake. This could have been solved with the zipline route feature, in which you add certain ziplines as nodes on a route so you can press E ahead of time to automatically zip to the next node in the route, because it could create a very obvious incentive to build them to go to specific locations, but I just found this feature unhelpful because zipline routes are one way only. If you go backwards and press E, it just sends you back the other way, and you can't create another route going back the other way because it doesn't let you do that either. If a zipline is already part of an existing route, you can't add it to another route, and it all just feels a bit pointless. It's like they added a quality of life feature before they actually knew what any quality of life features should be improving. It would be nice to be able to create named routes, perhaps even from the map, and then while on any node along that route, you can select it to automatically move along it in whichever direction you choose. Or instead of names, perhaps we could even choose a color for it and make our own network of them so it looks kind of like a London tube map. That'd be fun. But back to the shared structures, to be fair, there is a mechanic called stability in which shared structures will
Tobo for
deteriorate
some
over
reason
time and
yearns
disappear
for
if
the
it reaches
London
zero.
Metro.
This is an idea imported from Death Stranding, in which both your structures and other players' structures will erode from exposure to timefall, which is the in-universe hazard that causes everything it rains on to age very rapidly. You can repair structures using various materials and upgrade them to boost their timefall resistance. These could be a clever way of encouraging the player to build their own ziplines by piggybacking off a shared one and replacing it when it's deleted, but in practice, because they're literally everywhere, chances are another player's structure will immediately spawn in approximately the same place. For example, I have my own zipline set up here that I use frequently, and there's literally always another player's zipline in between them, just third-wheeling uninvited. To be totally honest, Enfield's shared structures very rarely add anything to the experience, and I would argue they actually detract from it most of the time. And they annoy me to such an extent that I quite often just delete them from my world because they so frequently get in the way.
Yes!
As such, given that we've imported this many mechanics from Death Stranding already, it would be nice if we could delete shared structures directly from the map as a useful quality of life feature.
Okay, you
the
can.
biggest issue, though, with these shared structures and ziplines...
I don't know if that wasn't the case in the beta, but you can do that now. Issue is you can't delete all of them. And I would like to just turn them off.
The game has very clearly pivoted towards an audience that wants things like climbing and swimming and things of that nature, a desire to interact with the world around them. When people ask for things like petting the dog, in spite of it being kind of pointless, the underlying desire is to interact with the world and feel like you have an impact and effect on it. Enfield's way of doing that is with bringing power across regions to bring it to life, placing ziplines to traverse the terrain in your own personal way, and things of that nature. With entire networks of other players' ziplines and other players' turrets so often just already sitting there, my desire as the player to meaningfully interact with the world around me is unfulfilled because it's already been done for me. I have to delete these structures if I want to fulfill that desire, and most players aren't going to bother deleting them because even though it's less fun, it's also very convenient, and most players aren't going to forgo convenience when it's offered to them. Another shared facility is memo beacons.
Exactly
like
what I was saying earlier. Okay.
These are an idea imported at least partially from Dark Souls, or more generally from software games, in which you can place messages combining words from a restricted list. Enfield's memo beacons are naturally much simpler, which is fine, but the main issue is that they're always visible. Part of what makes them fun in the Souls games is that you bring up the message yourself, so there's a surprise associated with it, and because they're smaller, you can come across fun combinations of them, which makes them a fun social feature, in addition to the approvals that you can give those messages. Enfields are always visible, which means not only can far less of them be placed, but you also can't choose to not see them. There's no such thing as just don't use the memo beacons, because you're forced to see them. These could be a really fun social feature, but the way they're currently implemented just makes them a convenience feature that ends up taking some of the fun out of exploration.
I kind of don't get the point of the memo beacons. Like, I get that it's just like you can share messages with each other. Like, I get that, yeah. But the thing is that because of... Holy, what's Akakuri doing? Why is she... Oh, this is a pathway. I thought she was just falling off a cliff. Or maybe she is, I don't know. But... like, I don't understand the point of them. Like, at all. Because there's nothing to say other than just like, oh, there's an enemy up ahead. Oh, there's a loot nearby. And it's like, sometimes that kind of detracts from like the game. I don't understand what the point of these is to be, because again, it's so limited. You can't say anything of substance. You can't really like do anything. And again, it's not like there is a context that these exist within. So it's just like, like they'll give tips sometimes, but what, like, I don't want the tips. It's so weird. It's just like, oh, there's loot up ahead. And yeah, sometimes there is loot up ahead. And I'm just like, yeah, cool. Yeah, all right. Yeah, it's something they added because they thought it was cool in Death Stranding. That's what it seems like, yeah. But I don't get what the point of it is. Legitimately. It serves no purpose, and I don't think the game would change at all by removing it. If they wanted to add a social feature, there's a bajillion other ways of doing that. Like, the co-op. You just play together. Like, you can make jokes with them. No, I agree. I can agree. I know, but like the only meme I've really seen is kill yourself. And believe me, it's hilarious. I love it. It's amazing. But it literally serves one purpose, and that's to tell you to kill yourself. That's the only purpose this thing has. And it's funny when that happens. It's funny. But that's literally it. That's the extent of the memes you can get out of it.
However, something to note is that you can also repair the beacons just like other structures, and given that the symbols associated with the words are the primary visible part of them, they can also be compared to signposts in Death Stranding, where you place down a symbol which can appear in other players' worlds, alerting them to something nearby or just giving them some encouragement. Walking or driving through a sign will award it a like, and you can likewise earn likes from other players for your signs that appear in their world. It's a way of both interacting with your surroundings and interacting with other players. An example worth mentioning is the baby in a heart, which makes your BB happy when you walk through it. It doesn't serve any real gameplay purpose, but like we just talked about, players have a
Who
strong
literally just said
desire
that?
to
Who
interact
literally
with the
just said
world around
that?
them.
Yeah, if the operators can interact with these things somehow, it could be fun. And then Tobo's talking about how, hey, you can your character will interact with these
And
things.
a sign placed by another player making Sam and his BB smile is a fun little feature serving that purpose. So, personally, I think these signs should be more similar to the Dark Souls signs in being smaller.
I don't get why
bring
the
up yourself,
captions
which
are
can
so
create
high
fun
up.
combinations of them to stumble across, but also similar to the
Why
Death
is
Stranding
it just
signs
the
and
middle
having
of the
some extra
screen now?
symbols included, which some characters have special interactions with when
There
you
we
bring
go.
up the message. Like, say, a training dummy which Chen will then go to attack, or a Tata emote prompting Yvonne to say it's cute and take pictures of it, or something like that. Now, the AIC consists of a larger core area and a few smaller outposts, all of which have access to the same regional depot and all of which you can build factory products in. When you unlock an outpost area, you then get access to outpost management, in which you can trade those factory products for regional stock bills, which are used for various progression materials, food buffs, exploration aids, gifts you can give to your operators in the Dijang, and other things. Trading factory products is your primary way of earning stock bills, and the more resources it takes to produce a given product, the more stock bills it will trade for. You can have more stock bills than the stated limit, but excess stock bills will be reset weekly. Trading factory products is not the only way to earn stock bills though. There is also stock redistribution. You can buy a certain amount of stock every day, then hold it for as long as you want and sell it whenever you want. If there are no low-priced items, you can just let the allowance carry over to the following day, up to the regional maximum, and you can sell your stock by visiting your friend's Dijang. So basically just buy as low as possible and sell whenever you or your friend is selling it for 6,000... Almost 10 million stock... What the fuck? Okay, so much for trading factory products, I guess. There are also depot nodes, which are essentially Enfield's resource dump that you can use excess factory products for. They are stations from which you pack a crate, choose a buyer, and then deliver it to them while optionally fulfilling certain conditions. At level 2, that condition is just don't teleport. At level 3, it adds don't take any hits, and at level 4, it adds don't jump. Teleporting, getting hit, or jumping will reduce the goods' integrity, reducing the number of stock bills you receive at the end.
Say the line, Bart!
This is an idea imported from Death Stranding. In Death Stranding, you must deliver cargo from place to place, picking up other deliveries along the way, and planning long routes of multiple deliveries across unforgiving terrain, hazardous weather, hostile enemies, and sometimes also the souls of dead people who haven't reached the afterlife yet. All in return for earning likes. Likes are worthless by themselves, but you can make deliveries easier by earning enough of them. You can also earn likes by placing structures to help other players and give likes to other players for their structures. However, Enfield has imported the delivery gameplay at an astonishingly shallow level.
I hate that I'm just being quiet and I can't say anything, but I legitimately have not experienced the literally last night I asked Tobo, I'm like, hey Tobo, I have a bunch of this resource, how do I get rid of it, because it's overflowing in my stocks. And he's like, oh, go to the depot. I'm like, I don't know what that is. It's like, oh, just you have to unlock it. And I didn't even have it unlocked last night. I have yet to even do this thing. So I don't even know how it works. So I'm sorry I can't say anything about it.
Firstly, because getting from place to place is deliberately very inconvenient, and you have to
Bring up
balance
the
your
reconstruction
cargo
thing
and be
reminds me.
careful
Enfield
not to
feels so
fall
much like an
over, which will
unfocused
damage
game.
them,
Yeah, that's
strongly
kind of the
incentivizing the use of both
main.
your own structures and
That's like the main thing that Tobo is kind of like getting at. Like it's unfocused. It lacks a strong identity. There is nothing that makes Enfield Enfield. Enfield is just this amalgamation of like 50 different games. It's like, oh, it's Factorio. Oh, it's Death Stranding. Oh, it's Genshin Impact. It's 50 different things all just kind of combined, into one that's under the Arknights name. It doesn't try to do anything new. It doesn't try and innovate. It doesn't try to stand out. It attempts to appeal towards an already existing, very common demographic of players. Except it's appealing towards four different, completely different common denominator player bases. And because the game is so muddled with a lot of this random crap that not everyone's going to like, that's going to lose its appeal for it. Because again, as much as I love the base gameplay, I think the combat is shallow and kind of crap. And so, yeah, it's going to screw up, it can't give me exactly what I want. The combat is going to give the Genshin player what they want, but the base isn't going to give them what they want. I like the base, but the combat doesn't give me what I want. And so all of these other side modes, all of these other gimmicks that lead into the game being this kind of amalgamation of stuff is the main reason why this game lacks identity, why it has so much potential, because it has all of these ideas. That's not saying that you can't use these ideas and use them effectively. It's the fact that they squander every single one of them by only giving them a surface level interpretation of it. That's the main criticism for Enfield. That's why people don't really like it that much. It tries to appeal to a bunch of different things to it. Because dare I say, that's why Arknights is good, because there's no other game like Arknights. It has such a solid gameplay system with so many unique and fun operators that you get to use and have fun with. And it's the only game that lets you do that. It's the only game that is designed in the way that it is. But with Enfield, it's not that. It's designed the same way as 50 other things, but you can't just have some of everything, because a designer's job is to make sure that things work. But when you just take the works of 5 different people and you crush them into one, now it's nothing. Now it's slop, because they don't work together. You can have a taco, you can have a cheeseburger, and you can have an ice cream. They're all pretty good separately, but you can't combine them into one. You can't do that. I should have gatekept harder. Because apparently, again, I don't know if Storn could help me. I don't know if he played the alphas or the betas or whatever, or if any of you have. But I'm not sure how Enfield's identity was back then. I don't know if Enfield truly was its own thing. If it was something that was capable of sticking out, like Arknights. It introduced new gameplay. It introduced new mechanics. It was something other than what everything else was supposed to be. And over time, because you have a bunch of these players... American explaining game design. Imagine a burger. God damn it, Tobo. You made me lose my track. Fuck, what was I talking about? Ugh. God damn it, that distracted me. But Enfield just trying to be this amalgamation of 50 different things. If it did have that identity, and that's why Tobo is so passionate about losing that identity, because over time, Enfield because what happened is that you have Enfield, it's this new gacha game, and it's trying to be its own thing, and then you have people from other communities coming in, expecting it to be more akin to their thing, and being mad that it's not akin to their thing, because literally everything is Genshin and Wuwa and everything. You just have Hoyoslop as just a concept, and people are mad that it isn't Hoyoslop. And then now now the game is trying to alter itself to appeal towards those kinds of games, when maybe it was just trying to be its own thing originally. So I don't even know. Enfield was completely different in the alpha. It was very rough and around the edges, but the basic combat foundations were very solid. Okay. Because what I care about most is if it did have that proper identity that Arknights does. So it's felt very tactical. Okay. Rather than, I guess, just the ARPG crap that it currently is. I don't want to be too mean, but it is... it has so much potential because you can take all of these different concepts and you can build upon them. There's nothing wrong with being inspired and taking inspiration from all these other games, but you have to be capable of understanding where things don't work, where things can clash. And most importantly, you have to be willing to truly invest into everything. You can't just stop and be like, oh, well, we have this. It's kind of like the thing that we know about, so it's fine. We'll just, we'll compensate by making everything else cool. There's so much stuff, but none of that stuff works. If I want an ARPG or CRPG, I can play DMC, you know? Well, you could play Genshin or Wuwa, because that's what people want. They want Wuwa or Genshin or Zenless Zone Zero. They want all of those kinds of games. And because of that, it fucks up Enfield's identity. That's the whole... That's kind of... Like, yeah, you probably... Yeah, that's why you kind of should gatekeep a little bit. Because when you have people who are coming in with the expectation of a game that it isn't, then yes, it does make sense to say, no, that's not how this game should be. That's not how this game should try and work. You are not the kind of player that this game should be designing itself around because it goes against its identity as a whole. That's nothing against the person. When people criticize someone, when people criticize, when people say like, you know, gatekeep, when people say like gatekeep, that doesn't mean that the person you're gatekeeping is a bad person. That just means that certain things are just designed for certain people. Everything shouldn't be for everyone. Everything should be for the people that they're for. That's just how it is. It's like imagining that, again, American example, it's like imagining that you could have a cheeseburger that every single human being on the planet would like. You can't do that. You can't have an ice cream cheeseburger to appeal towards the people who like ice cream. Like, if you had an ice cream cheeseburger, that doesn't appeal towards the people who like burgers because maybe they don't like ice cream, and it doesn't appeal towards the people who like ice cream because maybe they don't like burgers. And maybe people who like both won't even like it because the combination of itself just... The combination of a cheeseburger and ice cream don't work. The game was changed to appease people who don't like it in the first place. Exactly, yeah. It's... The reason why I even wanted to play Enfield is because I saw Tobo's video. Is because Tobo is truly passionate about Enfield. That is why I chose to play Enfield. I had no interest in playing this game because I thought it was just going to be Hoyo Slop or whatever. Until I saw Tobo's video and he talked about the potential that it could have. He talked about what it could be, and you could feel the passion in that video. He was being critical because he cared about Enfield. And that's what made me want to play Enfield. That's what made me kind of excited for it, because I want to see that potential too. But instead, you have a bunch of people who are mad that, yeah, the games aren't... that the games aren't catering towards them when there's nothing fucking wrong with that. But again, I think this is just kind of an issue with just the gacha space in general, just gacha culture overall. Because you will have people who get into this sort of gacha zeitgeist and expect that every gacha game exists to cater towards that general zeitgeist rather than being your own thing. Gatekeep is so you can defend what makes you feel unique while keeping the door open for anyone who wants to enjoy it. Correct, Storn. 100%. You should gatekeep things that you're passionate about because you want to protect the thing that you care about. I guess it's better to say... It's kind of mean to say gatekeep, but I think it's better to say defend. Defend the thing that you care about. Make sure that the thing you care about remains the thing that you care about. Gatekeeping sounds mean because it's like telling people to go and screw... Like, it's telling people you're not welcome here. That's not true. I don't want that. I think people should be allowed to enjoy what they want. Don't gatekeep, defend. Defend the thing that you're passionate about. Because Tobo is passionate about Enfield. He is not critical because he hates people. He is critical because he doesn't want to see the thing that he's passionate about fall apart. People who are the most critical of something are often the people who care about it the most. Because why would they be critical about it? If they don't like it, they could go do something else. But when you take the time to be critical, when you take the time to point out its issues and to tell how it can improve, that shows that you want it to improve. It shows that you want the thing to be better. You should defend the thing that you care about and explain why. You should be willing to let people enjoy the thing that you want, but you should be steadfast in upholding the things that you care about. And to say that here is why I like this game and here's why that's not a good idea. Here's why I like this thing and here's why we should protect it. And there will be conflict. There will always be conflict. Everyone's going to disagree. But at least have a reason for being that passionate. At least have that form of why you like it.
The player structures to make it more convenient. Secondly, everywhere you deliver to has more deliveries waiting for you, so you can plan delivery routes by checking who has deliveries for a given recipient and then go on long journeys to multiple different stops. Thirdly, because there is lost cargo scattered all over the terrain, which you can pick up as you go to collect more.
I don't even remember what Tobo was even talking about. We went on such a rant.
And fourthly, if you don't want to deliver the lost cargo, you can entrust it to other players and share the reward for it. But you can't give standard deliveries to other players.
The problem is who will Griffline listen to? Apparently everyone. everyone,
individual
but
packages.
at the same
Standard
time, no
deliveries can
one.
fill an entire truck sometimes.
Well,
in Enfield, every single delivery
Griffline will
starts in the same
listen.
place.
They will listen to the consensus. They will listen to the consensus. They will listen to the people who have the highest say. They will listen to the YouTubers who get the most views. They will listen to the people who have that kind of stuff. He's making me want to play Death Stranding. If you want Enfield to become Genshin or Wuba, if you have to learn and see that you're... If you want to learn and see if your mind has changed, sure. But if you're going to complain about pity carryover, then I don't want to hear you. No, true. I think that's such a nothing burger complaint. Just like, oh, but like my guarantee. It's like, shut up. Shut up. You are actually just a gambling addict. Like, not even, you're not even complaining. You're just a gambling addict. Like, come on. But it's, all I can really say is if you're passionate about something, talk about it. Because if you do think, okay, just the nature of like the Arknights community is small. The Arknights community is a lot smaller than something like the Genshin Impact community. And so, if you do have, like, the Arknights creator, Tobo, you know, with 8,000 subscribers, making a video about his complaints, and even though this gets a ton of views, maybe the, like, million-view Genshin Impact YouTuber who has over 1 million subscribers talking about all of the things that make Enfield Genshin and, like, complimenting that is going to skew the general view of what the game should be, at least kind of. I'm not saying that this is like some incredible thing that, you know, is horrible and we can't do anything. But I do think that when you do have much larger, like, Genshin Impact creators or Wuthering Waves creators, like, they're the ones with the largest say, I would probably say. Just because they have the largest communities. Because, again, Arknights is unique. Arknights is awesome. But when you do have that larger demographic, they're probably going to appeal towards that larger demographic because that's where the most stink is coming from. Ugh. The fact that there is actual discourse for pity gacha makes me wonder if we should ever listen to that. Yeah, 100%. If someone legitimately thinks that, like, the pity matters, ignore them. I don't... That is such a nothing burger thing to complain about. If the gacha is their main concern, then don't listen to their opinions on, like, anything. Because they're not here to play a game. They're here to gamble. Like, But I mean, I wanted to play Genshin or Wu. I could just go, no, you're correct. But again, it's a matter of, we can't just, we could say that, but, ugh. Legit, I saw how I preferred Enfield's gacha when I got an off-battery Yvonne on Surtur's banner. Oh, I feel so bad for you, Storm. I actually got a character I was planning on pulling instead of the billionth standard character dupe. I can't even relate to you because I've only gotten, like, dupes. Legitimately, my first 6-star was Aya, and you get her for free, so. only get fucking dupes. Tobo's original video were completely fine in their ideas, but they're pointed and combative language. That's the thing with Tobo. He is very passionate. I feel like you're fine with, I think that's fine to criticize him. I don't mind it. Because I think there's always going to be a kind of a conflict. It's a damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you're really passionate about what you're talking about, and you're willing to insult the people, not insult, but you're willing to be very critical of the people that are against you, then that's going to cause tension in those people. But if you're someone like me and you're a coward, and you're not willing to really rip into someone, then it's going to be wishy-washy. And it's not going to come across as though you truly believe what you believe in. It could just be like, but you know, there's nuance. Like, it feels cowardly. And so either way, you're going to have, like, you know, you're either not going to be able to appeal towards the people you're trying to appeal to, or you're going to piss off the people who you're not trying to appeal to. That's just, it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't. And I can give props to Tobo for being very colorful. Because to me, it shows that he's passionate about this kind of crap, that he does care about it. And so, as much as, yes, I agree that it's going to be a little bit of a turnoff for people who do disagree with him, that video wasn't, I guess it's a matter of the video's goal wasn't to convince people that he's right, it's to just convey his grievances, which perhaps you could criticize that if you wanted to. I'd understand that. But I don't know. I'm glazing Tobo too much.
And ends in the same few locations. Traversal and exploration are already extremely convenient, and not taking any hits is trivially easy because enemies are so passive that you can just run right past them, which only leaves jumping, which is just not an interesting challenge at all. And even if you do manage to fail any of these, each jump or hit taken will reduce the integrity by just 1%.
Here's what they do. Here's what you do.
By just 20%.
Okay, here's what you do. You make it so you can't dodge. Now it's unplayable. Now it's literally unplayable. Now it's suddenly difficult. Every Genshin player will be unable to take their deliveries because they can't dodge.
And even then, I tested the delivery in which I reduced the integrity of the goods to 10%, and the recipient still said my delivery was flawless, and I still received about 50% of the full reward. What's the point of the reduced integrity mechanic in the first place if it's basically impossible to fail? Depot node deliveries are clearly supposed to encourage you to set up
There's
zip
being
lines,
firm and there's being a
except
prick, and unfortunately those
you
videos
receive the
learn
same
to the
amount of
latter.
stock
His arguments
bills
are more
regardless of whether
impartial,
you deliver
reviews
it or
one's more
someone
reasonable
else does.
audience. Now,
Even
I
if
feel like
the
you can
delivery
be
isn't
critical of that.
completed,
That's fine.
You still get half
I
each.
didn't have
It
that
rewards you
impression,
less
but
for actually
yeah,
trying
sure.
and failing than it does for just not bothering with it at all. Who is this for? People who like the delivery gameplay in Death Stranding, like me, won't like it because it misses everything that makes it satisfying in Death Stranding, and people who don't like it can just outsource it and receive the same reward, defeating the point of getting players to set up zip lines to make it easier. Genuinely, what is the point of implementing this if you cannot be brave enough to do anything interesting with it? I think this reduced integrity thing should just be scrapped entirely, and since we're seemingly obsessed with importing mechanics from Death Stranding, why not replace it with premium deliveries in which you earn more rewards for meeting an extra condition, like under a certain time limit, or even just copying the part where you earn more likes for traveling as short a distance as possible, which would much more strongly incentivize players to build and optimize their own zip lines. So players can transfer the delivery to someone else and both still receive the same base fee as before, but the one doing the delivery can earn bonus stock bills based on certain premium delivery conditions. And while we're at it,
I'm sure what
another
he's
part of
saying
makes
is
some
true.
deliveries
I don't
interesting
know.
in Death Stranding is the fact that seemingly worthless deliveries with hardly any likes
Literally
from
just
massive
remove
distances
dodge.
will unlock more
I went
interesting
on a
deliveries
rant
afterwards.
earlier.
Instead of just
Legitimately,
having a
when we were
random list of
talking about dodge, I went on a rant earlier on how legitimately, Tobo was 100% correct about the dodge, and how it removed a good chunk of like combat can't think. It removed a good chunk of combat depth, and there's a lot of stuff that is gone now just because there is a dodge. I went on, like, he was 100 billion% correct about the dodge, and it's insane.
Recipients with nothing else to it. Why not have hidden lore tidbits in there, with hidden side quests started by completing a rare depot node delivery? There's a lot of avenues here to make this
I think
a
the
more
passion
interesting
works out more
feature,
criticizing
but
the
as
game
it
than
exists
criticizing
right now,
people.
It's just
Sure.
not fun.
Sure.
Now, the final
Again,
and most
I'm not
important part of the
sure.
ARC is,
Again,
of
I never
course, the
got that
factory.
impression.
It is also the most
I mean, it
important
could
part
be
of this
weak
review, which is
people.
why
It
I've
could be
saved it for
Tobo being
last.
mean. I don't fucking know.
If you are
I'm not
someone
gonna
who
worry
feels a
about
bit
it.
overwhelmed when you look at the factory, hear me out. I completely understand why
'Cause at
it
the
looks
same
intimidating
time-
if you haven't played a factory game.
At the same time, sometimes you do have to criticize people. I think there's a lack of contact with the mainstream gacha community, which, because he talks about things the way he doesn't like. Yeah, they don't trust Tobo. He's just a voice coming out of nowhere, and probably just assumed that he's like big evil man. I don't know. But that's the thing with the killing Wish-Adele, for instance, is something I think a majority of the Arknights player base doesn't care, but the mainstream audience made a big deal about. Yeah, it's crazy that like caused drama, and that like people were genuinely like butthurt about that, because a lot of the people who were doing that didn't understand the point that Tobo was making. They immediately just assumed that it was a personal attack and wrote it off as he's a personal attack, and it's a personal attack. He's a troll. We should just ignore it and not care about it at all. But like, they completely missed the point because they just reduced him to a straw man, which again, you could blame Tobo for being very, abrupt. But at the same time, I do believe that you can criticize people and their intentions, because sometimes you kind of have to, because a lot of the reason why Enfield is the way that it is because this is what a lot of people wanted it to be. That's the thing. And so sometimes you do have to criticize those people and their motivations. You shouldn't, be an asshole about it. You shouldn't just call them terrible people. Sometimes you gotta, make the video funny. Tobo's a funny guy. Sometimes you just gotta be a little mean for the sake of making fun of them. But I do think that, yes, there is a level of mental maturity you need to have when to realize that you are being made fun of, and it's okay to be made fun of. You need to have that level of self-awareness to realize that not every person is just the most perfect thing ever, and sometimes you can have flaws. And sometimes you do have to listen to people who might be making fun of you. Which perhaps if Tobo made fun of himself a bit more, it would have been a lot easier. So you can kind of see that, like, oh, he's making fun of everyone. Maybe, again, I'm not saying that Tobo's handling of it was perfect. Like, I don't want to say handling of it, but that Tobo's, like, approach was perfect. Obviously, no one's perfect. But, yeah, who knows? It could be a matter of just, like, he was a little too harsh, but I never got that impression. What the fuck? Is that RMA? What? Holy Arknights. That's just like Arknights. Whoa. It's RMA. No way.
Before, but I promise I guarantee you, every single person watching this video is capable of enjoying the factory on their own.
A bunch of people just wanted Enfield to be another gacha they can maintain.
The reason I say all of that is
and I think it's perfectly fine with criticizing those people for that. 100%.
Enfield, for several reasons, but
100%. You should be allowed to criticize those people
part
for
of the game that isn't tied to any gacha or live service bullshit. It's just fun. Outside of the forced tutorials, you can just do it at your own.
I mean, it is true that it isn't tied to live service, but a lot of the there is the live service element of I turn off my computer and then tomorrow I log on and now everything's produced and I can sell it. But I think that's a better and more natural way of working into it, so I do like it.
Whenever you want. There's no waiting for sanity to refill so you can build a character. There's no battle pass or limited units. There's no selling you the solution to an unnecessary problem.
There is
Watching
a battle
the
pass.
pulsating orange glow of the spaghetti belt you put together is very satisfying.
I love the
almost
Arknights battle pass. It's so good.
The factory is easily the best part of the game, and if
Yes,
you refuse to
100%.
even give it a chance, you will dramatically.
Yeah, that's
worsen your
what really
experience with
sucks.
Enfield.
That's what really sucks, is that, again, you have this ability to... Again, this was like the whole drama about, like, blueprints or something. I don't know if that was a drama. I could be misremembering. But, like, you have this whole idea of this... The base is the best part. I think that's kind of unanimous, unless you just don't like the base. But I think the base is just objectively the best part of the game. And so when you do have all of these really handholdy tutorials that make it really obnoxious and preventing people from wanting to engage with it, while at the exact same time giving people the option to just skip it with blueprints, is going to make it so people don't want to engage with the factory. And now you have a bunch of people who are missing out on the best part of the game, because Hypergriff took all of these different different approaches to make sure that people don't have to interact. Obviously, they didn't make the tutorials that bad to disincentivize people from playing with the base, but they made them as tedious as possible to prevent people from properly learning and interacting with the base, and instead making it so it's so handholdy that they don't need to think about it. They just do what was exactly told of them, and then just blueprint it. And so it's really frustrating, because that is 100% is the best part. 100%. And it's sad. It does suck that there's going to be a lot of people who don't engage with the base because of that. Legit seeing Tobo's base looking that good makes me ashamed of how ugly mine is. My base only looks kind of good because there's like nothing on it.
Regional
I'm too early
development
up in the
level,
game.
which is the max, assuming you have a mining rig on every ore vein. Valley 4 yields this much ore per minute, but the maximum number of outputs in the whole Valley 4 factory can theoretically yield nearly double.
Okay, I don't know how to actually obtain the Ferium. I've unlocked the area, and I've unlocked the mining thing. I don't know how I'm supposed to connect the power to it, because there's no, like, power thing. I don't know if I haven't unlocked the entire region yet, but I can't mine Ferium left. Ugh, can't talk. I can't mine Ferium yet, because I don't know how to get there. My base is clogged with bottles. Literally half of my base is producing bottles. Half of my base is dedicated to producing bottles. Okay, this is another thing. Why didn't they make the amethyst why didn't they make the amethyst manganese? Why didn't they do that? We already have a purple rock in Arknights. Why didn't they do that? Come on. That would have been so cool. Apparently they're doing RMA, so why can't we have manganese? That would have been cool. You either unlock the region's field or you take a cable. I can't. That's the thing. I can't take a cable all the way through, because in the area we're in, like, the really close area that takes you from, like, the middle area into the area, you can't connect. You can't put down a line. So there has to be, like, a power source in the Originum Science Park, and I don't know where it is. I don't know if I've unlocked it yet. So I think there might be something else. I don't know if I just haven't unlocked it yet. It's funny. You can take the cable. I can't, because in, like, the middle area, I can't put down a power cable. You can use pylons. Oh no, you're so right. Oh fuck, you're right. I can use pylons because they're really teeny tiny, but then I have to use like 50 billion of them. Oh shit, that's gonna be annoying.
And it's perfectly fine to set up part of an assembly line in an outpost somewhere.
Manganese blue-purple. This is purplish purple. Shut up.
And retrieve them in a different area to feed them into the next part of the assembly line. Or to put it in other words, once you've upgraded each area, you can just build spaghetti belts to your heart's content. Go nuts. Given the specific yields of each ore, it's easy to calculate
There's a sub
roughly
further
the
in.
optimal
Okay,
use
good.
of resources within Valley 4.
Because that's what I was
the
hoping
Originium
for.
can supply 18 outputs with room to spare, and the Therium can supply exactly 36 outputs. In Outpost Management,
The
there are 3
amethyst,
items that
okay,
each
the
sell for
amethyst
70
being
stock
so
gold.
little
Double-tier
is so
batteries, and each
painful.
of the
This is taking so long to pause. Oh my gosh. There is one, but you can still take the cable if you optimize the distance, even without the small ones. Okay, I'm not. All right. I don't know if I can even do that. I'm probably too bad at the game to do that. I probably just need to use the pylons.
2 purple tier healing items.
But okay,
Batteries
it is
use
crazy how
Originium
little
with 4
amethyst
Therium
there
outputs.
is. It's crazy how the game's like produce bottles and also only gives us like three amethyst. They also have a Keaton plants. Awesome. That's awesome. I love that weird fan service, but
While the
also
other
taking
two
away
use
our
8 Therium
manganese.
outputs each.
So sad.
3 purple battery lines use 18 Iridium outputs, so
Amethyst is mid. Once you go Therium, you don't go back.
12 Therium outputs for a remainder of 24, which gives us room for 3 more assembly lines to make purple healing tacticals. I can use however many batteries
He's
I need to
actually
power and
just
trade
doing
everything
the
else for
math.
stock bills. Piece of cake. Notice how none of this uses amethyst. That's because, for some reason, amethyst is absolutely fucking useless. I don't know what exactly they were thinking, but the only time you ever need amethyst is in the very early game. Once you get access to the Wuing factory, you only actually need it to make one big stockpile of amethyst parts to make a few facilities with, which is not an assembly line you need to have permanently. What exactly is the point of having this much amethyst ore? And why does the fucking quarry, of all places, the literal pit mine, only provide 4 amethyst veins and no other ore?
I have yet to
The
unlock those
quarry
amethyst
is the only
veins. Let's
zone
go.
which isn't part of the main story quest, so I really hope this isn't because testers from the last beta weren't.
It's actually a
going
lot
there
more
to get
amethyst in the
extra
beta, but
Iridium
honestly,
ore
the
and we're
mat still
running
uses
into
in
factory
general.
problems as
Well,
a
I mean,
result, because if
it's
so,
very
then
useful
having
for
the
me right
literal
now.
Pit mine, the zone explicitly about digging up rocks, only provide 4 veins of the one useless ore just for that reason would be kind of pathetic. But I digress. Wuling, on the other hand, introduces a facility called Forge of the Sky, which creates Shiwanite, as I mentioned earlier. You can only place 1 of these to start with, and at least in the beta, I could only place 2 after unlocking this node of the tech tree, dramatically reducing the number of Shiwanite products I could make. And as such, the Wuling factory is currently a lot emptier than Valley 4's. One such product that you absolutely need is Shiwanite components, which are used exclusively to make gold tier gear. An assembly line to make these requires the full output of 1 Forge of the Sky, leaving you with only 1 more to make anything else, and you very quickly realize that Wuling batteries are the only thing you should be making with it. This is hopefully a problem exclusive to the beta, given there were only 2 zones, but there was virtually no room to
I'm
make
going
any
to
interesting
pretend
choices because most of my
I
resources
have any
were
idea
funneled
what
into
he's
making
talking
use of the
about.
limited amount of Shiwanite I could make. Once I had a healthy stockpile of components, I just used the Shiwanite from that assembly line to make even more batteries. What's definitely not exclusive to the beta, though, is the fact that fluids are now only very minimally used by the factory. The primary use for fluid-related facilities is in the various
I
water-themed
have
puzzles
no
dotted
idea what he's
around
talking
Wuling,
about.
which largely consist of emptying fluids from one pit into another or spraying targets with it. Optionally, you can set up sprinklers for the farming plots too, but that's the whole extent of it. In the last
You
beta,
go,
there was a
Perlica.
separate ore which now no longer exists called cuprium, and each mining rig required water to mine it. There are still references to this ore in some parts of the world, like this one in the Science Park in Valley 4. Now, they've done away with that in favor of making Shiwanite with the Forge of the Sky, requiring only 1 water input. In last year's beta, fluids were
He
required by some
might
of the
be
lower tier
cooking. I don't-
facilities,
I
and
still have
facilities
no
that
idea what the
used
fuck he's
water
talking about.
also produced wastewater, which had to be piped into treatment facilities. It meant that you could make interesting choices with how you managed fluids. Now, either you pipe water into a Forge of the Sky to make Shiwanite, or you pipe it into a planting unit for one of the 2 plants that need it, or you pipe it into a reactor crucible to make one of 2 fluids using those plants and pipe that fluid into a filling unit, and that's it. You cannot make any interesting choices with fluids in the factory. To call it a gimmick would be overselling it.
So, what you're
She's
saying
back.
is-
Not now.
What? Huh. Jeez, what's gotten up your ass all of a sudden?
Paimon, get the fuck out of my video before I turn you into wastewater, you What I find most
Oh, he
frustrating
did the
about review-
fucking joke! Holy comedy! Holy comedy! Tobo did the fucking eating Paimon joke. Holy shit. Holy. That is the fun. That is literally like the textbook definition of comedy. Oh my god. Tobo is such a genius. He's such a genius writer. Oh. Holy. He is the funniest man of our generation. He said he made the Paimon getting eaten joke.
Straw of
Holy.
fluids is this. Shiwanite is made using 1 water input and 2 carbon inputs, which you make by refining certain plants. To have a self-sustaining system, you need to use several giant seed picking and planting unit setups, taking up way more space than necessary, just to refine plants into carbon. But Seed picking units used to make a waste product called plant matter, which was then processed into carbon to make character XP, so the so-called waste product wasn't really waste at all. The outputs were even color-coded for that purpose. In the first beta, XP production was outsourced to the Dijang, and carbon became quite literally useless. And even though it has a use now for making Shirinite, it's no longer made with plant matter, and you instead have to dedicate entire planting unit setups specifically to making plants just to burn
like, I appreciate this section of the video literally just being Tobo complaining. Just Tobo complaining about the base. These are not problems I've experienced, because I've yet to experience this part of the base.
My question is,
I love this.
Why didn't you just make Shirinite using the already existing wastewater? I can give them the benefit of the doubt and say it's because they wanted to have a real use for carbon after scrapping.
I don't even know if any of this is still true.
It may not be useless now. The amount of space needed for the facilities to make it is a bit ridiculous. Can we really not just go back to the plant matter and color-coded outputs? Is that really too complicated? I presume they got rid of wastewater because testers thought it was inconvenient, but here's the thing. Factory gameplay is all about solving problems. That's the entire basis of it. Factory and automation games are, at their core, fundamentally about putting problems in front of the player that would be incredibly inconvenient.
What the fuck happened? What? Holy lag. This is so laggy. Well, I didn't even click on any of this. Okay, wait a minute. I'm gonna close the tab and reopen it. This is so unbelievably laggy. Okay, 117. So laggy. Okay, let me reopen. I don't know why it's just so unbelievably bad. Okay, hold up.
For now, I can only hope the decisions which need to be made will be made by those who are just as enchanted with that vision as I am.
Okay. Okay, 117, I think. Okay, this is so much better.
Make it is a bit ridiculous. Can we really not just go back to the plant matter and color-coded outputs? Is that
Boomer
really
Tobo complaining about how thing was better in the past. Doesn't realize that progress is only in one direction.
Factory gameplay
how dare he.
is all about solving problems. That's the entire basis of it. Factory and automation games are, at their core, fundamentally about putting problems in front of the player that would be incredibly inconvenient to solve manually, and giving them the tools to automate it and make it convenient. Crucially, if those inconveniences are already convenient, the gameplay ceases to be fun. Before I get into this next part, notice what the absence of both wastewater and plant matter tells us. They've already simplified the factory twice, from alpha to beta, and from first to second beta. Now, you can also save your assembly lines and layouts as a blueprint for later use.
Uh-oh.
Saving your own blueprints is...
Uh-oh, chat. Chat, we're getting into it. Oh, it's just like Dodge 2.0.
It's a feature common amongst all factory games and is obviously a welcome addition to the game. There are also system blueprints you obtain by completing tutorials for each facility. This is also fine. System blueprints are a learning tool. You can also share your blueprints with your friends. I personally think this is also a good feature. Sharing your blueprints with your friends is a fun social feature and adds to the experience. You can also share your blueprints online in the form of a code. This by itself isn't necessarily an issue, depending on how it's implemented. However, Enfield's blueprint sharing has virtually no meaningful restrictions. The moment you unlock the blueprint feature in the very first hour of the game, you can grab a code from the internet, save it to your collection, paste it in, and you're done. You do not need to have completed the tutorial for each facility, and you do not need to have done any factory gameplay yourself. You can just do this as you please. The only restrictions are that it can't be more than 50 meters in either direction due to the box selection limit, and there's a limit to the number of facilities you can include, although I couldn't figure out what that number actually is because apparently each individual tile of belt counts as a facility. So in practice, what this limit really means is, you can blueprint entire production lines for the highest tier products within the first hour of the game. Yes, it's not for your entire factory all at once, but it's really not far off. I've heard a few people say that the shared blueprints are their compromise so that they can make the factory even better with more depth for the people who like it. But all the evidence so far suggests otherwise. Remember, despite
out
the
my
blueprints,
blueprint.
they've
Paste
already
entire
simplified the
factory.
factory twice. If blueprints are there so the people who like it aren't impeded by those who don't, this wouldn't make a whole lot of sense, would it? This is not merely...
True. Fucking... Because, yeah, he's literally just talking about, it's like, oh, you got rid of water waste, you got rid of, like, the seed thing. You're doing it to simplify the base so it's more appealing towards the players who perhaps don't want to have to deal with downsides to things. They don't want to have to deal with it. It needs to be more streamlined for them. While at the exact same time, removing all complexity from the base whatsoever by allowing players to just skip it. Players do not have to interact with the base if they don't want to, by just taking someone else's work. Yes. It is so unbelievably dumb, the whole blueprint thing. To just base... Because again, it's like... there's no point into engaging with something if you can just take the shortcut. Because now the optimized... The most optimal thing is now the basis. That's the baseline. Every single player is going to every single player has the capability of having the most optimized and complex base possible. And so now, like, it also makes me wonder if that means it's also the game is going to balance itself around the most highest, optimized thing. Because imagine you are a player who doesn't care that much about the base. You want your Genshin Wu-Wa gameplay. You want to hold down left click while you click buttons in a very specific order over and over and over again because you love that for some reason. And so you try and play with the base and you hate it. It's terrible. It's too slow. And so you just take someone's blueprints, and now you have the most optimal base possible. So now when you start overproducing certain items, you have items you don't need to do anything with, you're probably going to complain about it because now you have all of this crap that you don't know, you don't understand, and you have too much of, and you're trying to get rid of it. And so it makes me wonder if potential future changes are going to be made around the fact that any player can just have the most optimal layout possible. If that can possibly lead to balance issues because of just how simple it's going to be. When you give everyone the most optimal solution possible, where do you balance? Where do you balance construction? Where do you balance things? It's no longer a matter of you can optimize as much as you want for the sake of your own accomplishment. It's now everyone has the ability to be optimal. So where do we start balancing things? I can see that as an issue with balance. I think, on top of the fact that this is dumb because people are just going to be able to play the game without playing the game. Yeah, the preset blueprints do exist, and I do agree with Tobo. It does make sense to help. Because that's the thing, is that the preset blueprints just give you, the baseline, here's how you can make this thing. But it doesn't integrate with the other blueprints. You still need to design your own facility if you want to have all of these different belts integrate with each other. So I don't think they should balance it, honestly. I'm more talking about items and that kind of stuff that they would add in the future. Other things that would require certain materials. Who knows? Do you balance the consumption of a certain resource based off of the most optimal thing or by where? So who knows? So I do think that it's interesting, but it's obviously just the matter of just being able to let people skip the base is just this entire extra element of people don't have to interact with the parts of the game that they don't like. And it just leads into the game just being this homogenized slop for a bunch of different people trying to cater towards everyone while at the exact same time catering towards no one because there exists no depth or incentive. There's no depth or gameplay incentive. I'm not talking about resources. I'm talking about actual satisfying gameplay incentive to do anything. Do your own base or copy another good base. Just let people play how they want. It's an unending battle. It's because the thing is that you can't have the best of. You can't just have everything. That's the thing. You can't be oh, just let people play the game how they want, because the game has to appease both the player, like everyone. If you have a game that lets players play however they want, updates have to appease everyone as well. Which means that if you leave into one thing, other things aren't going to work as well. It's something that I've been criticizing. It's something that I'm critical of Arknights over, like, currently. A lot of the newer 6 stars are really, really poorly designed, in my opinion. They're all really, really just way too strong. And they aim to try and generalize gameplay a little way too much. And so because of that, I don't want any of the new 6 stars. The 5 stars have been really, really good, but a lot of the 6 stars just feel so overly easy in a lot of how that is, because those 6 stars exist to appeal towards a player that isn't me. And so rather than kind of focusing on one player, you're trying to focusing on a bunch of different kinds of players. And that's going to lead to issues.
Speculation. They have done this before in Arknights twice. This is a pattern of behavior from Hypergriff. Allow me to explain. Stationary Security Service, or SSS, is a multi-farm that
someone
provides
was talking
modular
about SSS
resources.
earlier.
Because it's a permanent farm, it is fair to say they at least have somewhat of an obligation to either continue...
I think SSS is fun. I actually like SSS. It's fun. It's like a card game. I enjoy it.
Hitting it or replace it with something else. SSS used to require farming more frequently, and before that it used to be much more difficult. But because rewards were not as easily obtainable as players expected, they complained. That is, when it came out, Hypergriff soon made a difficulty concession and made it dramatically easier. Then they made the farming period twice as long, so you only engage with it half as much. Then they let you skip it with the same tickets you use for weekly annihilations. And now, when the towers get updated every 4 months, one of them is always a rerun. So, SSS gets updated with a grand total of 6 stages per 4-month cycle, or 18 stages per year. Reclamation algorithm, or RA, would seem to be more understandable at first because it's a permanent
I'm
endgame mode as
convinced
opposed to a
I'm convinced Enfield only exists because no one will play RA. Enfield's like, I want to... Hypergriff was like, I wish people would play RA. Let's just make an entire game mode that's just RA. And then they did that. Make an entire game that's RA. There.
periodic resource farm. Its first iteration is an experimental mode.
Because, okay, there was a funny moment where I was playing Enfield, and the wood icon is the exact same as the wood icon in RA. And it just sent me. It was hilarious. They had the ability to reuse like a bajillion different sprites, but it's only the wood icon that they kept. And
not many people liked it, so they changed it to be an endless mode instead and made RA2 permanent. But still, not many players bothered with it. In addition,
Enfield is RA3,
when it was released,
yes.
it had a standard mode and a challenge mode. But even though it is permanent endgame content, meaning the rewards aren't going anywhere, players still complained they couldn't get rewards easily enough. Hypergriff soon added an easier mode called Peaceful Mode.
Players complained they couldn't get rewards enough because people are motivated to play the game by items and rewards and not by the satisfaction of the gameplay itself. Yes. We're not allowed to criticize them.
The fact that rewards are permanent. Peaceful Mode completely removes any enemy raids that aren't part of the questline. As a result, there are numerous examples of players who get stuck at a specific point while in Peaceful Mode because the questline that's supposed to continue upon reaching this point doesn't continue because they haven't yet done a raid which spawns on day 30 because Peaceful Mode lets them progress faster than they were supposed to. Why would they add this mode despite knowing that it completely fucks with the RA experience? Because players couldn't gain rewards easily and complained about it despite the fact that...
Because they don't play RA for the experience of RA. They play RA for items and stuff. That is why they do it. They don't play Arknights because they want to have the satisfaction of playing Arknights. They want to play Arknights because they want stuff, so they can take a screenshot of it and send it to their friends over Discord. They want account progression. They don't want personal progression.
Rewards are permanent. RA stopped updating more than a year ago, and we have no confirmation whatsoever, none at all, that they are working on RA3.
No, wait, you're playing RA3, dude. Like we're all here to talk about RA3. Don't even think it's about rewards since they're all permanent. I think it's more they don't want to play it. Hypergriff tries to set them by making it easier. No, because the only reason why they would want to play it, I feel, is because of the items. That's why. I mean, yeah, that's what you're saying. It's like the only reason why they would want to play it is because of the items. And so, the only reason why they want to play RA is because of the items. If you didn't incentivize them with items, they wouldn't care. They wouldn't try RA, get frustrated with it, because their complaint is getting the items. They're making it easier, because I guarantee you that a lot of these players looked up like a point farm and just did the point farm so they could get all the rewards, and they never touched RA again. I don't think peaceful mode... I'm not going to be sweeping about it. I'm sure peaceful mode had gotten some players into RA, because maybe it was a little difficult at first, and they needed a way to learn how to play RA, and then maybe they'll go into normal RA. But I don't think peaceful mode got anyone into playing RA. I think peaceful mode only exists for those who don't want to play it. I'm sure there are some people who have gotten into RA because of peaceful mode, but I guarantee you it's a vast minority of people.
In this weird limbo...
And obviously you have the aspect of peaceful mode fucking over the actual gameplay aspect of it for the sake of appeasing towards those kinds of players, which, I mean, hey...
In waiting to see if it will ever be updated again. Hypergriff have consistently demonstrated that although they may not completely abandon gameplay that hardly anyone engages with, they sure as hell don't give it much attention and will sideline it over time.
Yes.
If we change this argument to Hypergriff have demonstrated they will experiment, I can fully get behind that. They've tried out all sorts of experimental events in Arknights, but the notion they are routinely willing to dedicate development time to less popular gameplay is demonstrably false. The phrase, "why do you care how other people play a single-player game?" doesn't fly with games that are in perpetual development, constantly evolving in direct...
Yes. Yes. This is correct. When people say... And is it wrong? They weren't playing it anyways, so neither a factor... So neither are a fact... Wait. So not a factor, neither the objective... I don't even know what that means. But this is correct. And this is what I was talking about earlier. You can't have just let everyone play the way that they want to, because you can't design an experience for everyone when those ideas of what they want out of the game clash. When it comes to a game that, yeah, isn't in perpetual development, players can play however the fuck they want to. People can do that. Bot? There's a bot? I don't see a bot. Well, Callus, if there's a bot, then delete it. But, when it comes to, like, if it's a game that, you know, if it's Super Mario Brothers, obviously it shouldn't matter because it's a game that is already done. It's a game that's not going to be updated. Already banned it. Okay, thank you, Callus. Everyone say thank you to Callus. He's being a good little mod boy right now. You weren't, Callus, you weren't here yesterday, or like 2 days ago when 3 scam bots showed up. It was funny. They were all asking me where I lived and how I was doing, and then they had an offer for me. Got rid of all of them. Because they were all exactly the same. It was funny. But you cannot have a game that you can't not have a game try to appease to everyone, because that's just not how development works. You need to be capable of putting your resources, putting your time into trying to make a game for one kind of person. Or not one kind of person, but making the game good for the fans of the game itself. When you do have people with different interests, you do have people with a different idea on what the game is supposed to be, then those clashing ideals and interests are going to clash the game. It's like that one like meme image of like the 2 parents like pulling at the child over like the pit. It's literally that. You can't always do that. You don't have to make the game for everyone, but there's no harm in giving someone options. I can agree with that. Obviously, like, accessibility is important, yeah. But I do think that when it comes to the matter of, like, you know, what they're saying with RA, they made peaceful mode just to get people to get the rewards rather than doing it to enhance the experience. They're not playing RA they're not playing RA for RA, but with different ways that they can feel fun about it. They're just playing RA for the rewards. They don't actually care about RA. It's a change that was made for people who don't care about it. That's the thing.
Response to how their player base engages with it. With standalone finished single-player games that aren't in perpetual development, this would be a totally fair point. But Arknights and Arknights Enfield are not standalone finished games. Gacha games are a different beast.
Yes.
Because how other people play it directly affects both the short-term and long-term future of their...
Again, you could say that, oh, you know, Wishadel exists. You don't have to use her. You don't have to use Wishadel or Logos or all of this other stuff. You don't have to use them. Just let player play how they want to play. But now all of the 6 stars are this. Pretty much every 6 star is just this. And it's very difficult for me to get excited about an upcoming 6-star because a lot of them fall within these very, very generalist easy mode kits. That's something that I'm going to be critical of. Because yes, it's appealing towards a certain kind of player, and it's fucking over my enjoyment of the game, just because it's a matter of how development changes.
Development. One could also make the argument that shared blueprints exist in other factory games. Except, in virtually all of those games, you have to complete a lot of your own factory before unlocking the blueprint feature. Satisfactory, for example, is the most casual factory game I've played, and it unlocks blueprints in tier 4 of 9. In my opinion, Enfield's entire factory is about as complex as tier 2 of Satisfactory at the very most. Arguably even tier 1. If Enfield's tech tree
Jit lost so much motivation for playing Sniper Nights after Wishadel. The game has never been the same after her.
Production objectives for every node
Loop
in the
was
tech tree,
clapping
such
when
as
Nasty
produce
released.
this number
What?
of
I don't... Nasty has a cool concept for a kit. I just don't like how pushed it is. I think there is some... I like the idea, but I really don't like... I like the concept. I really don't like just getting to put down a tile. I think that's a bit much. Just wherever the hell you want. That's a little ridiculous to me. Like, it feels way too gimmicky to be balanced. It's just like, ugh. Like, if she I think someone said, like, oh, if she reinforced an already ranged tile, that would be a bit better. But it's just like, ooh, holy. And again, you get stat boosts on top of it. It's just like, ugh.
Your parts with this facility to unlock the next technology made it very clear what to do next at any given stage of the player's progression, much like they do in every other factory game. There were an abundance of alpha testers who had never played a factory game before and weren't expecting to enjoy it all that much, yet still found themselves engrossed and addicted to its gameplay loop, because it was designed in much the same way all other factory games are. In last year's beta, the tech tree was changed to instead use something called AIC points, collected through exploration from the Wavy 2 guys dotted around the map. So now there is no internal logic at all to AIC progression, and you instead just unlock a whole bunch of tech tree nodes at the same time after exploring the map for a while. So there's no need to figure anything out. Last year that caused issues because of the internal logic...
Wait, what?
...at all to points collected through exploration from the Wavy 2 guys dotted around the map. So now there is no internal logic at all to AIC progression, and you instead just unlock a whole bunch of tech tree nodes at the same time after exploring the map for a while.
That is true. Okay, wait. I need to rewatch. How exactly did it used to work? Because currently the concept of having to explore to increase the RAC nodes, I think is a cool concept. The issue is that there's not much exploration you need to do to get all of them.
Tech test's production objectives for every tree looks more complicated. There's a good reason for that. The tech test's production objectives for every node in the tech tree, such as produce this number of...
Oh! Hey, those are also Arknights. That's also an Arknights item. Arknights item! I know that. That's from Arknights. No way. Arknights Enfield is Arknights? What? Okay, so you actually needed to buy them with resources. Oh. That does make sense. I mean, I guess it depends on how it's handled. Because I don't know if this is something that you would just kind of gain over time anyways. That it would just be like an extra time sink. I don't know.
Your parts with this facility to unlock the next technology made it very clear what to do next at any given stage of the player's progression.
Oh, he's taking it from a learning perspective. Okay, that makes sense. It's like, okay, in order to do this, you need some of these, which is something you're probably going to need anyways.
Much like they do in every other factory game. There were an abundance of alpha testers who had never played a factory game before and weren't expecting to enjoy it all that much, yet still found themselves engrossed and addicted to its gameplay loop.
Okay,
because
that makes
it was designed in much the same way all other factory games are. In last year's beta, the tech tree was changed to instead use something called AIC points, collected through exploration from the Wavy 2 guys dotted around the map. So now there is no internal logic at all to AIC progression, and you instead just unlock a whole bunch of...
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. And then, so if you, let's say you hate the base, right? And you go exploring and you unlock all of the AIC points just by existing. And then you unlock everything. Now you're overwhelmed. Now you just have a bunch of new crap that you have to do. And the only way to learn how to use those things isn't through its natural integration in the progression of the technology tree, but rather instead you have to sit through a bunch of really long and handholdy tutorials to explain to you how each individual one works anyways. Okay, no, that's a good point. Fuck. I didn't realize that it was just objectively better. Okay, Because I didn't mind the current system, and then he just talks about how the old system made infinitely more sense, and how the current one is objectively worse. Because yeah, I don't mind the current system, but yes, it is a strict downgrade to what it previously was. Oh.
Time after.
Okay, guys, stop fighting in chat. What the fuck are you guys even talking about? Okay, shut up. We're here for Tobo. We're not here for you two to fucking fight with each other. Come on, be civil. Make up. Both of you guys say I'm sorry. Come on, right now. Both of you guys are wrong. Probably. I'm not even paying attention. Just say you're sorry and we can get this over with. Come on.
Exploring the map for a while, so there's no need to figure anything
If you
out.
don't both say sorry, I want Callus to time both of you out for 10 minutes. That's what's going to happen. If you guys don't both apologize to each other right now, Callus will time both. You're on YouTube. I can't even time you out. Never mind.
Last year that caused issues because
I don't even know if you
internal
can do
logic of
that.
the tech tree disappeared, so it wasn't always clear what
Never
players
mind.
should do next. But now
Continue
with the shared
fighting.
blueprints and an even simpler factory, it's becoming pretty clear what their real intentions are. The reason I'm talking about Enfield's shared blueprints to this extent is because it epitomizes what so many of Enfield's problems are symptomatic of. It is terrified of losing even one player. It is terrified of giving the player any room to fail. Its only ambition is player retention.
I have to pee, so that's not an apology. That's not an apology. How? Apologize for the inconvenience. Is that are you telling me to apologize, or are you is that a command? Apologies for being right. No, Tobo is correct here, because I think I was legitimately talking about earlier with I was talking about this earlier when he was talking about the base stuff, or like, yeah, right before the putt stuff. Or no, it was like a little after the putt stuff, I think. But when you do have these incredibly hand-holdy tutorials, you have all of these things that aim, or like, when you have all of these tutorials that aim to handhold the player, you prevent the player from naturally failing, because a matter of personal, individual, intellectual, and skill progression requires that you fail. You cannot improve in anything unless you fuck up. Apologize for interrupting their fight, Bloop. Yeah, I'm sorry for interrupting your fight. I apologize deeply. Please forgive me. But yeah, you have all of these different elements that aim to slow the game down purely for the sake of saying that, yeah, the goal is to just keep players interested in the game, even if it's not for a genuine reason. It's just to keep players going. He's correct. Tobo is correct.
The community keeps saying the factory will filter people, but if it does, you can be damn sure Hypergriff will do everything in their power to lure them back. Because it used to be such a wildly different game, they've been scrambling to try and make the factory acceptable to people who don't want to accept it. But it wasn't enough, so now they just let you skip it altogether. And if you still don't believe me, Haimao, the godforsaken producer of this game, has explicitly said the whole point is to let you skip it if you want. What happened to being an amplifier of creativity? What happened to being a core pillar alongside combat? He also refers to subculture RPG gameplay, very clearly suggesting that Hypergriff wants Enfield to conform to the expectations of that subculture. You fucking coward! You had in your hands one of the only projects in existence that could have pushed boundaries and defined a new generation of these games offering meaningful, focused, fulfilling gameplay experiences. The potential that so many people fail to see in the technical test is that it existed within a medium that is trending towards making absolutely everything as convenient as possible, while taking automation gameplay, which requires presenting the player with problems to solve, heavy inspiration from Death Stranding, which gets players to help each other overcome long journeys over difficult terrain, and combine them with a strategic combat system you couldn't button mash your way through. All of its most important gameplay systems contributed to a focused and meaningful experience. That combination worked. Enfield could have shattered the ceiling of what these games can be and what kinds of experiences they can give. It was slower paced and it was smaller in scale, and yet it was a bold and compelling idea. It was unashamed of doing its own thing. It should be very clear from the examples given to you throughout this video what kind of game Hypergriff originally wanted to make. Yes, it had some technical issues that needed ironing out. The controls were a bit wonky and it is...
You shouldn't be gatekept from one awesome part because the other you don't like. That is incorrect. It's not a matter of gatekeeping. It is a matter of letting the game focus itself. That's the idea. The goal isn't and shouldn't be to appeal towards every kind of player imaginable. The video guy can't process the idea of people liking the game the wrong way. That is a potential thing. That is possible. Again, if you like cheeseburgers and I like ice cream, I will eat my ice cream. If you come up to me, try my ice cream, and complain that it doesn't taste like a cheeseburger, and then you demand that my ice cream be more like a cheeseburger, we now have a cheeseburger ice cream, which tastes disgusting to both of us. That's the thing. It's not about gatekeeping. It's not about saying, oh, you don't belong here. You're playing the game the wrong way. It's that there are going to be people who expect something completely different out of the game that you are passionate about, and they will come in and change it to fit them. That's the thing.
Be made more intuitive. The factory didn't have a bulk select feature, so making any changes was laborious. It had a lot of downtime during combat, which needed further development. The elemental orbs didn't spawn often enough, which caused their randomness to be kind of frustrating. It had unavoidable damage because of an animation lock-on. The skill cooldowns were unnecessarily long. It was unrefined and needed more time in the oven, but those were all fixable issues. The core idea underneath all of that worked. What I saw in Enfield was a compelling attempt
this is a
to push the
completely different game. This is a completely different game than what it currently is. And it appealed towards someone like Tobo. It appealed towards certain kinds of people. They took away these elements of the game to appeal towards a bunch of people who didn't like this stuff. And so now the people who did enjoyment are being gatekept out of the thing that they like. Go ahead, you can talk about gatekeeping and saying how it's wrong to gatekeep people. You're mad about being gatekept yourself. You're not mad about the people who currently enjoy the thing being gatekept out of the thing that they like. Tobo enjoys this. He enjoyed what this was, and he saw the potential within it, and that's what he wanted to see come to form. But now you have people getting mad that it doesn't appease their sensibilities and demand that the game change itself, leading to Tobo getting gatekept out of the game that he was originally a part of. Now, a bunch of the people who could have enjoyed that kind of stuff don't get to enjoy it. That's the issue. That's the element of it. You can't make something for everyone. That is impossible. It is, when you do try to make something for everyone, you will end up gatekeeping the people who care about the specialty of it. That is why this kind of shit is very, like, I don't want to be mean, Keksaru. I don't want to be mean. I'm sorry if I came across a little mean. But that's the thing. You can talk about gatekeeping all you want, but when you aim to change a game in a way like this, you will end up gatekeeping the people who cared about it to begin with out of it. And at that point, the aim shouldn't be to make something that appeals towards everyone. It should be to try and keep on and hold on to the thing that you find special and to really cultivate it and to defend it from the people who want to change it. Because that's made for you. If you can have that thing that's made for you remain the thing that is made for you and have it appeal towards more people, then yeah, that's going to be great. No one's against that. But when you start eroding at it, when little pieces are getting chipped off of it, just so other smaller little globby pieces can be glued onto it, now the thing that you really, really liked is being turned into something it isn't. And yeah, it may appeal towards more players, but it's appealing less towards you. We should be making games to appeal towards a bunch of people, yes. But it would be better to make multiple different games that appeal towards people who are really passionate about it than a game that exists to be Genshin and a bit of Arknights and a bit of Death Stranding and a bit of and a bit of Factorio, to just be all of this stuff, and it succeeds at being none of that. Kind of succeeds at being Factorio. That's probably the best part of it, but it's not what it could be. It's a game that tries to be 50 different kind of things. I didn't play the beta and I'm enjoying both the factory and combat right now. How am I supposed to feel robbed about something I didn't have? That's fair. I didn't play the beta either. I didn't either. And guess what? I am enjoying the game currently. I am currently enjoying the game, and I did have that little, moment of enjoying the combat a little bit. And I am kind of enjoying the combat right now. But I am willing to understand that this is kind of a honeymoon phase. It's really cool right now, and I do enjoy it. I'm enjoying both the base and a bit of the combat. I'm getting a little bored of it, but it's all right. But I also understand that it's new to me, and that's kind of why I like it. But again, I'm not going to pretend that I'm the one defending Enfield, because I'm not. Tobo is. He cares about this game 50 billion times more than I do. And again, I keep fucking glazing Tobo. I hear when people say that I'm enjoying something that's wrong. You're allowed to enjoy it. That's fine. But I think, again, people can be mean. Tobo can be a little mean sometimes. But I think it's important to look at the actual thing. That's the thing. If people are telling you, oh, you can't like this new thing, who cares? Tobo even says in like the beginning of the video, that was literally like hours ago. I don't barely remember it. You're making it far more personal than this is. Shut up. No, I'm not. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. No, I'm not. Shut up. Shut up. The thing is, Kexaru, is that you can enjoy what Arknights currently, or you can enjoy what Enfield currently is, but there is a form of Enfield that people would have preferred it to be. That is just kind of how it is. You don't have to listen to them. You can just ignore them. That's fine. And if they are telling you can't play the game the way that you want to, you can just ignore them. That's fine. Or like, they're being an asshole, then yeah, screw them. But at the same time, this is important to people. People enjoy games, and it sucks to have the thing that you really, really like, being taken away from you. Because it isn't really a matter of you have a milkshake and then a burger enjoyer tells you to do that. No, that burger used to... No, that's not really what it is. It used to be a burger, and it got turned into a burger milkshake. And you enjoy the burger milkshake a lot. You really like the burger milkshake. And someone comes up to you and says, that used to be a burger. I miss it when it was a burger. I wish it was still a burger. That's what they're saying. They're not telling you, oh, you should be enjoying a milkshake. No, it's, you can enjoy your burger milkshake, yeah, but it used to be a burger and people used to really, really like that burger, and that's why they're mad. That's what it is.
Of what live service single-player games can be. Hypergriff is one of the only companies making these games in existence with the financial means and cultural reach to pull that off, to move the medium forward and pave the way for these games to offer their players more fulfilling gameplay experiences.
Angelina doesn't even slow.
Arknights Enfield is not only a spin-off of a game and a world that I absolutely love and has been a pretty big part of my life, but is also an obvious combination of the kinds of games I adore. It used to be a gacha game for a target audience I happen to be part of. Now, all I see in Enfield is a bastardized version of that game I was so excited for. Frankenstein's Arknights Impact. A generational mistake.
Yes.
I do not think this version of Enfield...
Yes, Tobo is passionate about this. Again, it's like that he was promised 8 in a magnificent burger, and what he got was a burger milkshake. Not even a burger milkshake, it's a burger milkshake spaghetti taco. It's 4 different things that just don't work together. Actually, no, you can have like a spaghetti taco. You can have like a burger. Okay, you guys get the analogy. You don't you get the idea. You get what I'm saying. I don't need to make this the perfect analogy.
Works anymore. Enfield is now emblematic of the overwhelming mediocrity of the gacha space. Hypergriff themselves said simply improving production standards is no longer enough to satisfy today's players, and yet the only, and I mean the only thing Enfield is doing better than its contemporaries is precisely that. Simply improving production standards. That is by far the biggest disappointment I have ever experienced in all my years of playing games. Perhaps somewhere down the line, Enfield finds its feet and surprises me in ways I couldn't possibly predict.
That's all that matters.
I would be delighted if that happens. I really would love to rediscover the passion I once had for this game. No one on Earth wants to lose that. But for now, I simply have to be honest with myself and admit that after this beta, I don't have that passion anymore. In spite of its bright spots, the vast majority of the experience is okay at its best and miserable at its worst. It is certainly not a game I love. Not anymore. In their stubborn insistence that they can surely make a game for everyone, they have only made a game for no one. So, for the foreseeable future...
He doesn't feel passionate. If he were passionate, he would talk about the reality and how the game could improve. He did. He did in the past. That's what the original videos were. And it didn't improve. That's the thing. Nothing he says is going to be productive because the game that he wants to play doesn't exist anymore. It's not ever going to reach that state again. That's what he's lamenting. Is that the game that he wanted to play is never going to come into existence again. And no matter what he says, the design ideas of what Hypergriff is talking about. Tobo got really mad. But the design ideas that Hypergriff is putting into play is something that is never going to get Tobo what he wants. This is very clearly passionate. Very clearly is. Because if he didn't want to be productive, then he would not have made the fucking video. Because guess what? Videos don't always have to just be like, here's how we can improve things. Here's how the world can be better. It's like, sometimes it is just how you express emotions. Yeah, I know. Yeah, not calling him passionate, that's ridiculous. This is... Kexar, you can like Enfield. That is fine. No one cares. Ignore people who say that it's wrong to like Enfield. Those people are stupid. But you cannot ignore the fact that there are people out there who have lost a game that they wanted to play. They've lost a game that they wanted to play. And perhaps it can be a little, like, insulting the other way around to be like, hey, no, the game is currently amazing and you're just wrong for complaining about it. It goes the exact same way. It's never been a personal attack. That's incorrect. Not a single person is making this personal. If they are, then shut up. If they are, then they can shut up. They don't care. Getting actually just one. Entire chat's getting one guy. This is insane.
Would happen. I am left wondering, what could have been?
Because as much as you can say that everyone else is trying to make you feel bad for what you enjoy, at the exact same time, it's possible for you to make everyone else feel like that what they'd enjoy doesn't matter and won't ever come back. It works both ways. Is this a prime example of tribalism? Yes, I love the internet. Sorry for one guy. Don't worry. I apologize to Tobo, though. Apologize to Tobo right now. Very mean. It was Undusk as Paimon. It was Undusk that was voice acting Paimon. Okay. Which, that's funny. That's funny. Who said? I think it was like 2 people who said that Paimon was just like literally just Tobo in like a high pitched voice. Who said that? Ugh. That was a very good video. That was a very, very good video. Like, disclaimer, this video is based on the December beta. Did he... Okay, he didn't list, like, all of the issues that were, Honestly, you should have continued the putt-putt segment. Yeah, true. True. If Tobo is still in chat, he should just make a putt-putt video. 100%. I don't know why he, like... That, legitimately, that was such a good part of the... such a good part of the video. Enfield went through the same phase as any MMO post-WoW did. Have no idea the differentiate from its main competitor. First wave of tests invites new players from that competitor that complain on every point that it isn't like said competitor. Every new single test after guts the original ideas try and imitate the competitor more and more. Okay, this was a really good video. I really, really like this video. Tobo put a lot of time into it. It was very well done. I'm sure he's very, very proud of it. And I also am probably sure he probably got a lot of mean comments about it. But this was a very good video. Good job, Tobo. Oh, he passed 9K. Oh, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Tobo. All right, can we get some, like, claps in chat for Tobo reaching 9K? Fucking awesome, man. I'm so tempted to, like, click on these videos. I can't wait for people to tell me how to play the game. I'm withholding any strong opinions until we're a few patches in. That's foundation. That's fair. Again, I feel I don't want to give my opinions. Like, I don't want to give too much of my thoughts on things until I've played it more. Blurry cam. I love blurry cam. It's so good. Hey, camera. Camera? No? Okay. The only thing on screen. Literally the only thing on screen. I don't have autofocus on. Why is this like this? Why is this like this? But I still kind of reserve a bit of judgment for Enfield until I kind of get out of the I'm getting an Enfield ad lol. Makes sense. But I do kind of am hesitant to reserve judgment until I kind of get out of this honeymoon phase for it. But this was a very good video, Tobo. Pro tip, if you scream while clicking through the tutorials, they become slightly less unbearable. Okay, I had a funny idea where because I turn off notifications on my, I turn off my, recommendations on my Arknights channel because I don't care. But I find it fun, like, there's so many of these videos, I low-key want to do, like, a stream where I just react to, like, the don't do this, top 5 mistakes. You know, here's the best tips and tricks. Like, here's the top 5 meta. Make your factory right. Like, I low-key want to do, like, a react stream where I just react to that stuff because that sounds really funny. Or I just like, sit through, like, the Gacha guide slop kind of stuff. That sounds really fun. But yeah, this was a very good video, Tobo. I hope you guys enjoyed this. This was very fun. Very fun. I need to do more React slop videos because people watch me when I do React slop. Yeah, I guess I should probably do some more React slop videos or React slop streams. People really like those, so I should probably do that. But yeah, I kind of wanted to just stream Enfield after this, but I'm kind of tired now and I'm really hungry. I've only had like a sandwich today, so I'll probably call it. Oh, also oh shit, in like an hour I'm doing a crush cast with Loey, so I gotta go do that. If anyone has opinions, fill in your surveys. Yes! And make sure you tell Hypergriff that it was Tobo who sent you. But yeah, I hope you guys liked the stream. This is very fun. This is very fun. Make sure you go sub to Tobo if you haven't. Go leave a very nice comment on that video. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. So yeah. The Tobo glazing stream is over. Alright, bye-bye everyone.